Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening of stories and dreams. As you settle in, remember that relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Cozy up and let the gentle narration carry you away. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your evening with us. Here by the warm glow of the fireplace, let the soothing sounds and soft crackle guide you to a place of calm and peace. Unwind and enjoy this serene journey. Story 1. The soft hum of the Starliner's engines had lulled most passengers to sleep, but Kip's whiskers twitched uneasily in the dim cabin light. The little Aurelian, a species covered in russet fur with eyes like twin moons, pressed her paw against the observation window, watching nebulae swirl in hues of lavender and gold. She'd never ventured beyond her forested homeworld before, where bioluminescent moss lit every path and the air smelled of rain-soaked cedar. This journey to the Galactic Scholars Academy was meant to honor her knack for solving puzzles, but the vastness between stars made her feel smaller than a sapling in a storm. Across the aisle, a crystalline figure shifted with a sound like wind chimes. Lyrin of the Shardian people sat perfectly still, their geometric form refracting light into prismatic patterns across the seats. Where Kip's world thrived with chatter and communal songs, Lyrin's desert planet resonated with silence, conversations conducted through pulsed light frequencies, emotions expressed in the angle of their facets. They'd boarded the Starliner to study rare minerals, but found organic beings utterly baffling. Why did they waste energy on erratic gestures? Why the constant rustling of fur and fabric? The collision alarm shattered the quiet. Kip tumbled into the aisle as artificial gravity faltered, her tail puffed wide. Lyrin anchored themselves with jagged hands drilled into the floor, emitting a high-frequency whistle of alarm. Through the viewport, a swarm of glittering asteroids clanged against the hull, a uncharted debris field tearing through the ship's shields. Life Pods, Deck 3, crackled the intercom. Kip scrambled forward, only to freeze at the pod bay's sealed door. The control panel sparked angrily, its mechanisms crushed. Behind her, Lyrin clinked into the corridor, their facets flushed amber with stress. "Can you?" Kip gestured at the door, ears flattened. Lyrin tilted their head, uncomprehending. The ship shuddered violently. Kip's claws unsheathed as she leapt for a ceiling vent, wriggling through ducts fragrant with overheated circuits. Below, Lyrin watched her disappearance with a flicker of indigo betrayal, until the vent grate clattered open on the pod bay's interior, and a small furry arm waved frantically. "Come on." Kip yelped, though she knew the Shardian couldn't understand. They escaped moments before the Starliner's core ruptured, their pod spinning into the asteroid's shadow. Kip curled into a trembling ball on the padded seat, while Lyrin stood rigid by the viewport, light patterns dancing across their surface like frantic fireflies. The pod's emergency beacon identified a habitable moon nearby, a place of jagged violet peaks and valleys choked with luminous fungi. Kip sniffed the airlock controls, her nose twitching at the scent of ionized metal. "Atmosphere's breathable," she murmured, more to calm herself than anything. Lyrin emitted a sharp blue pulse. "Right, you don't talk." Kip hesitated, then patted her own chest. "Kip." A pause. The Shardian's facets rippled like sunlight on water before forming a series of angular shapes. A symbol. Lyrin. A warm amber glow. Yes. They worked in uneasy tandem, Kip's nimble paws adjusting the pod's thrusters, Lyrin's mineral-enhanced strength prying open jammed compartments. When the landing gear failed, it was Lyrin who braced against the rear wall, fracturing their left arm to absorb the crash impact. Kip bandaged the injury with thermal foil, her touch feather-light. "Thank you," she whispered, though gratitude transcended language. The moon was beautiful and merciless. Bioluminescent tendrils snagged at their ankles as they trekked toward the beacon's coordinates, the air thick with spores that glowed when touched. Kip sneezed a shower of golden particles, drawing an amused chime from Lyrin. Misunderstandings abounded. When Lyrin stored drinking water in their translucent torso, Kip recoiled, thinking it some grotesque ritual. When Kip tried to share her ration bars, nutty squares wrapped in waxy leaves, Lyrin stared in horror at the organic matter offered to a being who photosynthesized starlight. But necessity bred ingenuity. Kip learned to read Lyrin's stress by the brittleness of their facets. Lyrin discovered Kip's fear of darkness after sunset and began shedding a soft radiance through the night. They developed a pigeon of gestures and light, a squeeze of the paw meaning danger, a double pulse meaning rest. The third night found them sheltering in a cavern veined with glowing quartz. Kip was sketching star maps in the soft soil when Lyrin projected a hologram from their core, a Shardian memory. A desert stretching to an emerald horizon, towers of geodes humming in harmony with the wind. Home, Kip breathed. Lyrin cycled through hues of affirmation, then pointed at Kip. Her turn. She sang the Aurelian lullaby her mother crooned each night, voice wavering at first, then gaining strength. The notes echoed through the crystal walls, amplified into something haunting and holy. Lyrin's entire body shimmered in resonance, casting rainbows over the stones. Crisis came at dawn. While foraging, Kip disturbed a nest of serpentine vines that thrived on body heat. They lashed around her legs, thorns piercing fur as they dragged her toward a pulsating flower mouth. Lyrin charged through the undergrowth, emitting an ultrasonic shriek that shattered the vines into ash. But the victory cost them. The frequency damaged their core, leaving Lyrin's light dim and erratic. Kip supported their weight as they limped onward, murmuring the lullaby like a prayer. When they finally reached the rescue ship, a bulbous freighter manned by a squid-like Telkin crew, Kip refused to board until the medics stabilized Lyrin. "They're my friend," she insisted, though the word felt inadequate for the bond forged in survival. Weeks later, beneath the double suns of Aurelis, Lyrin stood at the edge of the cedar forest. Kip had shown them how to drink rain through capillary roots, how to savor the symphony of rustling leaves. Now Lyrin projected a new hologram, a constellation of their shared journey, asteroids rendered in topaz and pod trajectories in sapphire. Kip placed a small stone in their hand, a shard of the moon's luminous quartz threaded with gold. "So you'll always remember." Lyrin responded by parting a facet from their chest, a palm-sized crystal that pulsed in time with Kip's heartbeat. When hung in her window, it caught the dawn light and threw galaxies across the walls. They visited often after that. Kip's puzzles now incorporated Shardian harmonics. Lyrin's mineral studies included Aurelian ecology. And when others asked how such different souls could grow so close, they simply hummed the lullaby together, a melody that needed no translation, carrying within it the warmth of shared shelters and the quiet certainty that no world was too vast when walked hand in facet. Story 2. In the velvet hush of twilight, where the last amber light clung to the chimneys of Bramblewick village, the first strange occurrence bloomed like a tea stain on linen. It began with the buttercups, or rather, beneath them. Young Tansy noticed it while gathering dewdrops for her grandmother's rheumatism tonic, her copper bucket catching liquid moonlight as she knelt. Every buttercup cup she lifted revealed not the expected golden glow beneath, for in Bramblewick, buttercups lit up when held under chins to test for butter-loving tendencies, but instead, words. Tiny, shimmering words etched in frost, melting as quickly as dream memories upon waking. "They said mind the cracks," Tansy reported to the village council that evening, her boots still muddy from Creekside Meadow. The council convened in their customary circle of squashy armchairs near the perpetually simmering samovar at Hetty's Tea Haven, the air thick with the scent of cardamom and confusion. "Cracks in what?" wondered Orlin, the clockmaker, polishing his monocle on his waistcoat. His pocket watch chain jingled a nervous rhythm. The cobblestones by the mill, the teacups at the diner, old man Burris's walnut cake. Before dawn could blush the sky peach, a second mystery unfurled. Fisher folk returning with nets full of singing trout found the river currents flowing backward, carrying autumn leaves upstream despite it being early spring. The water itself had turned the precise silvery green of Mrs. Linney's famous sage tincture, and when bottled it hummed like a drowsy bumblebee. It was timid librarian Wynne who connected the peculiarities over honey-laced porridge at the Commons Hall. The buttercup messages, they murmured, adjusting round spectacles, the backward river, and now this. They placed a trembling hand on a leather-bound bestiary where the illuminated letters depicting moon rabbits had begun migrating off the pages, leaving trails of iridescent ink across the tablecloth. The village might have remained bemused indefinitely had not a visitor arrived on the third day's lavender-scented dusk. Through the westward arch of mossy stones came a traveler swathed in patchwork, silks the color of storm clouds and wheat fields, leading a cart drawn by 6 very serious-looking hedgehogs. Her name, she declared while accepting a thimble-sized cup of Starroot tea, was Marna of the Wandering Hearth, and she specialized in the mending of small unravelings. "Your valley," Marna explained as villagers clustered round like ducklings, "sits within the pocket of a slumbering star whale. When such creatures dream deeply, their thoughts sometimes seep." She gestured to where 3 children were trying to catch sentence fragments floating from the bakery chimney like alphabet soup made of light. "We must trace the threads of these occurrences to their source before the dreams solidify." Tansy volunteered immediately, clutching her bucket of now-silent dewdrops. Joining her was Leo, the lamplighter's youngest, whose knack for untangling kite strings from oak branches made him invaluable. Together with Marna and her hedgehogs, who turned out to be splendid at sniffing out metaphysical knots, they followed clues woven into the village's suddenly animate tapestry. They discovered the first true thread, literal and glowing, caught in the old stone bridge's underside. It thrummed when touched, vibrating with the resonance of a plucked cello string. Leo, pressing his ear to it, gasped. "It's counting like a heartbeat keeping time with a mill wheel." Marna nodded, weaving the thread into a complex cat's cradle between her fingers. "The star whale dreams of order amidst chaos, but see here." She pointed to a frayed section where the glow dimmed. "Something interrupts the pattern." Their quest led them upswitch to the abandoned observatory, where star maps still glimmered faintly on the domed ceiling. There, amidst dust-laden telescopes and the faint smell of peppermint oil, excellent for polishing lenses, they found the source of disruption. A family of ink sprites had taken residence in the celestial charts. "We didn't mean to muddle things," piped the smallest sprite, its form shifting from comma to teardrop to crooked asterisk. "The star whale's dreams are just so warm, and the old inkwells here taste like constellations." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's remedy for ink stains, offered her copper bucket. "What if we give you something better to nest in?" She poured out the dewdrops, now sparkling with captured starlight. The sprites cooed, diving in like otters into a moonlit pond, their chaotic scribbles smoothing into harmonious patterns. Yet the mysteries weren't fully unraveled. Back in the village, the council reported new wonders. Every mirror in Bramblewick now reflected not the viewer's face, but glimpses of a vast, gentle eye veined with stardust. "The star whale's own gaze," Marna breathed, wonder softening her usually pragmatic tone. "It seeks connection, quick children, to the memory grove." In that sacred circle of ancient elms where villagers left trinkets to honor departed loved ones, they found the final thread. Not glowing but trembling, a silvery strand connecting the largest elm to the ground, where a hairline crack seeped liquid shadow. Leo noticed first, the roots, they're holding something. What they gently excavated, with help from the hedgehog's meticulous claws, was a time-smoothed box of singing cedar. Inside lay a mosaic of broken pottery shards, their edges worn soft as sea glass. When Marna fitted them together, they formed not a dish, but a map of Bramblewick's valley from an age when the star whale first settled beneath its soil. It's been waiting, Tansy realized, tracing the mosaic's central star shape. All these years, it just wanted someone to remember how they arrived here together. As the last shard clicked into place, the village exhaled. Rivers resumed their course with a contented gurgle, buttercups glowed properly beneath chins, and the mirrored eye blinked slowly before fading, leaving behind ordinary reflections rosy with relief. Marna departed at dawn, her hedgehogs laden with gifts of lavender shortbread and a tiny bottle of backward-flowing river water, for remembering, she winked. But her greatest gift remained in the observatory, now restored as a meeting place where ink sprites danced through refurbished star charts, and villagers often gathered to sing old ballads to the earth below. That winter, when the first snow fell in hexagonal whispers, every flake carried faint, glowing words, not warnings but invitations. And if you stroll through Bramblewick's memory grove at twilight, you might still see Tansy and Leo adding a new mosaic piece to the singing cedar box. A tiny hedgehog shape, crafted from teacup shards and starlight, ensuring no dreamer ever feels forgotten beneath the weight of the world. Story 3. The Whispering Locket and the Keeper of Lost Songs. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars and window lights blinked like earthbound fireflies, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart tuned to forgotten melodies. Each evening she perched on her oakwood bed frame, pressing her palms to the cold window pane, listening. The wind carried more than autumn's crispness here. It hummed with half-heard harmonies that made her ribs ache strangely, as if her bones remembered a song her mind could not. One twilight, while chasing a scrap of parchment blown from her music ledger, Leela stumbled into the hollow of a lightning-struck cedar. There, among feather moss and the faint glow of foxfire fungus, she found a locket shaped like a teardrop, its silver surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. As she clasped it round her neck, the forest exhaled, a chorus of shivering leaves and creaking boughs resolving into words. "Little listener," whispered the cedar, sap oozing like amber tears, "the symphony falters where the roots grow thin." Suddenly the world bloomed with layered melodies, the grumbling bass line of boulders settling deeper into the hillside, the staccato chatter of squirrels trading acorn gossip, the crystalline arpeggio of frost flowers forming on a nearby stream. But beneath this vibrant soundscape throbbed a dissonant note, a low, sickly wheeze emanating from the north. A prickling sensation climbed Leela's arm. Perched on a lichen-crusted rock sat a creature no taller than her boot, his quills glinting mercury-bright in the moonlight. "You hear it now, don't you?" he rasped, nose twitching. The rot marched creeping through the gloaming roots. "I'm Bramble, last hedgehog chorister of the Moonfall Concerto. We've been waiting 8 human generations for a keeper to reclaim the locket." Thus began their moon-dappled journey toward the singing caves, where the world's oldest harmonies slept in stone lungs. Bramble taught Leela to translate cricket-leg sonatas and interpret the meaning behind woodpecker rhythms. She learned to sip morning dew from spider silk strings stretched between ferns, each droplet bursting with the vibrant chord of whatever it had recently touched. Sun-warmed pine resin singing a honeyed G minor, melted snow off a chickadee's wing trilling an icy C-sharp. Their path soon wound through the weeping glade, where willow trees trailed hair-like branches over a bog choked with musical decay. Half submerged in the muck lay instruments of forgotten design, a lute with mushrooms sprouting from its sound hole, a dented horn cradling a nest of sleeping tree frogs. The air hung heavy with the ghosts of abandoned songs. This was once the grove of refrains, Bramble murmured, claws clicking against a cracked cymbal embedded in the path. Every melody ever hummed by mortal throats came here to retire, but when your village stopped singing lullabies to the soil and harvest hymns to the wind. A wet, gurgling groan cut him off. The bog erupted in a spray of peat and rotting wood as a creature emerged, a grotesque fusion of discarded instruments and swamp matter, its body a tuba bloated with methane bubbles, limbs made of snapped violin necks, eyes glowing with the sickly green of corroded cymbal edges. The rot march's discordant growl vibrated in Layla's teeth as it lurched toward them. "The Locket," Bramble cried. "Remember, it doesn't hold music, it holds attention." Leela's fingers flew to the pendant. As the monster swung a clarinet-bone claw, she focused on the faintest sound beneath its cacophony, a tiny, persistent rhythm. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Behind the clanging disharmony, the rot march had a heartbeat. No, not a heartbeat, a drumbeat. Somewhere in that amalgamation of decay was a once-cherished tambourine, its jingles rusted but still straining to keep time. "You're lonely," Lyra breathed, not realizing she'd spoken aloud. The monster hesitated, oozing sludge from its jointless limbs. She stepped forward, ignoring Bramble's warning hiss, and began humming the first thing that floated into her mind, her grandmother's yarn-spinning song, imperfectly remembered but warm as hearth embers. The rot march shuddered. A dented triangle fell from its chest with a clang. Layla knelt, despite the stench of decay, and struck it against a stone. The note hung pure and clear in the thick air. The creature moaned, part pain, part longing. One by one, Leela collected fallen components, a warped harmonica, a fiddle string still taut, and wove them into her lullaby. As the last note faded, the rot march collapsed into harmless mud. Gleaming in the muck lay a perfectly preserved tambourine, its silver discs chiming softly. Bramble approached it with uncharacteristic gentleness. The Ballad of First Frost, he identified. This was played at my great-great-grandhoglet's naming ceremony. His obsidian eyes met Leela's. "You didn't fight the darkness, you listened it back to light." The marshes shimmered. Where fetid water had stood, snowdrop flowers now unfurled white skirts, each bloom releasing a bright staccato note. Willow branches lifted from their melancholic droop, strumming airy melodies as their leaves brushed together. Bramble placed the tambourine gently in a cradle of new moss. "Leave it here. Some songling will find it when needed." Deeper they traveled, through the canyon of echoes where every footstep became a chorus, past the lake of liquid rests whose still waters slowed their heartbeats to a meditative adagio. Layla's senses expanded. She could taste the peppery crescendo of a sparrow's takeoff, feel the velvet diminuendo of dusk settling over hillocks. At the gates of the singing caves they faced their final trial, the labyrinth of vanishing refrains. Crystal walls shifted with each note they uttered, threatening to trap them in eternal canon. "We must harmonize," Bramble instructed, though his quills betrayed nervous tremors. "I'll take the root melody, the hymn of unfolding ferns. You find a counter-melody that complements but doesn't mimic." Leela closed her eyes, fingertips brushing the locket. Instead of music, she recalled the village sounds she'd hated before, the blacksmith's hammer clang, the baker's dough slaps, her father's off-key whistling. Woven together, they formed a rhythmic tapestry. She began to beat out this cadence on her thighs, while Bramble's reedy voice rose in ancient verses about fiddleheads uncurling toward spring sun. The crystal walls glowed amber, then transparent. Beyond lay the heart chamber, a cathedral-sized cavern glittering with musical runes that floated like phosphorescent plankton. At its center stood an enormous stalagmite and stalactite, nearly joined, their surfaces covered in finger holes. The world flute. But the chamber's song was wrong. Instead of the deep, thrumming resonance Bramble had described, the air buzzed with the flat drone of a broken reed. A jagged crack split the flute's midpoint, leaking oily smoke that smelled of burnt hair and sour milk. The wrought march was just a symptom, Bramble realized. This is the wound. As Leela approached, the crack pulsed in time to the locket against her chest. She understood suddenly, the world flute wasn't an instrument but an echo. Its song mirrored the combined music of every living thing. Humans had stopped adding their voices generations ago, creating a silence so loud it tore reality. "We need to fill the gap," she said. "But how?" Bramble examined the fracture. The last keeper tried to mend it with elven hymns. Before that, a dryad used wolf choruses, always temporary. His nose twitched. "You're different, you hear all the notes." Leela thought of her village's clattering looms and squeaking well pulleys, the snoring rhythms of her baby brother, even the irritating clang when someone dropped a pot, all part of life's grand score. Pressing her palms to the fracture, she let the locket amplify every mundane melody she'd ever collected. The response was immediate. The cave trembled as centuries of human noise rushed through her, the bang of storm shutters, the sizzle of onions hitting a hot pan, the syncopated clop of a three-legged goat, her mother's tearful laughter on a hard winter's night. The crack began to knit, but Leela faltered. There was too much sorrow mixed in, too many forgotten workers' chants and unwritten cradle songs. "Don't discard the dissonance," Bramble urged. "Even grief has rhythm." She let it all flow, the ugly and the beautiful, the joyous births and the messy quarrels, the fire that took the old mill and the new drums built from its ashes. The world flute absorbed every vibration, imperfection and all, until with a final resonant sea, the fracture sealed. New music erupted, wild and complex as life itself. The cavern walls dissolved into starlight. Leela found herself back at the village outskirts, dawn painting the sky peach and lavender. Bramble nestled in her scarf, snoring faintly in D-flat. Around them the forest thrummed with restored vitality, but the true change was subtler. As Leela returned home, she noticed the blacksmith adding flourish to his hammer strikes. The baker hummed while kneading dough. Her father's whistling, though still off-key, now carried a cheerful lilt. The locket's weight against her chest had lessened. Its magic was dispersing, seeds on the wind. That night, as fireflies blinked in time to distant tree frog croaks, Layla understood her role. Not a permanent keeper, but a bridge. She began compiling a new songbook, not with traditional ballads, but the village's unique symphony. The wrought march never returned, though sometimes, when the wind blew from the north, Leela would hear a faint tambourine jingle and smile. Bramble took up residence in her garden shed, composing a magnum opus that incorporated human sneezes and tea-kettle whistles. On Midsummer Eve, the village held its first celebration of found sounds, where children presented rhythms made by clattering spoons and rustling corn husks. The old cedar where Leela found the locket now sprouts sheet music instead of leaves, each breeze performing a new arrangement. And deep in the singing caves the world flute plays on, a little raucous, occasionally offbeat, but brimming with the messy, magnificent music of a world remembered how to listen. Story 4. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of dewdrops at dawn. Her days were spent tending her grandmother's garden, where sunflowers stood like golden sentinels and the air hummed with bees drunk on lavender nectar. But Leela's favorite place was the attic above the cottage, a dusty treasure cave filled with forgotten trinkets and old books whose pages smelled of cinnamon and secrets. One chilly evening, as amber leaves pirouetted outside the window, Leela discovered a teapot tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt. It was no ordinary teapot. Its porcelain surface shimmered like moonlight on water, adorned with carvings of vines that seemed to shift when touched, and a spout shaped like a crane's slender neck. When Leela brushed her thumb over a tiny star etched near the handle, the teapot hummed softly, as if waking from a long sleep. That night, as she brewed chamomile tea in her newfound treasure, something miraculous happened. Steam curled from the spout not in wisps, but in tiny, glowing figures that danced above the cup, a miniature parade of memories. There was her grandmother as a young girl planting tulip bulbs, a laughing stranger, who looked oddly like Leela, sailing a paper boat down the brook, and a badger in a waistcoat sipping tea beneath a mushroom. Leela gasped, nearly dropping her cup. The teapot, it seemed, could brew memories. But by morning the magic had faded. The teapot sat cold and silent, its carvings still. Determined to understand its secret, Leela tucked it into a basket lined with woolen cloth and set off toward the woods, where the oldest tales in the village began. Her journey led her to a hollowed oak tree, its gnarled doorway framed by ivy. Inside sat Bramble, a hedgehog with spectacles perched on his snout and a cloak of dried ferns. He was the village's memory keeper, though few knew he existed. "Ah," Bramble said, adjusting his spectacles as Leela showed him the teapot. "The starlight spout, it hasn't stirred in a century. Its magic feeds on shared memories, ones that bind hearts, not just solitary recollections." He tapped the teapot's rim thoughtfully. "To rekindle it, you must brew a tea blended with three things: a joy remembered together, a sorrow healed together, and a hope kindled together. But take care, the path to such memories is guarded by the weeping willow, who mourns what she's forgotten." Guided by Bramble's directions, Leela ventured deeper into the forest, where trees arched like cathedral ribs and the ground softened to moss. Soon she heard a sound like a lullaby sung backward, a low, shivering melody that made her heart ache. There, in a clearing veiled by silver fog, stood the weeping willow. Her branches drooped like sorrowful arms, leaves trembling with teardrops that glinted like crushed pearls. "Great willow," Leela called gently, "I seek memories to heal your grief and rekindle the starlight spout." The tree's leaves stilled. From the mist emerged a figure, a girl made of dappled shadows and willow bark, with eyes like hollow moons. "Memories are pain," the willow's voice rustled. "Mine were washed away by the river long ago. What use are they now?" Leela knelt, setting the teapot on a flat stone. "Some memories are bridges," she said. "May I brew you tea?" With water from the brook and a handful of the willow's own leaves, she prepared a pale green infusion. The steam swirled into a scene, the willow as a sapling, her roots nursed by a fox who sheltered in her shade during storms. Years later, the same fox, now gray-muzzled, resting forever beneath her branches as autumn leaves fell like a golden shroud. "She loved you," Leela whispered. "You were her sanctuary." The willow's tears turned from silver to clear, sparkling like spring rain. I had forgotten how to mourn," she sighed. A single bud unfurled on her lowest branch, a luminous white flower that fell into Leela's palm. "This is the sorrow healed together," the willow said. Returning to Bramble's oak, Leela found him sipping acorn coffee with a surprising guest, Granny Marin, the village's oldest baker, whose hands were dusted with flour and whose smile could soften the crustiest loaf. "Heard you've been stirring up old magic," Granny chuckled. She dropped a honey cake into Leela's basket. For the road, joys best remembered on a full stomach. The joy, they discovered, lived in the village square at noon. Leela placed the teapot on the old stone well, and as families gathered, children chasing hoops, elders sharing apricot jam tarts, she poured tea infused with Granny's honey cakes. The steam swelled into a glowing tapestry, villagers dancing at the midsummer festival, a blacksmith teaching his daughter to forge a horseshoe, friends mending a quilt after a storm. Laughter bubbled into the air, and the teapot's crane-shaped spout glowed like a lantern. A petal from the willow's flower floated into the steam, crystallizing into a golden token, the joy remembered together. Now came the hardest ingredient, a hope kindled together. Bramble led Leela to the edge of the Starfall cliffs, where the sky kissed the earth. Here, he said, the northern lights weave dreams into the clouds, but hope isn't a star, it's the hands that catch stardust and shape it into something new. As the aurora blazed overhead, Leela brewed a final tea with water from the cliff's sacred spring. The steam rose blank, then shifted into a vision not of the past but the future, the village square alive with a new tradition, storytelling nights where the teapot's magic let them share memories under the stars. The villagers, once strangers to one another's burdens, now bound by visible threads of shared joy and comfort. Yet the image flickered, incomplete. "It needs their voices, not just yours," Bramble murmured. So Leela did something brave. She carried the teapot to the square and shared her tale, of the willow's grief, Bramble's wisdom, Granny's kindness. Then she invited others to add their hopes to the brew. A shy shepherd dropped in a sprig of thyme for courage, a woodcarver added a curl of birch bark for creativity, children tossed in dandelion fluff for adventures. As the tea steeped, the steam blossomed into a radiant, ever-changing constellation, the collective dream of a community. The teapot's magic flared to life, brighter than ever, its carvings swirling with starlight. That night, as the village feasted under a tapestry of stars, Layla understood the true secret. Magic grew not in solitude, but in the spaces between hearts. The teapot's power had always depended on connection, the braided threads of individual stories into something greater. Years later, travelers would come to marvel at the village, where memories danced in teacups and neighbors knew each other's joys. Leela, now a storyteller with silver in her hair, would smile and say, "The real magic was here all along. We just needed to brew it together." And as the fire crackled and children leaned in, wide-eyed, the teapot would hum its warm, familiar song, spinning steam into starlight, one shared memory at a time. Story 5. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like pencil sketches on parchment, there lived a girl named Leela, whose hands always carried the earthy scent of turned soil. Each evening she'd kneel by her window, watching the forest beyond her garden shiver with secrets. The grown-ups spoke of the woods in whispers, of paths that rearranged themselves and shadows that hummed, but Leela's grandmother had once told her, "Some mysteries aren't meant to stay hidden," with a twinkle that lit up her wrinkles like constellations. One crisp autumn night, when the moon hung low and heavy as a silver coin, Leela discovered a peculiar key half buried in the roots of her favorite oak. It was no ordinary key. Its bow curled into the shape of a sleeping fox, and when she brushed away the dirt, the metal shimmered with veins of amber light. As she turned it over, a warm pulse traveled up her arm, and the forest sighed, its trees parting to reveal a narrow path veiled in mist. The air hummed with the scent of pine resin and something sweeter, wild strawberries perhaps, or the perfume of unseen flowers. Leela followed, her boots crunching frost-kissed leaves, until the mist cleared to reveal a valley cradled between two sloping hills. Here the laws of twilight seemed rewritten. Willows dripped liquid moonlight from their branches, bioluminescent moths traced glowing patterns in the air, and a brook chuckled over stones that chimed like glass when touched by the water. At the valley's heart stood a cottage with walls of woven birch branches and a roof blanketed in living moss. On its doorstep sat a basket containing 3 items, a jar of honey that swirled with edible starlight, a cloak made of owl feathers that shifted colors with the wearer's mood, and a small brass compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward what needs mending. "Ah," came a voice like wind through reeds. "You found the keeper's key." Layla spun to see a badger standing upright in a waistcoat of velvety moss. His spectacles gleamed in the half-light, and his paws, stained with ink and clay, clasped a walking stick carved with runes. "I'm Thistle," he said, bowing. Groundskeeper of the Twilight Vale, we've been waiting for someone with your particular talent. Talent? Leela blinked. Thistle gestured to the key in her hand, now glowing in rhythm with her heartbeat. The key chooses those who listen to more than words. Come, the veil needs your ears. Over steaming cups of lavender chamomile tea that refilled themselves when emptied, Thistle explained. The veil was a crossroads for fractured magic, a place where wounded spells came to heal. But lately the balance had faltered. Rivers flowed backward, shadows peeled away from their objects to wander independently, and the northern quadrant of the sky had developed a habit of raining tiny frogs. The compass, Thistle said, would guide Lila to the source of the disruption. But why me? She asked, tracing the compass's engravings of ivy and owl eyes. The badger adjusted his spectacles. Because you notice the key, most don't. They see only a rusty scrap of metal, not a story waiting to unfold. So began Leela's apprenticeship. Mornings were spent learning the grammar of whispers, how to interpret the dialect of creaking branches, the cadence of spiderwebs trembling in breeze. Afternoons involved tending the Vale's peculiar residents, a family of hedgehogs who knitted thunderstorms into scarves, a melancholic rain cloud that needed coaxing to shower its tears, and a stone circle that sang lullabies in a language of tectonic shifts. But the compass led her daily to the Vale's eastern edge, where an ancient cedar stood split down the middle, its hollow crackling with unstable energy. Each visit Leela deposited offerings, acorn caps filled with dewdrop, verses of gratitude whispered into lichen, but the tree's anguish only deepened. It's missing a memory, observed Fern, a red fox with a tail like flames who became Leela's first friend in the Vale. Fern spoke rarely, preferring to communicate through the tilt of her ears or the flick of her brush, but her insights cut to the heart of things. Old trees hoard stories in their rings. This one's been robbed. The solution arrived in the form of Wren, a boy who appeared one evening as Leela mended a tear in the sunset's fabric, a task involving golden thread and cooperation with disgruntled fireflies. He stood knee-deep in the brook, retrieving escaped notes from a wind-chime's song, his hands swift and sure. Where Thistle's wisdom was botanical and Fern's intuitive, Wren's magic was musical. He could hear the dissonance in a misaligned constellation, pluck the exact chord to persuade a landslide to reconsider its trajectory. The cedar song has 2 missing beats, he said, pressing his ear to the tree's fissured bark. Here, can you feel it, like a skipped heartbeat? Leela placed her palm against the wood. The vibration was unmistakable, a stutter in the tree's life pulse. How do we fix a broken rhythm? Wren grinned, tapping the compass at her belt. By following the silence. Their quest took them underground, through a labyrinth of roots that thrummed with mycelial choirs. Glowing fungi lit their way, casting jade shadows on walls dense with the fossils of long-extinct magical creatures. In the deepest chamber they found a vault sealed with a lock shaped like an oak leaf, a perfect match for Leila's key. Inside rested a spherical bottle containing a swirling tempest of ember-colored light. When Leela unstoppered it, the storm escaped into the air, resolving into the figure of a woman formed from autumn leaves and twilight. Her voice rustled with the crispness of fallen foliage. I am the cedar's echo, she said. The memory stolen when loggers took my physical form a century past. Without me, the tree cannot reconcile its past with its present. Leela understood then the cedar wasn't just injured, it was trapped between timelines, reliving its own destruction. To heal it, they'd need to weave the echo back into its story, without reopening the wound of loss. The ritual required 4 elements: Fern's intuition to navigate the tree's subconscious, Wren's music to harmonize fractured timelines, Thistle's knowledge of arboreal anatomy, and Leela's ability to anchor them all in the present moment. As they worked, hands linked, voices braiding incantations, the veil itself held its breath. When the last syllable faded, the cedars' halves knitted together with a sound like 100 pages turning in unison. New branches sprouted, heavy with leaves that rustled in a language even Leela couldn't translate, and yet she felt its meaning in her marrow, gratitude tempered by the quiet melancholy of survival. Weeks melted into months. Layla grew fluent in the Vale's layered silences, learned to distinguish between the chuckle of a contented stream and the forced merriment of one hiding pain. She mediated disputes between east and west winds, convinced a mountain to stop sulking and resume its tectonic drift, and helped a newborn aurora find its color palette. Yet the compass's needle grew restless. On the first day of winter, it spun wildly before pointing back toward the human world. "The Vale's balance is restored," Thistle said, polishing his spectacles to hide the mist in his eyes. "But your own world has whispers needing attention." Fern nuzzled Leela's hand, depositing a single glowing whisker, a keepsake that would always lead her back. Wren pressed a flute carved from cedarwood into her palm. "For listening," he said. The return journey felt shorter, the forest rearranging itself to deliver her home by dawn. In her garden, the key dissolved into dandelion fluff carried away on a southerly breeze. Yet the cloak remained, its feathers now a contented periwinkle, and the compass, though dormant, still hummed when she passed someone whose laughter didn't reach their eyes. Years later, villagers would speak of the gentle herbalist who could cure not just ailments but sorrows, whose presence made burdens feel lighter. Children left honey cakes on her windowsill, hoping for stories of a magic valley where shadows danced and kindness was the strongest spell of all. And on nights when the moon wore its silver coin face, Leela would sit by her hearth, Fern's whisker glowing on the mantel, and whisper to the crackling logs, "The greatest magic isn't in fixing what's broken, but in hearing the fracture before it splits." The fire would sigh in agreement, its sparks riding temporary constellations only the wise could read. Story 6. The Candlewick Chronicles, a tale of threads and starlight. In the quiet village of Hemlock Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a shy tailor's apprentice named Cora. Her hands, though clever with needle and thread, often trembled when speaking to strangers, and her heart beat in time with the slow, steady rhythm of her small world. But one frost-kissed evening, as she mended a moth-eaten coat from the shop's forgotten bin, Cora discovered a peculiar thimble hidden in the lining, a tiny silver thing etched with constellations that glimmered like captive starlight. The moment she slipped it onto her finger, the room changed. Buttons on the wall began chattering like sparrows, recounting decades of conversations they'd overheard. A bolt of indigo velvet hummed a lullaby it had learned while wrapped around a new mother's shoulders. And the ancient oak measuring tape coiled on the workbench stirred awake, its numbers blooming into golden daisies that traced the length of whatever it touched. Cora gasped, nearly upsetting a tower of pincushions, which grumbled in unison like disgruntled hedgehogs. "Well now," clucked the measuring tape, its voice as creaky as floorboards. "Seems you've found the stitcher's eye. Been missing since old Master Wren vanished into the Whispering Woods, 60 winters past." It arched itself into a question mark. Best talk to the Candlewick. And so Cora's journey began, not with a map, but with a single question whispered to the right listener. The Candlewick, she learned, wasn't a person but a place, a lone street lamp at the crossroads where the village met the wild meadows, its flame never extinguished. Under its buttery glow she met her first companion, a barn owl named Pippin, whose feathers held the scent of aged paper and whose left wing bore a patchwork repair from some long-ago adventure. "The thimble chooses who can hear the world's hidden stories," Pippin explained, turning his head nearly upside down to examine the silver relic. But Master Wren didn't disappear, he unraveled, got tangled in a sorrow too heavy for any thread to mend. The owl blinked slowly, moonlight caught in his amber eyes. To help him, you'll need three things: a needle dipped in dawn dew, a spool spun from shadow, and... He hesitated, talons clicking against the lamp's iron post. Well, the third thing's a riddle even stars argue about. Thus began their pilgrimage through landscapes that blurred the line between dream and daylight. In the lavender wastes, where the air hung heavy with perfume, they rescued a pocket watch named Talk, who insisted he was absolutely not lost, just temporarily misdirected, from a mischievous breeze that kept stealing his hour hand. In return, Talk gifted Cora his chime, a droplet of captured midnight, which she threaded onto her necklace of twine. They climbed the staircase hills, each step a different color of twilight, where a river trout with spectacles, a philosopher named Gilliam, taught Cora how to darn holes in the fabric of memories. Most tears aren't meant to be hidden, he bubbled sagely. Just reshaped so the light pours through prettier. Yet the true test came in the gloaming market, a floating bazaar that only appeared if you'd lost something dear. Cora's chest tightened as she approached the vendor with a cart of jars, each containing a flickering wisp of laughter, a curl of forgotten promises, a pressed sigh from a first farewell. There, between the jar of half-remembered lullabies and the vial of summers that ended too soon, hung her greatest temptation, a shimmering thread labeled confidence. Yours for a trade, crooned the vendor, a raccoon in a waistcoat woven from spider silk. That thimble's got stories I'd dearly love to hear. Cora's hand hovered. How easy it would be to snip away her trembling voice, her too quick blushes. But then she noticed the vendor's empty eyes, like two wells drained of water, and remembered Talk's earlier whisper, nothing's really lost here, just repurposed. No, she said, voice quivering but clear. I'll keep my own threads, thank you. As she stepped back, the confidence thread dissolved into a shower of fireflies, and the thimble warmed against her skin, approving. At last, in a clearing where trees wore bark like quilted tapestries, they found Master Wren, or what remained of him. The old tailor had become a living knot of golden threads, looping endlessly around an empty space where his heart should be. His creation, Cora realized with a pang, a prison of his own making, stitching tighter each time grief tugged the needle. He's trapped in the moment he lost her, Pippin murmured, recalling the master's long-dead wife. Threads can mend cloth, but they can't mend years. Cora knelt, thimble glowing like a captured star. She thought of Gilliam's mending lessons, of Talk's insistence that not all gaps need filling, and began to work, not to unravel, but to repattern. With each careful stitch, she let the threads breathe, creating spaces where sunlight could dance through the knots. When she pricked her finger on the needle, the one dipped in dawn dew, collected as the owls sang the night to bed, a single drop of blood fell, and where it landed, wild strawberries unfurled, sweet and red as a promise kept. Master Wren's eyes fluttered open, no longer gold but warm hazel. You've made a window where I'd built a wall, he rasped, marveling at the dappled light now playing across his hands. The journey home was quieter, softer at the edges. Pippin rode on Cora's shoulder, preening his patchwork wing. Talk ticked contentedly in her pocket, no longer chasing lost time. And the thimble, still silver, still star-etched, rested easy, its magic now a quiet hum rather than a shout. Back in Hemlock Hollow, Cora hung the Candlewick's gift above her workbench, the spools spun from shadow, which now glimmered with constellations only visible to those who'd learned to listen. Villagers soon spoke of the little shop where coats arrived with pockets full of lemon verbena seeds, where scarves carried whispers of courage in their embroidery, and where a once-timid girl could mend not just fabric, but the spaces between hearts. And if sometimes, late at night, you pressed your ear to the shop's oaken door, you might hear it, the gentle clink of a thimble against a teacup, and the sound of old friends laughing in the language of starlight and second chances. Story 7. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonbeams threaded through cedar boughs like silver embroidery, there existed a glade known only to those who understood the language of rustling leaves. Here lived a vixen named Sorrel, her russet coat dappled with autumn's last kisses, and her two kits Thistle and Bramble. Their den nestled between the roots of an elder oak, its bark etched with runes only the eldest creatures could decipher. One brittle winter morning, when frost painted every spiderweb into lace, Sorrel noticed the forest's breath had grown shallow. Icicles hung too long from pine needles. The creek's song dwindled to a murmur, its waters sluggish as chilled honey. Even the stardust moss, a velvet carpet that usually glowed softly in twilight, had dimmed to a sickly gray. "The balance falters," murmured Elder Rowan, a badger whose stripes held more stories than a library of birch scrolls. "The season threads are unraveling." Thistle, whose curiosity outpaced his caution, nosed a frozen blueberry. "What are season threads?" "Lifelines woven by the weavers of the glen," said Sorrel, her breath forming shapes in the air, a spiraling maple seed, a fluttering moth. "Each thread holds a season's essence, but the loom hasn't been tended since the last full alignment of moon and meadow." Her voice trailed off as snow began falling upward, defying gravity to gather in trembling clouds beneath the stars. The kits exchanged glances. They'd heard tales of the loom, a living tapestry spun from dawnlight, dewdrops, and the dreams of hibernating bears. To mend the balance, someone would need to cross the shivering marsh and reach the glen of whispers before the solstice. But the marsh was guarded by the willow sentinel, an ancient tree whose roots drank memories instead of water. Bramble, quieter but keen-eyed, noticed pawprints edged in frost leading toward the marsh. "The otters went that way yesterday," she said. "Their tracks, they're fading halfway." A chill unrelated to winter crept through Sorrel. Gathering cobweb-woven courage, she nudged her kits toward Elder Rowan's set. "Stay with the elder," she said. "I must find the weavers." But Thistle pressed his cold nose to her paw. "We can't help, we know the secret paths, the ones the fireflies showed us." Reluctantly, Sorrel agreed. Together they ventured into the marsh where mist clung like phantom sheep. The air tasted of iron and elderflower, every step releasing whispers from long-gone creatures. Thistle led them along a path of luminous mushrooms, their caps pulsing gently, a trail left by glowworms for those who asked politely. At the marsh's heart loomed the willow sentinel. Its branches swayed without wind, leaves chiming like broken glass. "To pass," it creaked, "you must surrender a memory." Sorrel offered her memory of summer rain, the scent of petrichor rising from sun-warmed stones. The willow's roots writhed, drinking it greedily. "Not enough," it groaned. Bramble stepped forward. "Take my memory of climbing the honeybeam tree," she said. The willow shuddered, bark splitting to form an archway. Yet the path beyond remained barred. Thistle closed his eyes. Take the day I first heard the stream laugh." A tear froze on his whisker as the memory vanished. The willow stilled. Then, with a sigh that scattered ice crystals, it bent its trunk into a bridge spanning the marsh. In the glen of whispers, the loom stood in ruin. Its threads, crimson autumns and jade springs, lay snarled like a plover's nest after a storm. The weavers, three owl sisters with feathers the color of twilight, perched exhausted nearby. "The threads resist us," hooted the eldest. "They need new hands or paws." Working as dawn painted the sky peach and periwinkle, Sorrel's family helped untangle the chaos. Bramble's delicate claws separated threads of cherry blossoms from brambles. Thistle spun wisps of midsummer firefly light into cohesion. Sorrel, recalling an old badger lullaby, hummed a melody that made the threads pliant as willow reeds. When the last knot smoothed, the loom shimmered. Spring unfurled across the glen, not violently, but as ink blooms in water. Snowdrops pushed through frost. the creek's voice returned, gossiping with pebbles. And there, woven into the tapestry's edge, were new threads, silvery traces of the kit's sacrificed memories, glowing with quiet resilience. The journey home was lighter. The Willow Sentinel returned their memories, not intact but transformed. Where Bramble's lost climb had been, she now felt the honeybeam's gratitude for her courage. Thistle's stolen moment had become the stream's lullaby to young otters. By the time frost relinquished its grip, the whispering woods thrived in deepened harmony. Elder Rowan taught kits to read the oak's runes again. Otters slid down thawed banks, their laughter imprinting on mud like fleeting poems. And when the next solstice approached, it wasn't just owls at the loom. A red fox and her grown kits wove threads alongside them, their paws remembering what their minds had released. Years later, under that same elder oak, Thistle told his own kits of the winter that forgot to end. Balance isn't stillness, he murmured, as fireflies blinked in agreement. It's the art of giving and receiving, like roots sharing sustenance beneath unseen paths. Outside their den, the stardust moss glowed warmly, its light catching the silver threads forever woven into the forest's heart and theirs. Story 8. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tier hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tier. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leela hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tier into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to live." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Leela knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Story 9. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose branches cradled the stars, there existed a glade where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. Here the moss remembered every footfall, and the wind carried whispers from the time when mountains were mere pebbles. It was in this place that a young fox kit with fur the color of autumn's last ember discovered the world was far stranger and kinder than she'd ever dreamed. One crisp morning, as frost painted lace upon spiderwebs, the kit noticed something amiss in Willowshade Hollow. The Spring of Whispers, a pool where water spoke in bubbles and reflected dreams, had frozen solid, though it was midsummer. Ferns drooped like weary dancers, their fronds edged in gold, and the air hung heavy with the scent of decaying petals. The oldest trees murmured in low, creaking tones, their roots shivering beneath the soil. The kit's grandmother, a vixen with eyes like polished amber, nuzzled her worried face. "The balance knot has frayed," she explained, her voice a rasp of dry leaves. "Long ago the first ones wove magic into the forest's heartbeat, one thread for each season. But when creatures forget to listen, the threads tangle." She pointed a paw toward the northern hills, where storm clouds brewed in jagged purple spirals. "The guardians of the knot sleep in the heartroot tree. They must be awakened before the equinox, or winter will never loosen its grip." And so the kit embarked on a journey, her paws crunching through brittle ferns. She followed the songbrook, a stream that hummed lullabies as it wound through groves of birch. By twilight she reached the meadow of lost hours, where fireflies blinked in cryptic patterns. There she met a badger cub nursing a thorn-pricked paw. "The storms shook bees from their hives," he whimpered, pointing to a hollow log swarming with frantic insects. "No honey, no blossoms, everything's wrong." Remembering her grandmother's lesson, kindness oils stiff hinges, the kit gathered sticky pine resin and smoothed it over the cub's wound. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with midnight blue pollen. "Sprinkle this where shadows cling too tight," he said. When she did, the pollen erupted into bioluminescent moths, lighting her path through a ravine choked with gloom. Deeper in the forest, she encountered an elderly otter stranded on a rock mid-river, the current snarling like wolves. His whiskers drooped as he clutched a cracked river stone. "The water's gone sour," he croaked. "Can't hear the salmon runs anymore, just silence." The kit spied a half-submerged log and nudged it toward him with her nose. As the otter paddled to safety, he pressed the stone into her paws. "Rub it smooth again," he urged, "and the river will remember its music." Days blurred into nights thick with the scent of petrichor and damp earth. The kit met owls who'd forgotten their migration paths, hedgehogs trapped in bramble labyrinths, and a sorrowful mole who'd tunneled too close to a buried lightning strike. To each she offered what she could, a shared meal of tart juniper berries, a song imitating the wren's dawn chorus, a gentle nudge towards softer soil. And from each she received fragments of wisdom, a twisted root that hummed when held to the ear, a feather that glowed in moonlight, a pebble etched with runes of dew. When the heartroot tree finally loomed before her, a colossal oak with bark like dragon scales, the kit's legs trembled. Its roots formed arches leading to a chamber pulsing with verdant light. Inside hovered three spectral figures, a stag made of dappled sunlight, a heron woven from mist, and a bear sculpted from living stone. Their voices intertwined like vines. "Prove you understand the balance," they intoned. "Mend what was broken." The kit laid her collected treasures before them. The humming root quieted the stag's restless hooves. The moth light revealed hidden fractures in the heron's misty wings. The river stone, now polished to a mirror, showed the bear its own weathered strength. As the guardian stirred, the chamber filled with the scent of thawing soil and apple blossoms. "The balance is not perfection," rumbled the bear. "It is the act of tending again and again." Together they journeyed to the Spring of Whispers. The stag melted the ice with his antlers' golden warmth. The heron dipped her beak into the water, releasing a melody that woke dormant roots. The bear pressed his paws into the earth, and the ground sighed as tension unraveled. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle weeping of clouds relieved of burden. By the time the kit returned home, the forest breathed anew. Mushrooms unfurled velvet caps in celebration. The songbrook giggled over stones, carrying cherry petals on its back. Her grandmother greeted her with a cache of blackberries, their juice staining the snow, now retreating to shaded crevices, the color of summer wine. "You've learned," the elder vixen said, "that magic isn't a spell, but 1,000 small stitches." That night, as the kit curled in their den, she listened to the symphony of the restored forest, the shush-shush of wind through pines, the distant plink of water droplets falling from icicles, the contented rumble of badgers in their set. Somewhere an owl hooted the all clear, and the balance knot hummed softly, its threads realigned but never static. For in the end, harmony wasn't a destination, but a path walked by countless paws willing to pause, to mend, and to share the weight of living. And as the stars wheeled above the glade, the kit dreamed not of endings, but of a world where every creature, great or small, furred or rooted, held a thread in the everlasting weave. Story 10. On the crystalline plains of the third moon orbiting Zenaria Prime, where the auroras shimmered like liquid rainbows in perpetual twilight, two figures moved through the jagged terrain. One left faint glowing footprints in the mineral-rich soil, the other's fur rippled with bioluminescent patterns that shifted with every emotion. They didn't know it yet, but their crashed escape pods, one sleek and geometric, the other resembling a woven seed pod, had deposited them precisely 1.2 kilometers apart in this valley of singing stones. Kale 7's prismatic facets dimmed to a worried amber as he adjusted his resonance scanner. The device hummed a discordant note, its normally harmonious frequencies scrambled by the moon's magnetic fields. His hexagonal pupils contracted as he calculated survival probabilities. Atmosphere breathable but ionized, water sources likely subterranean, native flora. The scanner flickered, showing conflicting data about the swaying fern-like plants emitting soft chimes. His people valued certainty above all, and this place thrummed with chaotic beauty. Meanwhile, Lyra pressed all four palms against the warm soil, her ear tufts trembling. The ground songs here felt different from the deep, rumbling melodies of her forested homeworld. These harmonies skittered and popped like stardust on a griddle. Her belly fur darkened to a concerned indigo as she examined her broken navigation sphere, its light diamonds scattered across the violet grass. "Great fluttering seed pods," she muttered in her trilling language, "how will the elders find me now?" Their first meeting occurred at the Glassroot River, where liquid mercury flowed between banks of fused quartz. Kale 7 was analyzing water composition when Lyra's shadow fell across his readings. Both froze. "You glow," Lyra blurted, her fur flashing embarrassment pink. She'd meant to say "you're hurt" in the universal trade tongue, but her translator fungus was still regrowing after the crash. Kale 7's dorsal crystals bristled defensively. Illumination is a controlled function, not an aesthetic choice. He'd misheard glow as glow, unaware her people considered bioluminescence deeply private. "Your fluffiness appears impractical." Lyra's ear tufts flattened. On her world, commenting on someone's fur patterns was courtship behavior. She scuttled backward into a cluster of bell-shaped flowers that erupted in protective pollen clouds. Kale 7's respiratory filters engaged with an offended beep. "Organic life forms are unsanitary," he coughed, crystals pulsing scarlet. "Tin-hearted rockwalker." Lyra sneezed golden sparkles. They retreated to opposite sides of the valley. By the second sunrise, a silver pulse from Zenaria Prime's rings, necessity forced cooperation. Kale 7 discovered his solar recharge cells couldn't process the moon's refracted light. Lyra found her food spores grew metallic and bitter in the alien soil. When the ground quaked, revealing caverns of glowing blue lichen, both reached the same conclusion simultaneously. "Shelter required," Kale 7 announced to the air, scanning thermal signatures. "Earth Song warns of sky fire," Lyra murmured, watching birds with crystalline feathers flee north. They met at the cavern mouth, eyeing each other warily. Your resonance tools detect structural integrity. Lyra tried, carefully plucking a translation spore from her emergency pouch. Kale 7 tilted his head, facets shifting to analytical blue. You possess geological intuition. The first cave-in struck as they debated entry. Kale 7's quick force field protected them from falling quartz, but the effort drained his power cells to 23%. Lyra's fur blazed alarm crimson as she dragged his flickering form deeper into the tunnels, guided by her ear tuft's vibration sense. Foolish sacrifice, Kale 7 buzzed weakly, observing cracks in his forearm crystals. Efficiency dictated self-preservation. Lyra placed a paw over his core light, her touch drawing power from the cavern's natural energy currents. My people say, a single root can't weather the storm. Her fungus translator rendered it as alone breaks, together bends. Kale 7's system stabilized. You're bending, it has merit. Over the following days, their differences became tools. Lyra's understanding of organic systems helped distill drinkable water from the mercury streams using symbiotic bacteria. Kale 7's structural analysis located edible mineral formations that didn't poison Lyra's biology. They developed a rhythm. Kale 7's precise measurements complemented Lyra's intuitive leaps, while her humor softened his rigid logic. Watch this. Lyra giggled one evening, bouncing a sonar stone off a harmonic wall. The resulting vibration caused stalactites to chime a perfect fifth. Fascinating, Kale 7 admitted. The interval matches my people's sunrise anthem. Without thinking, he hummed a counterpoint melody through his resonance chambers. The cave erupted in light. Hidden crystals embedded in the walls awakened, projecting star maps across the cavern. Both gasped Lyra at the beauty, Kale 7 at the mathematical precision. Our navigation data, he realized, crystals shimmering gold. These patterns match the cosmic currents between our homeworlds. Lyra's tail swirled excited patterns. The Earth song, it's been singing coordinates. Their hands met crystalline and furry against the star map. For the first time, Kale 7 didn't flinch at organic warmth. The final test came when xenon storms sealed the caves. Kale 7's power cells dipped below 10%, while Lyra's food stores ran low. They huddled beneath a resonance shield, their combined body heat, mechanical and organic, barely maintaining safe temperatures. Probability of rescue, 4.7%, Kale 7 stated, but his core light pulsed a comforting rhythm against Lyra's back. She nuzzled her forehead to his less faceted shoulder joint. My elders say stories outlive storms. Tell me yours. Haltingly, Kale 7 described his crystalline citadel, how his people communed through harmonic mathematics, how they'd misunderstood her Federation's alliance offer as aggression. Lyra wept shimmering tears, learning her world's invasion of Kale 7's planet had been an attempt to share medicinal lichens. We thought you were silencing our songs, she sniffled. We believed you were attacking our resonance grids, he murmured. How inefficient. Their laughter echoed through the caves, warmer than any shield. Rescue came at dawn's silver peak. Lyra's elders arrived in woven bioships just as Kale 7's repaired drones breached the storm. The old one stared fur patterns cycling through disbelief as the two friends stood hand in hand, having programmed the cave crystals to broadcast peace accords in both harmonic mathematics and bioluminescent poetry. You'll visit? Lyra asked, pressing a seed pod into Kale 7's newly repaired hand. It bloomed cobalt petals in his palm. Affirmative. He placed a shard of his core crystal around her neck. It will remember your songs. As their ships ascended through the auroras, Kale 7 played the cave's star melody through his comms. Lyra answered with a trilling lullaby. Across the light years, their friendship became a bridge not of polished diplomacy, but of shared laughter in dark caves, of scars healed by alien hands, of the quiet truth that understanding grows best when watered by kindness. And in the crystalline citadels and bioluminescent forests, two peoples began learning the same lesson, that against the vast cosmic night, even the smallest act of trust shines brighter than any star. Story 11. Beneath a quilt of twilight stars, where the ancient pines whispered secrets older than time, there existed a glade known only to those who listened with more than their ears. Here the air hummed with the velvet thrum of fireflies, and the earth breathed in rhythms that set the roots to swaying. It was in this place, cradled by moss-cushioned stones and a brook that sang in silver syllables, that a young hedgehog named Thistle first noticed the frost lingering too long on the spring buds. The problem had begun quietly, as troubles often do in the unseen grove. Maple leaves meant to blush crimson in autumn remained stubbornly green until snow cloaked them mid-sentence. Brook trout flickering upstream to spawn found their pools frozen like paused breath. Thistle, whose quills held dewdrops like scattered diamonds each dawn, felt the wrongness in her bones, a chill that no amount of curled-up naps in sunbeams could warm away. Her journey began at the foot of the elder tree, its bark etched with glyphs only the rain could read. Within its hollow lived elderwood, an owl whose feathers held the soft gray of twilight compromise. "Seasons are a conversation," he hooted, preening a moth-wing fragment from his breast. "But the wind carries a quarrel now, winter's voice overstaying its welcome, spring's song trapped beneath the ice. You must seek the weavers." Thistle knew the tales, three sisters as old as the forest's first sapling, who spun moonlight into snowflakes and stitched rainbows into morning mist. Few had seen them, save for the badger who'd stumbled upon their loom while digging for artichokes, and the kingfisher who'd glimpsed their shuttle darting like a minnow through the falls. Following Elderwood's advice, she packed a walnut shell with clover honey and set off, her paws crunching through frost-embroidered ferns. The forest unveiled its hidden selves as she traveled. A family of voles offered her shelter in their burrow woven from dandelion fluff, their voices overlapping like creek over pebbles. "Mind the ice wraiths near the willowmere, they'll nip your nose into an icicle." She passed trees wearing frost beards that tinkled like wind chimes, and clearings where snow hares danced patterns that melted into steam at dawn. At the edge of the singing marsh she met Bramble, a water vole whose laugh bubbled like brook over stone. Together they navigated reed forests where cattail down stuck to their fur like misplaced clouds, and fireflies strung bioluminescent bridges across ink-dark water. When the mist thickened into a curtain of pearl, they found the weaver's cottage, a spiral of birch bark and spider silk, glowing like a captured moonbeam. The sisters were neither young nor old, their hair braided with living ivy and their fingers flickering as they worked. Their loom stretched into the horizon, threads humming with the vibration of migrating geese, the sigh of sap rising, the crackle of autumn's first leaf surrendering to gravity. "Ah," sighed the eldest weaver, her voice the whisper of roots drinking. "The frost thread has snarled." She pointed to a taut silver filament quivering in the loom, its surface blooming with hoarfrost flowers. Winter's spindle spun too greedily. The balance wants mending. The solution, as solutions often are in the unseen grove, required equal parts courage and quietness. Thistle and Bramble gathered the last autumn acorn from a squirrel's forgotten stash, its cap still cradling a bead of October rain. They collected a sprig of holly berries that had resisted the cold through sheer stubbornness, and a feather shed by the first robin to misplace its migration path. At moonrise the weavers wove these into the loom, their shuttles clicking like crickets charting the stars. But threads alone couldn't heal the rift. As the loom shuddered, releasing a chord that resonated in Thistle's molars, the hedgehog realized the deeper truth. Seasons, like stories, required listeners. Gathering every creature the frost had displaced, a dormouse whose hibernation den had flooded, frogs suspended in half-frozen croaks, even a disgruntled earthworm protesting the unyielding soil, they formed a circle. Not to demand, but to witness. To add their small breaths to the forest's exhalation. When the last holly berry dissolved into the loom's tapestry, the frost exhaled. Ice retreated like a held breath finally released. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, their petals chiming softly as wind stirred them. The brook's song thawed into a giggle, carrying away winter's lingering sigh. By the time the first true spring rain arrived, it sent a green promise, its touch warmer than a chick's down. Thistle understood what the weavers couldn't explain with threads. Balance wasn't a scale, but a dance. A give-and-take woven from a million small listenings. The patience of roots, the persistence of thaw, the courage of a single bloom insisting on its moment to unfurl. Years later, when a young bat grumbled about an unusually sticky summer pollen season, Elderwood would nod toward Thistle's now silvered quills. And the hedgehog, stirring honey into mint tea as fireflies penned lazy sonnets in the dusk, would begin as all proper tales do in the unseen grove. It starts with listening, little one, always listening. Outside the storyteller's circle, the forest hummed its eternal refrain, crickets keeping time, leaves applauding in rustling ovation, and somewhere deep in the earth, the roots remembering. Story 12. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Roots. Chapter 1. The Broken Clock Tower. In the quiet village of Bramble Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of burnt cinnamon and eyes that held the restless curiosity of a sparrow. Her favorite place was the old clock tower at the edge of town, its face weathered into a permanent frown, hands frozen at 3:33. The adults called it Broken Ben, but Leela believed it was simply waiting for what she couldn't say. One crisp autumn afternoon, while balancing on the tower's mossy stones, she discovered a rusted hatch hidden beneath ivy. Inside, nestled in a velvet-lined compartment, lay a silver locket shaped like an acorn. When she pressed its clasp, it opened not to a portrait, but to a tiny, glowing map of the forest beyond Bramble Hollow. The words "Follow the Roots" shimmered in the light. That night, under a moon swollen to the brink of harvest, Leela crept past her sleeping grandmother's rocking chair and into the woods. The trees murmured secrets as she walked, their branches knitting together like protective arms. Soon she stumbled upon a sight that stole her breath, a circle of mushrooms glowing softly, their caps pulsing like heartbeat. In the center stood a creature no taller than her knee, a sprite with bark-like skin, eyes like liquid amber, and a cloak of woven ferns. "You've brought the locket," the sprite said, voice crackling like dry leaves. "The roots have been calling you." Chapter 2. Twig and the Withering. The sprite introduced himself as Twig, guardian of the hidden grove, a realm where trees sang and rivers carried memories. For centuries, the locket had been a bridge between worlds, its magic sustaining the grove. But now the roots were sickening, the songs growing faint. "The heart tree is dying," Twig explained, leading Leela through a tunnel of willow branches into a world where fireflies spelled stories in the air. The grove was both beautiful and broken. Flowers drooped like weary faces, their colors muted. A great oak at the center, the heart tree, stood with cracked bark, its leaves falling in a perpetual sigh. Twig's people, sprites with lanterns made of dandelion fluff, gathered beneath it, their light dimming. "The locket's magic is tied to courage," Twig said. "To restore it you must journey to the source, the oldest root deep beneath the silverwood, but the path is guarded by the shade, a creature born of forgotten fears." Leela's fingers tightened around the locket. She'd never been brave, but the sprite's hopeful faces mirrored the longing in her own heart, to matter, to mend. Chapter 3, The River of Reflections. Their first test came at the River of Reflections, where water flowed upward into the sky, carrying fragments of the past. To cross, they had to face the river's guardian, a silver-scaled serpent with a voice like a wind chime's song. "One truth you must give," it hissed, coiled around a stone. "Not of the world, but of yourself." Layla hesitated. Truths were dangerous things. They could nourish or poison. Then she remembered her grandmother's words. A hidden fear grows thorns, a spoken fear grows wings. "I'm afraid of being invisible," she whispered. "Of growing up and never leaving any mark at all." The serpent tilted its head, then parted the waters. As they crossed, Leela saw flashes in the river, herself as a child tending her grandmother's garden, her laughter echoing in empty rooms, and a shadowy figure she couldn't recognize, a woman with a locket planting seeds under a crescent moon. Chapter 4, The Canyon of Whispers. The canyon walls rose like jagged teeth, howling with winds that carried voices. "Turn back," they moaned. "You'll fail, you're too small, too weak." Twig's lantern flickered as doubt clawed at Leela. But then she noticed something. The voices echoed her own thoughts, twisted and sharpened. "They're not real," she realized. "Just mirrors." Drawing the locket, she focused on its warmth. "I'm afraid, but I'm here anyway," she declared. The wind stuttered. The path ahead cleared, revealing a bridge of spider silk glistening with dew. As they crossed, Twig shared his own truth. He'd once failed to save a sapling from the shade, and its loss haunted him. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," he said. "It's love acting despite it." The words settled in Layla's bones, light as dandelion seeds. Chapter 5, The Shade and the Seed. Deep in the silverwood's belly they found the source, a root as thick as a house, pulsating with faint golden light. But guarding it was the shade, a swirling mass of shadows with glowing white eyes. It hissed memories, Leela's father leaving and never returning, her mother's tired eyes, classmates mocking her daydreams. Trembling, Leela stepped forward. "You're not my story," she said, pressing the locket to her chest. It flared, illuminating carvings on the root, an ancient tale of a woman who'd planted the heart tree, sacrificing her magic to save the grove. The woman in the river's reflection. Her ancestor. The shade recoiled. "You carry her light." "And her mistakes," Leela said gently. "But also her hope." Drawing a seed from her pocket, a maple spinner she'd saved that morning, she offered it to the shade. "You're lonely, aren't you? Just another lost thing." The shadows trembled. Then slowly they curled around the seed, shaping themselves into a sapling with leaves of starlight. The roots surged with gold, spreading through the earth. Chapter 6, The Song of the Heart Tree. Back in the grove, the heart tree blossomed, its branches heavy with luminous leaves. The sprites danced, their lanterns bright as captured suns. Twig placed a crown of ivy on Leela's head. "You've mended more than roots today," he said. But Leela's gaze drifted to the locket. Its map now showed Bramble Hollow, the clock tower's hands inching to 3:34. "Time's moving again," she murmured. Twig smiled. "Some journeys end so others can begin." Epilogue, the unfrozen moment. Back home, Leela found her grandmother waiting, a knowing smile crinkling her eyes. "The locket chose well," she said, revealing an identical acorn pendant around her own neck. Together, they planted the shade's sapling in their garden. Years later, when Leela became a botanist tending ancient forests, children would ask about the tree with leaves like stained glass. "It's a storyteller," she'd say, reminding us that even broken things hold magic if we're brave enough to listen. And in Bramble Hollow, Broken Ben chimed for the first time in a century, its voice sweet and clear, as if making up for lost time. Story 13. In the quiet village of Hearthwick, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Layla who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with pearlescent shirt fasteners and carved wooden toggles, each rescued from muddy puddles or dusty attics. But the most curious button in her collection was a tarnished silver one, found nestled in the roots of the ancient willow tree that guarded the town square. One drizzly afternoon, while organizing her treasures, Leela noticed the silver button humming faintly, like a tea kettle moments before boiling. When she pressed it to her ear, the button whispered, "3 turns round the willow's heart, where shadows dance and light departs." The words left tendrils of cinnamon-scented warmth in the air. Beneath the willow's weeping branches, Leela discovered something extraordinary. Her shadow had grown a second head, this one shaped like a tiny door with a keyhole. With trembling fingers, she fit the silver button into the shadow keyhole. A resonant click echoed through the roots beneath her feet, and the ground spiraled open like a blooming rose, revealing stone steps glowing with embedded moonstones. The underground chamber smelled of aged paper and lavender sachets. Floating orbs of amber light illuminated walls covered in moving tapestries depicting button-eyed otters delivering letters and thimble-capped mice baking pies. At the room's center stood an enormous clockwork desk, attended by a prickly-haired hedgehog in a patched waistcoat. "Took you long enough," the hedgehog sniffed, adjusting brass-rimmed spectacles. "I've been maintaining the memory engine for 12 generations." He gestured to a colossal apparatus of whirring gears and shimmering liquid glass, where Leela saw glimpses of her grandmother laughing as a child and the willow tree being planted centuries past. The hedgehog named Thimblewick explained this was the archives of small lost things, a place preserving moments too fragile for mortal memory. But the engine was faltering. The liquid glass now showed cracks forming in cherished recollections. A mourning dove's first flight dissolved into static. A blacksmith's masterpiece sword melted into smoke. "Repairs require starlight honey," Thimblewick said, producing a recipe card from his waistcoat. "1 jar of comet dust harvested during meteor showers, 3 whispers from contented dreams," and he hesitated, a single happy memory willingly given. Their quest led them first to the drowsy town of Eventide, where bakers' ovens glowed all night. A flour-dusted woman named Mrs. Bramble kneaded dough that rose into pillow-soft hills. "Comet dust," she chuckled, handing Leela a jar of shimmering powder. "We call it baker's sparkle, makes the sourdough rise extra lofty during shooting stars." Next came the Dreamweaver's cottage, its thatched roof sprouting night-blooming jasmine. Through the window they spied an old man blowing soap bubbles that transformed into sleeping children's visions, a pony made of rainbows here, a cookie castle there. Catching 3 bubble whispers required Thimblewick to balance precariously on Leela's head, popping them gently with his quills into a velvet pouch. The final ingredient proved trickiest. Back at the archives, Leela held a glowing vial to her heart, watching silvery strands of memory swirl inside the day she'd helped rescue a trapped songbird, her father's surprise birthday tea party, teaching the miller's son to skip stones. Each plucked at her ribs like harp strings. "I can't choose," she whispered. "What if taking one makes me forget?" Thimblewick cleaned his spectacles thoughtfully. "The engine doesn't consume memories, child. It needs their echo, the warmth left behind after the moment passes, like how a teacup stays warm after the tea is gone." As Leela poured the memory of teaching stone skipping into the engine, the liquid glass bloomed with golden light. Gears purred back to life, repairing fractured seams. But one tapestry remained dim, the willow tree's origin story, showing a girl with Leela's eyes burying a silver button. "Your great-great-grandmother," Thimblewick said softly. She founded these archives, believing even small memories deserve safekeeping. The willow grew from her favorite hair ribbon. When Leela emerged, dawn gilded the village. The willow's branches now bore silver buttons that chimed in the breeze, each holding a story. Townsfolk gathered, marveling as touching a button let them relive moments old Mr. Candlewick hearing his newborn daughter's laugh, the twins recalling their late mother's lullabies. That evening, villagers brought lanterns to the square, sharing stories and sugared chestnuts. Layla sat with Thimblewick beneath the chiming branches, her shadow door now cradling a tiny key. She understood now that memories weren't anchors to the past, but seeds nurturing tomorrow's joy. As fireflies performed their waltz above the cobblestones, the silver button in Leela's pocket hummed a new rhyme ready for the next keeper of lost things, whenever the world might need reminding that even the smallest moments hold constellations. Story 14. The Whispering Locket in the Hearthwick Grove. Chapter 1. The Stormbringer's Gift. In a village hugged by ancient oaks and crowned with chimney smoke, there lived a girl with sunbeam hair and eyes like forest shadows. Her name was Lila, and she spent her days chasing fireflies through meadows and collecting stories from the wind. But her favorite place was the attic of her grandmother's cottage, where trunks brimmed with moth-winged cloaks and maps of forgotten stars. One evening, as thunder growled like a restless beast, Layla discovered a small cedar box hidden beneath a tapestry of embroidered wolves. Inside lay a locket shaped like an acorn, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to breathe. When she clasped it around her neck, the storm outside stilled, and a voice like rustling leaves whispered, "Find the grove where roots drink starlight." Chapter 2. The Path of Moonlit Moss. Guided by the locket's faint glow, Leela slipped into the woods as the moon painted silver trails on the moss. The trees leaned close, their branches weaving a cathedral of whispers. Soon she stumbled upon a fox with fur like smoldering embers, limping near a brook. "You've brought the Stormbringer's charm," the fox said, startling her. His voice was dry autumn grass underfoot. "I am Ember, the grove is fading, its heartwood grows sick, but the way is perilous for a human child." Layla knelt, offering her scarf to bind his wounded paw. "I don't know about heartwoods or magic, but I can't leave someone hurting." Ember's ears twitched in surprise. "Then we walk together," he decided. Chapter 3. The Bridge of Forgotten Tides. Their journey led them to a gorge where a river roared, its waters black as polished onyx. The bridge had crumbled long ago, leaving only splintered posts. "The river remembers," Ember murmured. "It drowns footsteps and swallows echoes. We cannot cross here." But the locket warmed against Leela's chest. She pressed it to the earth, and roots surged upward, knitting themselves into an arch of ivy and elderwood. As they crossed, shapes flickered beneath the water, ghostly herons, children laughing, a ship with sails like cobwebs. "The locket wakes memories buried deep," Ember said. "Use its power wisely, little Stormbringer." Chapter 4. The Valley of Silent Wings. Beyond the gorge stretched a valley, where butterflies perched like frozen jewels. No wind stirred their wings, no songs pierced the heavy air. A stag with antlers of twisted crystal blocked their path, his eyes milky with sorrow. "The sky singer is gone," he rumbled. "Her music kept our wings alive. Now silence suffocates us." Leela touched the locket. It chimed, clear as a raindrop, and a melody spiraled out, a tune her grandmother hummed while kneading dough. One by one the butterflies quivered, their wings painting the air with hues of apricot and twilight. The stag bowed. "You carry old magic in your breath, child. Follow the weeping stones north." Chapter 5. The Cave of Echoing Names. The weeping stones were monoliths slick with lichen, their surfaces carved with names that shimmered. Inside the cave they guarded, the walls pulsed like a living throat. "Speak your true name," the cave demanded, its voice echoing from 1,000 throats. Layla hesitated. "I'm just Layla." "Names are seeds," the cave intoned. "They grow into what we become." Ember nudged her. "Tell it the name your heart whispers." She closed her eyes. I want to be someone who listens, who mends broken things." The cave sighed, pleased. "Ah, that name has power." The walls parted, revealing a tunnel veined with bioluminescent fungi. Chapter 6: The Hollow Crown. In the heart of the mountain they found the Heartwood Grove, a colossal tree with bark like molten gold, its branches cradling constellations. But its roots writhed in rot, and its leaves fell like ashen snow. A figure emerged from the trunk, a woman woven from willow switches and thorns, her face a mask of grief. "You should not have come," she said, her voice cracking. "The grove dies because your people forgot. They stopped whispering secrets to the soil, stopped dancing under the harvest moon. I am the warden, and I will let this world fade before I let humans harm it again." Chapter 7: The Symphony of Roots. Leela stepped forward, the locket blazing. "But I'm here now, and I'm listening." She placed her palms on the dying heartwood. Images flooded her mind, a girl planting an acorn centuries ago, villagers leaving offerings of honeycomb, the first time the warden smiled. Then the slow erasure, axes biting bark, children taught to fear the woods, stories crumbling to dust. Tears slid down Leela's cheeks. "You're right, we broke the promise, but isn't a grove made of many roots? Let us grow a new story, together." The warden trembled. "How?" Ember limped to the tree. "A seed needs both soil and sky." Chapter 8: The First Rain. Leela unclasped the locket, pressing it into the heartwood's fissures. "I don't know the old magic, but I can give back what's yours." The locket dissolved into golden sap, mending the rot. The warden's thorns softened into flowering vines. Outside, rain began to fall, warm and sweet, washing the valley's silence, reviving the river's memory song. As the grove breathed anew, the warden cupped Layla's face. "You've named yourself well, little listener. Tell your people to visit, not to take, but to share." Chapter 9: The Return. Dawn found Leela back in her grandmother's garden, Ember at her side. The villagers gasped as the woods shimmered, paths now glowing with friendly foxfire. "The forest, it's inviting us," a farmer whispered. Leela nodded. "Bring your stories, your laughter. It's been lonely too." Chapter 10: The New Roots. Years later, the grove thrived, a place of pumpkin-lit festivals and twilight lessons taught by talking badgers. The warden's laughter rang through the branches, and Ember, now a spry elder, napped in sunbeams. Leela, her hair streaked with silver, still wore an acorn locket. This one was ordinary, made by her granddaughter. But when she pressed it to her cheek, she swore she heard the heartwood's song, a lullaby of roots and reconciliation, humming through every leaf. And in the village square a stone plaque read, "Here grows the truth. To love a world, you must first listen to its whispers." The End. Story 15. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Layla, whose hands could coax color from the earth. Her village, Willowmere, was a tapestry of cobblestone cottages and gardens that hummed with bees drunk on clover nectar. But while Leela's fingers could make marigolds bloom brighter and turn wheat stalks to gold, her heart carried a secret weight, the dread of shifting seasons. Each autumn, when maple leaves blushed crimson and the air sharpened with the scent of wood smoke, she'd bury acorns in glass jars to pause their growth, whispering, "Stay as you are." The trouble began on the eve of the frost moon, when the ancient cedar at the village square, a tree said to hold the memories of every soul who'd rested beneath its boughs, began shedding emerald needles. They fell like silent tears, carpeting the ground in brittle green. Leela pressed her palms to its trunk, willing it to stop, but the bark grew cold under her touch. "It's dying," she murmured, unaware that the cedar's roots stretched deep into the heartwood of her own unspoken fears. That night, a silver-threaded mist crept into her dreams. She stood in a grove where trees pulsed with inner light, their branches heavy with fruit shaped like teardrops. A voice, warm as hearth embers, rustled through the leaves. "What withers in shadow may bloom in another season." She awoke with the taste of honeyed figs on her tongue and a single luminous leaf resting on her windowsill. Her grandmother, a woman whose laughter carried the crackle of autumn fires, found her studying the leaf at dawn. "Ah," she said, eyes crinkling, "the cedar of echoes speaks to those who listen sideways." She pressed a weathered hand to Leela's chest. "Your roots are tangled, little sprout. To help the tree, you must first walk where its memories grow." Guided by the leaf's faint glow, Leela ventured into the whispering wold, a forest where ferns curled like sleeping dragons and willows trailed fingers in moonlit streams. There she met Tavi, a fox whose fur shimmered like oil on water. "You've brought your shadows with you," he observed, circling her. "They cling like burrs to a woolen sock." "I don't want to fear change," Leela confessed, watching a maple seed spiral down to settle in a patch of sunlight. Tavi flicked his tail. "All seeds must crack open to grow. Even stars," he added, nodding at the twilight bleeding through the trees, "must collapse to shine." As they journeyed deeper, the forest mirrored Leela's turmoil. Streams reversed course when she hesitated, mushrooms withered when she doubted. But when she paused to mend a sparrow's fractured wing with strips of birch bark, the path ahead blossomed with starflowers. "Kindness waters hidden seeds," Tavi remarked, and for the first time Leela smiled. The cedar's heartwood awaited in a clearing where time rippled like pond water. Embedded in its trunk were crystalline knots, each holding a memory. Leela pressed her palm to one and gasped. She saw herself at 7 summers, weeping as her brother left to apprentice in the mountain mines. "Don't go," she'd pleaded, clutching his sleeve. He'd kissed her brow. "The arrow must leave the bow to fly, Leela." Another knot showed last spring's flood, when swollen rivers swallowed the lower fields. Villagers had gathered stones from the ravaged earth to build a new mill, its wheel now turning with joyful chatter. "Loss plants the soil for what comes next," Tavi said gently. Trembling, Leela touched the final knot. The vision was her own, clutching jars of preserved acorns while the world turned without her. But now she saw what she'd missed, the way her grandmother's hands, though roughened by age, still wove the softest blankets, how her father's hair, silvering at the temples, made his smile kinder. She saw the cedar not as dying, but making space for new growth beneath its skeletal branches. When the visions faded, Leila understood. She knelt and began untangling the cedar's surface roots, her tears watering the soil. "It's all right to let go," she whispered. "I'm ready to grow." Back in Willowmere, dawn broke over a miracle. The cedar stood renewed, its boughs now bearing both needled evergreens and deciduous leaves that shimmered amber and gold. Villagers gathered in awe as bioluminescent moss crept up the trunk, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. "It's both," Leila breathed. Her grandmother chuckled. "So are we all, child, part memory, part becoming." In the weeks that followed, Leela planted orchards where each tree bore fruit from different seasons, peaches ripening alongside winterberries. Children came to swing from branches that taught them change could be gentle. Elders smiled at blossoms that bloomed mid-frost. And when the first snow fell, Leela scattered her preserved acorns across the fields, laughing as squirrels carried them into unknown futures. On the longest night of the year, Tavi visited her garden. "You've learned to dance with time," he said, watching her prune a rose bush that now grew thorns as soft as kitten fur. "I've learned," she corrected, offering him a moonmelon slice, "that growing doesn't mean leaving things behind. It's carrying their light into new places." The cedar's branches creaked in agreement, cradling a nest where a phoenix warbler, newly hatched and iridescent, sang a lullaby of endings turned to beginnings. And as the village slept beneath a quilt of stars, Leela understood at last. Life wasn't a path to walk straight, but a spiral. You return to old lessons with new eyes, finding fresh blossoms where scars once lingered. When spring came, tender and green, she planted a sapling at the forest's edge. Its leaves, when they unfurled, were edged in silver, a reminder that even the deepest transformations begin with a single, trembling bud reaching toward the light. Story 16. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of eternal mist, there lived a young girl named Layla, whose hands trembled at the whisper of change. Her village of Amber Hollow knew only autumn, a perpetual tapestry of cinnamon-scented breezes and trees dressed in burnt umber. The leaves never fell, the pumpkins never rotted, and the warm golden light never dimmed to winter's blue. This was how Leela liked it, predictable, steady, a world wrapped in the crisp comfort of sameness. One evening, as she arranged everlasting marigolds in clay pots outside her cottage, a strange rustle disturbed the hedge. Out tumbled a creature no larger than a teapot, a hedgehog with quills the color of storm clouds, eyes like polished acorns, and a tiny waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. "Pardon the intrusion," he said, brushing dirt from his paws, "but your fence post has dreadful manners. Tripped me right into your chrysanthemums." Leela froze, a bronze leaf slipping from her fingers. Talking animals weren't unheard of in Amber Hollow, but they usually kept to the enchanted thicket, where the rules of nature bent like willow branches. "You're not from here," she managed, noticing the faint shimmer around his quills. "Bramble, seasonal scout of the wandering wood," he announced with a bow. "And you, my dear, are in grave danger of moss growth." "Pardon." He gestured to her garden path, where emerald tendrils crept between cobblestones. Leela gasped. Nothing in Amber Hollow ever grew new. But there it was, vibrant moss swelling where her footprints had pressed too long in one place, unfurling with the audacity of spring. "Change is coming," Bramble said solemnly. "And it's coming for you." The hedgehog became an unexpected lodger, curling each night in a basket webbed with Layla's knitting yarn. He spoke of distant woods where seasons danced freely, of rivers that thawed into laughter each March, and trees that shed regrets every November. "Your valley's stuck," he declared one morning, nibbling a hazelnut biscuit. "All because someone here clutched autumn too tightly." Leela's chest tightened. She remembered her 7th birthday, when a sudden frost had nipped the village. She'd wept so fiercely that the clouds scattered in shame, and the cold never returned. "I didn't mean to." "Ah." Bramble's nose twitched. "So you're the anchor, fascinating. Most humans outgrow weather tantrums by 8. That night, Leela dreamt of roots. They coiled around her ankles as she stood in a grove of skeletal trees, their branches clutching brown leaves like closed fists. A voice hummed through the soil, deep, ancient, tasting of turned earth and forgotten seeds. "Let go," it murmured. "Let go, little one." She woke to find ivy scaling her bedroom wall. Granny Mabel, who sold cinnamon sticks and advice from her crooked stall, examined the ivy through spectacles as thick as bottle bottoms. "Well now," she clucked, tracing a vein on a heart-shaped leaf. "Seems the land's taken a liking to your stubbornness. It's spreading everywhere." Leela gestured to the vines now framing her windows. That morning they'd bloomed with starry white flowers that smelled of possibilities. "Nothing wrong with growth," said Granny, tucking a sprig of ivy behind Leela's ear. But roots can't deepen if the soil's too stiff. You've kept this valley frozen in time, child. Now life's asking to move. A chill crept up Leela's spine. What if I ruin everything? Granny's laugh sounded like wind chimes. Oh, my duck, the only ruin comes from refusing to bloom. The transformation quickened. Where Leela's tears fell, snowdrops punched through the soil. Her nervous footsteps left trails of clover. One afternoon, as she fretted over a rip in her favorite shawl, a gust of wind tore it from her shoulders and spun it into a flock of saffron butterflies. Bramble applauded. Bravo, now that's a proper metamorphosis. Stop grinning. Leela hugged herself, chilled despite the sun. I don't know how to control this. Perhaps you're not meant to. The hedgehog gestured to the valley below, where villagers gaped at cherry trees exploding into pink clouds. Children chased petals, their laughter weaving through streets usually hushed in autumn's reverence. Look at them, they've forgotten how to wonder. But Leela only saw chaos. The tidy pumpkin patches now tangled with wild strawberries. Familiar footpaths dissolved under ferns. Even the sky seemed unsettled, cycling through moods of cobalt and pearl. The breaking point came at the solstice feast. As villagers gathered in the square with mugs of eternal cider, thunder grumbled overhead. Leela froze, a honey cake crumbling in her fist. Rain, true drenching rain, sluiced from the sky, pooling around apple barrels and drumming on the cobblestones. Make it stop, someone shouted. Fix it, Leela, cried another. She stumbled back, rain mingling with hot tears. The storm swirled wilder, birthing a miniature tornado of maple keys. Bramble nipped her ankle. Breathe, sapling, this is your magic. I don't want magic. She fled into the woods. The enchanted thicket welcomed her with shifting shadows. Moonflowers glowed along paths that hadn't existed yesterday. Exhausted, Leela collapsed against an oak and yelped when it sighed. Trouble's sapling rumbled the tree. Its bark shifted like liquid, resolving into a man-shaped figure with hair of lichen and eyes like knot-holes. You're the voice from my dream. The dryad smiled, sap gleaming on his teeth. And you're the girl who trapped a season, clever little sapling, but even clever roots must stretch. He pressed a hand to the earth. Soil parted, revealing a glass vial filled with swirling mist. Take this to the Heartstone, plant it where the first leaf fell. But I... Trust your feet, he whispered, dissolving back into timber. Bramble found her at dawn, clutching the vial. Ah, the seed of unfolding, excellent, though you'll need this. He dropped a frayed ribbon in her palm, the last scrap of her unraveled shawl. They trekked through valleys Leela didn't recognize. Spring surged around them, baby foxes tumbling in new grass, creeks giggling under bridges of blooming vines. Her anxiety prickled with every step, but the vial hummed warmly against her chest. At the Heartstone, a monolith veined with glowing amber, they found Granny Mabel waiting. Took your time, she teased, stirring a pot of soup that smelled of courage. The planting felt like confession. As Leela buried the vial, roots surged upward, cradling her in a lattice of glowing fibers. Memories unfurled, mother's laughter before the fever took her, father's stories abandoned when grief turned him silent, the desperate wish to keep something from slipping away. Ah, breathed the dryad, emerging from the Heartstone. There's the knot. Tendrils brushed Leila's tear-streaked face. Let go, they whispered. Let grow. When the roots retreated, Amber Hollow sparkled with balanced beauty. Maples blushed red beside peach trees heavy with fruit. Children splashed in a brook while elders basked in autumn's amber glow. The village hadn't lost its coziness. It had deepened, layered like Granny's quilts. Bramble curled in a hammock of spider silk. Comfy chaos, isn't it? Leela touched a chestnut sapling rising where she'd planted the seed. Its leaves shivered with every season at once, the fresh green of spring, summer's waxy sheen, autumn's fire, winter's silver veins. It's alive, she marveled. Just like you, said Granny, handing her a mug of cocoa that shifted flavors with each sip. Took you a while to thaw, but oh, what a bloom. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, Layla finally understood. Change wasn't a storm to fear, but a dance to join, sometimes leading, sometimes following, always growing. She breathed deep, smelling wood smoke and jasmine, hearing fiddle music twine with cricket song. And when the first snow fell that winter, delicate as moth wings, she caught a flake on her tongue and laughed. Story 17. The Whispering Pendant. Beneath the silver light of a crescent moon, where willow branches trailed their fingers in the quiet river, there lay a village cloaked in stories. Its cobblestone paths wound like sleepy serpents past cottages with thatched roofs dusted in cinnamon-colored moss, and chimney smoke curled upward in spirals that seemed to write secrets in the sky. It was here, in this place where fireflies danced to the rhythm of crickets' lullabies, that a girl named Mira discovered something extraordinary tucked between the roots of an ancient oak. Mira was no stranger to wonder. At 10 years old, she possessed a curiosity as vast as the star-strewn sky, though her feet remained firmly planted in the earthy magic of her home. She spent her days collecting acorn caps for ferry boats and tracing animal tracks in the mud, her chestnut braids perpetually tangled with leaves. But on this particular evening, as twilight painted the world in hues of lavender and charcoal, she found not a feather or a stone, but a pendant, a teardrop of milky blue quartz strung on a chain that shimmered like spider silk. The moment her fingers brushed the crystal, warmth bloomed in her palm, and a sound like distant wind chimes trembled in the air. "Well now," murmured a voice as rich as honeycomb, "that's been waiting for you a fair long time." Mira whirled to find a fox sitting primly in the ferns, its coat the color of autumn's first blaze, eyes glinting with knowing. You talked," she breathed, heart fluttering like a moth against glass. "And you're listening," the fox replied, tilting its head. "The stone's waking up, see, it's been asleep since the last keeper laid it down. Suppose you'll be needing lessons." Thus began Mira's tutelage under the fox, whom she called Ember for the flame-like flicker of his tail. The pendant, he explained, was a whisper stone, a relic from an age when humans and the verdant folk, sprites of stream and stone, tree and twilight, lived in harmony. It granted the bearer the old tongue, the language of all growing, crawling, flying things. But this gift, Ember warned, was no trifling trick. The verdant folk had retreated deep into the Glimmerwood generations ago, nursing wounds from mankind's careless hands. The stone's return signaled grave need. The lifeblood of the forest, the crystal spring, was fading, and without it, both their worlds would wither. The journey began at the first blush of dawn, with Mira's boots crunching through frost-kissed leaves and Ember padding soundlessly beside her. The Glimmerwood was no ordinary forest. As they crossed the threshold where the oaks grew dense as cathedral pillars, the air shifted, damp and sweet with the perfume of unseen flowers, sunlight filtering green gold through canopies that seemed to hum. Mushrooms glowed faintly along the path, and once Mira glimpsed shapes flitting through the underbrush, a hare with fur like molten silver, a moth whose wings bore patterns of tiny eyes. "Don't stare," Ember chided gently. "They're shy, these ones, forgotten how to trust." Mira's fingers tightened around the pendant. "But the stone, it's supposed to help." "If you learn its song," said Ember. "Words are just one way to speak. The old tongue is in the swish of reeds, the crack of bark, the sigh of roots drinking deep. Listen with your bones, little keeper." By midday they reached a clearing where a river curved like a sleeping serpent, its waters alarmingly shallow. On the bank stood a stag, his antlers twisted with vines and his coat white as moonlit snow. His eyes, deep as forest pools, fixed on Mira. Child of clay and breath, his voice echoed in her mind, resonant as a struck bell. Why do you tread where your kin are unwelcome? Mira's throat tightened, but the pendant pulsed warmly against her chest. She knelt, pressing her palm to the earth. The spring dies, she said, and to her surprise, the words weren't quite words. They rustled like leaves, rippled like water. Please, let me help. The stag bent his great head. The spring's heart is clogged with stone and sorrow. But the way is perilous, and my folk have no faith in your kind. Then I'll go alone, said Mira. Ember's ear twitched. Not alone, he said, and there was a grin in his voice. The path to the spring's heart wound downward into a cavern veiled by waterfalls, where bioluminescent moss painted the walls in swirls of blue and emerald. The air grew thick with the scent of minerals and something older, the smell of the world's first dawn. Yet as they descended, Mira felt a wrongness, a chill that had nothing to do with the dark. The spring's chamber took her breath away. A pool of liquid crystal lay at the cavern's heart, fed by a spire of rock from which water should have cascaded. But now it only trickled, the pool's surface filmed with oily shadows. Worse were the creatures huddled around it, willowy sprites with moth-wing cloaks, a badger the size of a pony, tree nymphs whose hair dripped with lichen. All turned to Mira with eyes full of suspicion and grief. A sprite zipped forward, glowing angrily. Your machines shook the earth, cracked the sacred stones. The spring's throat is choked because of you. Mira staggered back. Machines, but the village doesn't have machines. We don't even have horses anymore. We stopped cutting trees years ago. Ember nosed her hand. The quarry, he muttered. Miles east, men with dynamite and greed. They don't know what they've disturbed. Understanding dawned. The blasts from the quarry had shifted the underground rivers, trapping debris in the spring's channel. But how to make the verdant folk believe she wasn't their enemy? The pendant flared suddenly, its light piercing the gloom. Mira gasped as visions flooded her, not memories but feelings. The spring's joy as it nourished tadpoles and oak roots alike. The agony of the blockage like a scream stuck in its throat. And deeper still, the verdant folk's fear, not just of humans, but of fading from the world entirely. Tears spilled down Mira's cheeks. She stepped toward the pool, ignoring the sprite's hissed warnings, and plunged her hands into the water. Cold shot through her veins, but beneath it she felt the spring's pulse, weak but persistent. Show me, she whispered. The water's surface shimmered, revealing a labyrinth of tunnels deep below. There, lodged between two boulders, was the culprit, a jagged knot of rock and rusted metal, a remnant of some long-ago human tool. The spring's flow strained against it, exhausted. Mira turned to the stag. I can clear it, but I'll need to follow the water's path, and I'll need your strength to move the rubble. Silence hung heavy. Then from the shadows, a rumbling voice spoke. I will aid you, said the badger, claws glinting. Not for your sake, but for the spring. One by one others joined, nymphs with arms strong enough to bend stone, sprites whose wings stirred restorative winds, even a trio of moles adept at tunneling. The stag dipped his antlers. We will grant you breath to walk the water's road. But know this, child, if your heart falters, the current will claim you. What followed was a trial of whispers and willpower. The nymphs wove Mira a cloak of woven riverweed and starlight, and the sprites anointed her brow with dew. As she drank from the spring, a single sip that tasted like thunderstorms and willow sap, the water parted before her, revealing a glowing path into the depths. The journey was a dream and a nightmare. Mira floated through submerged tunnels, her pendant lighting the way, but the weight of the river pressed on her chest, and spectral shapes flickered at the edges of her vision, memories of the spring, perhaps, or echoes of its pain. Twice panic clawed at her and the walls shuddered, threatening collapse. But she gripped the pendant and thought of Ember's chuckle, the stag's grave kindness, the badger's grudging courage. When she found the blockage, it was worse than she'd imagined. A tomb of rubble, the spring's light dimmed to a sickly yellow. But as she laid her hands on the rocks, the water stirred. Above, she felt the verdant folk's collective strength, the badgers digging, the nymphs heaving, the stag's primal roar. Together, Mira whispered and pushed. The world exploded in motion. Stone ground against stone, the water shrieked, and for a terrible moment, Mira felt herself dissolving, swept away like a leaf. But then, a sound like 100 bells chiming. Light, pure and white, erupted through the tunnel as the blockage shattered. The spring surged forward, singing, and Mira was carried upward in a rush of joyous water, past roots and rocks and the startled faces of creatures, until she spilled back into the chamber, gasping and radiant. The celebration lasted until the stars twinkled above the glimmerwood. Sprites wove Mira a crown of water lilies. The badger grumpily allowed her to scratch behind his ears, and the stag bowed as low as his antlers permitted. "You have bridged the gap," he said, pride warming his voice. "The spring remembers. We will remember." Ember trotted to her side as the verdant folk began to disperse. "Not bad for a clay child," he teased, though his eyes shone. Back in the village, changes bloomed gently. The river swelled, nourishing parched fields. Apple trees bore fruit sweeter than honey, and in the square a new sapling sprouted overnight, a tree with bark like opal, planted by unseen hands. Mira's pendant never glowed again, but she didn't mind. The true magic, she realized, wasn't in speaking the old tongue, but in hearing it, in the creak of the old oak, the gossip of sparrows, the murmurs of the wind that told her the verdant folk were near. Years later, when a young boy with Mira's curiosity found a fox watching him in the woods, he'd swear it winked before vanishing into the ferns. And if the villagers sometimes left bowls of cream by their windowsills or tied ribbons around the opal tree's branches, well, that was their secret to keep. As for Mira, she grew into a woman who could calm storms with a song and mend broken wings with a touch. But on quiet evenings, when fireflies drifted like living embers, she'd sit beneath the oak where her journey began and smile, listening to the world breathe. And somewhere in the shadows, a fox would always smile back. Story 18. The Whispering Music Box. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that breathed with ancient secrets, there lived a shy girl named Layla, whose hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching, and whose shoes were perpetually dusty from wandering. Her cottage stood at the edge of the woods, where the trees leaned close to whisper through the windows at twilight. It was there, one amberlit evening, that Layla discovered the music box. It had been hidden in her grandmother's attic, beneath a quilt embroidered with constellations. No larger than a sparrow's nest, the box was carved from wood the color of storm clouds, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. When Layla wound the tiny brass key on its side, it didn't play a melody, not at first. Instead, it hummed, a sound like tea-kettle sighs and distant thunder, and from its open lid drifted a silver thread of mist that curled into the shape of an arrow, pointing insistently toward the forest. Leela's heart fluttered, but she slipped the box into her apron pocket, lit a lantern with hands that trembled only slightly, and followed the mist's guidance into the waiting trees. The woods greeted her with the scent of damp moss and elderflowers, the path underfoot softening to moss so thick it muffled her footsteps. As she walked, the music box's hum deepened, harmonizing with the rustle of leaves until the air itself seemed to vibrate with a half-heard song. Then, between one breath and the next, the forest changed. The trees arched into a cathedral of luminous branches, their leaves glowing like emerald-stained glass. Fireflies wove constellations above a brook that sang in two-part harmony, and sitting on a stone in the middle of the water was a fox. Not an ordinary fox, his fur was the deep russet of autumn sunsets, his eyes twin pools of liquid moonlight, and around his neck hung a pendant shaped like a musical note. He stared at her, tail twitching. "You're late," he said. Leela nearly dropped her lantern. I didn't know I was expected. The whisper box hasn't rung in 80 years. The fox gestured to the music box with his nose. We'd nearly given up on your kind remembering the way. He hopped down from the stone, the water rippling gold where his paws touched it. I'm Ember, you'll need my help if you want to fix the melody. The melody. Leela crouched to meet his gaze. Ember's ears flattened. The song that keeps this world alive, it's fraying. Listen. She did. The brook's harmonies now carried a discordant undertone, like a violin string slipping out of tune. The leaves above shivered as if cold, their light dimming at the edges. The melody is woven from 7 notes, Ember explained, each kept in a different corner of our world. Over the ages, your family guarded the box that could gather them. But the last guardian, he scowled, your great-grandfather, I believe, lost the final note, pride perhaps, or fear. Now the balance is broken. Layla traced the music box's carvings, feeling the grooves pulse faintly. How do I find the lost note? Ember's tail flicked, a spark of mischief returning to his eyes. By listening, the notes hide in places where human and forest hearts beat in time. But be warned, they won't reveal themselves to force or haste. Only understanding unlocks them. Their journey began at the Grove of Echoes, where willows wept glass tears that chimed when the wind stirred. The first note, Ember said, lived in the roots of the oldest tree. But as Leela approached, the ground trembled, and the tree's bark split open to reveal a hollow filled with swirling shadows. It's afraid, Ember murmured. The grove remembers axes and fire from your world. Leela knelt, ignoring the cold fear in her chest. We don't cut trees like you anymore, she whispered. We're learning to listen. From her pocket, she drew a handful of acorns gathered during her walks, pressing them into the soil around the roots. Grow, she urged. We'll protect you. The shadows stilled. A single note, clear as a bell, floated from the hollow. The music box stirred, its mist weaving the sound into a thread of light that glowed against the wood. Ember blinked. You didn't tell me you speak to trees. I didn't know I could, Leela admitted. The second note lay in the cavern of whispers, a labyrinth of ice that mirrored every doubt Leela had ever carried. Her reflection showed her hunched over sketches, too timid to share them, standing alone at the village fair while others laughed in clusters. It mocks what it senses in your heart, Ember growled, hackles raised. But Lila, remembering the box's mist, how it had guided without pushing, touched the icy wall. You're right, she told her reflection. I am afraid, but I'm also curious, and kind, that's enough, isn't it? The ice melted into a pool, and from its depths rose a note warm as a hug. They found the third note trapped inside a thundercloud that raged above the meadow of clocks, where time bloomed in flowers that opened and closed like pocket watches. The cloud howled, pelting them with hailstones sharp as regrets. It's grieving, Ember realized, shaking ice from his fur. This meadow was once a battlefield. Leela hesitated, then opened the music box. The mist drifted skyward, carrying the 2 notes they'd collected. The cloud shuddered, its darkness softening to rain that watered the meadow until new flowers sprouted, ones that chimed like forgiveness. The third note fell as sunlight. By the fifth day, Leela's braid had come undone, her apron was torn, and she'd laughed so often with Ember that her cheeks ached. They'd ridden on the backs of friendly crows, outwitted a well-meaning but overly literal river, and fed moonbeam cookies to a family of hedgehogs who'd helped them cross a ravine. With each note, the music box's song grew richer, and Leela noticed subtle changes. Her sketches flowed bolder, her voice carried farther when she sang to ease the dark. But the sixth note tested them cruelly. It lay in the chamber of mirrors, a place Ember refused to enter. "I'll wait here," he said, staring at his paws. The mirrors showed not reflections, but truths. Leela gasped as one revealed Ember as he truly was, not a forest spirit, but a boy with russet hair and a pendant trapped centuries ago for defying his elders. Another mirror showed him pleading with Leela's great-grandfather to hide the box, to protect the melody from those who'd misuse it. "You're human," Leela breathed when she emerged. Ember hunched, his form flickering between fox and boy. "I thought you'd leave if you knew." "Why?" "The last guardian did." His voice cracked. "He said I'd betrayed him by keeping secrets, but I only wanted to protect the melody." Leela sat beside him. "You've been lonely." A tear fell, crystallizing into the sixth note. The final note awaited in the heartwood, a tree so vast its roots cradled mountains. But as they approached, the air soured. The melody's threads frayed, the music box's song sputtering. "It's here," Ember said grimly. The lost note hung in a cage of thorns at the tree's base, guarded by a shadowy figure with Leila's face, but colder, angrier. "You'll fail," it hissed. "You'll abandon him like the others." Leela stepped forward. "You're my fear." "And you're weak," the shadow sneered. "You'll always be the girl who hides." Ember growled, but Leela shook her head. "It's right, I am afraid, but I'm not alone." She reached into the music box, releasing all six notes. They swirled around the shadow, not attacking, but weaving a counter-melody, one of friendship, of shared strength. The shadow wavered. You would trust him, trust yourself." "Yes." With a wail, the shadow dissolved. The thorns retreated, and the seventh note, bright as dawn, flew into the box. The melody swelled, healing cracks in the earth, brightening the leaves, turning the brook's song jubilant. Ember glowed, his form settling into a boy with fox-like eyes and a grin that softened into something shy. "You did it," he whispered. "We did it," Leela corrected. The music box closed, its song now complete. Leela understood now. It wasn't just the forest's magic they'd restored, but the bond between their worlds. "Will you stay?" Ember asked. She considered. The forest was wondrous, but home smelled of rosemary bread and her mother's laughter. "I'll visit every day." He nodded, unsurprised. "That's enough." Years later, villagers would speak of Lila, the woman who walked with foxes, whose music box never played for others, but hummed contentedly in her hands. Children whispered that if you followed her into the woods at dusk, you might glimpse fireflies forming musical notes, or hear a brook singing in perfect harmony. And on quiet nights, when the wind carried the scent of elderflowers, Leela would smile, her heart echoing with the melody she'd healed, and the friend who'd taught her to listen. Story 19. In the heart of the whispering woods, where willows trailed their fingers in silver streams and ancient oaks hummed with memories of forgotten centuries, there existed a glade kissed by perpetual twilight. Here the air shimmered with pollen that glowed like captive stardust, and the seasons danced not as tyrants but as careful partners, each taking turns to lead the forest's eternal waltz. It was in this place of moss-cradled secrets that a young fox named Thalia first noticed the world tilting out of balance. One midsummer evening, as fireflies strung their lanterns between fern fronds, Thalia paused beneath her favorite hawthorn tree. The usual symphony of crickets had gone quiet. She pressed her paw against the earth and felt not the warm pulse of roots exchanging stories beneath the soil, but a strange, irregular shudder, like a heartbeat skipping. Even the stream's song seemed thinner, its melody fraying at the edges. When a maple leaf spiraled down to land between her ears, crisp and orange as autumn's first blush, Thalia knew the seasons had begun to quarrel. Her journey began at the burrow of Corwin, a badger whose silver muzzle bore more rings than the oldest tree. His home smelled of dried herbs and patience, the walls lined with shelves carved from living roots that cradled jars of preserved sunlight and bottled rainstorms. "Ah," he murmured, stirring a brew of moonflower nectar as Thalia described the trembling earth, "the moonfire dims." He explained how, every 100 years, the forest's creatures renewed the ancient flame that burned in the heart of the celestial cavern, a fire woven from spring's first dewdrop, summer's ripest berry, autumn's fallen starleaf, and winter's unbroken silence. Without it, the seasons forget their rhythm, but the path to the cavern. Corwin's claw traced a crack in his clay teacup, grows treacherous when the balance wavers. Thalia's tail flicked with determination. She'd find the cavern. She'd reignite the flame. Guided by constellations only forest creatures could raid, Thalia ventured east where the trees grew so close their bark knitted together. Shadows pooled like spilled ink, but the faintest golden thread glimmered ahead, the trail of a lantern bug, its abdomen pulsing with captured moonlight. As she followed, the woods shifted around her. Summer's honeysuckle wilted into autumn's copper ferns, then hardened into winter's glassy frost blooms, all within a dozen paw steps. The seasons, untethered, had become a tangled knot. When the lantern bug's light guttered out, Thalia found herself at the edge of the mirror marsh, where still waters reflected not the sky but memories. Here she met Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills were perpetually studded with fallen acorns and kindness. "The marsh drinks fear," he warned, offering her a raft woven from cattail fluff and spider silk. "But it gifts courage to those who listen." As they poled through water lilies that chimed like glass bells, Thalia peered into the marsh's depths. The water showed her a forest frozen in endless winter, streams choked with silence, then her own reflection, small but bright as a candle flame. Bramble nodded. "You carry the spark it needs." Dawn was painting the treetops with apricot light when they reached the foot of the starlight spire. The mountain's peak pierced the clouds, its slopes a patchwork of bioluminescent lichen. "No paw may climb it," said a voice like wind through hollow reeds. Olna, the great horned owl, descended from the branches, her feathers dusted with the silver of 1,000 midnights. "Unless they borrow wings." From her talons dropped a cloak woven from dandelion fluff and the breath of baby sparrows. The climb was a blur of thinning air and vertigo, the cloak humming against Thalia's shoulders. At the summit, the celestial cavern gaped, a maw of glittering quartz. Inside, the moonfire's remnants flickered weakly in a stone basin, carved with runes older than language. Thalia laid her offerings, the dewdrop from a spider's web, the berry warmed in her cheek pouch, the starleaf caught mid-fall, the silence stolen from a snowflake's heart. The flames leapt but faltered, starved of something deeper. "It needs a story," realized Thalia. Softly at first, then with growing confidence, she sang of the woods, of Corwin's wisdom-steeped teas, Bramble's marsh-born courage, Olna's star-mapped wings. She sang of earthworms composing symphonies for the roots, of otters teaching minnows to dream, of the grandmother tree whose falling leaves became monarch butterflies. The fire blazed gold, then emerald, then the impossible blue of twilight's first breath. Descending, Thalia found the forest already healing. Summer's warmth returned as a contented sigh, autumn's colors retreating politely to the northern maples. By the time she reached the glade, the stream chuckled over smooth stones, its banks frothing with fresh forget-me-nots. Corwin waited with acorn cakes and elderflower cordial, Bramble napping in a pile of sun-warmed moss nearby. That night, as the creatures gathered to watch the meteor shower, the sky's applause, Olna called it, Thalia understood the true nature of the moonfire. It wasn't the flame that bound the seasons, but the collective heartbeat of every creature who loved the woods, the badger tending his herbs, the hedgehog braving the marsh, even the tiniest ant rearranging pebbles into poems. Years later, when a young rabbit trembled at the sight of spring blossoms blooming too early, it was Thalia, now with a streak of silver mirroring Corwin's muzzle, who led them to the cavern. And as the new flame rose, she whispered the secret that would pass through generations. The forest isn't a place we live in. It's a living thing we help create, one story, one act of care at a time. The moonfire burned on. Story 20. The Whispering Music Box. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails in the frosty air, lived a girl named Leela with hands always stained from berry picking and a heart too big for her patched wool coat. Her days were filled with tending her grandmother's garden and mending quilts threaded with silver, but her nights brimmed with restless wonder. She'd press her ear to her bedroom wall, listening to the wind's secrets as it combed through the forest, and dreamed of stories hidden in the creaks of old floorboards. One twilight, as amber leaves pirouetted from the trees, Leela discovered a music box in the attic, a thing of forgotten elegance beneath a dust-laden sheet. Its wooden surface was carved with vines that seemed to shift in the lamplight, and at its center bloomed a silver rose with petals sharp as starlight. When she wound the key, the room filled not with notes, but with voices, a chorus of whispers that tasted of rain-soaked earth and carried the crispness of snapped twigs underfoot. The air shivered, and the wall before her melted into an archway veiled in ivy, leading to a path glowing with bioluminescent moss. The hidden valley. Beyond the archway lay a valley suspended between seasons. Trees bore autumn's fire on one side and spring's blossoms on the other, their branches cradling lanterns shaped like captured moonlight. A stream threaded through the meadow, its water singing in a language of clinking ice and pebbles. But the true marvels were the creatures, foxes with fur like molten copper, rabbits whose ears trailed wisps of fog, and a towering stag whose antlers held entire galaxies of flickering fireflies. You've come to fix it, then. Leela spun to find a fox sitting primly on a rock, its tail curled around paws the color of burnt sugar. It blinked eyes like twin harvest moons. I'm Ember, it said, whiskers twitching. And you're dreadfully late. The music box hasn't hummed in 70 years. The valley's forgetting its own song. Ember explained that the valley thrived on harmony spun from the music box's melodies. Without it, the borders between seasons frayed. Winter's bite seeped into spring's nests. Summer's storms drowned autumn's bonfires. The last guardian hid the box in your world when shadows crept in, Ember murmured. But the threads are unraveling. Look. A gasp escaped Leela. At the valley's edge, a great maple tree stood half in vibrant crimson, half in ashen decay, its split trunk oozing black sap that hissed where it touched the grass. The fracture. To mend the valley they needed 3 things, a petal from the heart tree's bloom, a tear from the sky mirror lake, and a note from the forgotten song. But the journey was perilous. The fracture, the rotting maple, spawned shadow creatures that slithered through the valley, draining color and warmth. Their first test came at the Thistle Hollow, where the path split into 7 identical trails. Trust your nose, not your eyes, advised Ember, but Leela hesitated. The air smelled of lavender and danger, a metallic tang beneath the floral sweetness. She knelt, pressing her palm to the soil, and felt a faint vibration, a hum from the music box in her satchel. The 7th path quivered in response. This way, she said, certainty steadying her voice. They avoided tendrils of creeping shadow that night by sheltering in a badger's burrow, its walls lined with glowing mushrooms. The badger, gruff but kind, gifted them a jar of moonfrost, dew that sparkled like crushed diamonds. For when the dark gets inside your bones, it grunted. The heart tree's trial. The heart tree stood at the valley's core, a colossal oak with bark like braided gold. Its branches cradled a single white blossom, but reaching it meant crossing a chasm bridged by roots that rearranged with every step. Layla's boots slipped on moss-slick wood, the void below yawning hungrily. Halfway across, shadow creatures swarmed, ink-black serpents with glowing red eyes. Ember snarled, flames flickering at her paws, a talent revealed only in crisis, but fire couldn't touch these shadows. Layla fumbled for the music box. The moment she wound it, the whispers returned, coalescing into a visible ripple of sound. The shadows recoiled, screeching as the melody dissolved them into smoke. "You've got the knack," panted Ember as they plucked the blossom. It sent a balm to their scraped knees and rattled nerves. Sky mirrors sorrow. The lake lay frozen under a perpetual twilight, its surface reflecting not the sky, but memories. Layla saw her grandmother laughing by the hearth. Ember glimpsed a human girl with a fox-shaped pendant, the last guardian. To collect a tear, they had to confront a melancholy spirit, the lake's keeper, a heron with feathers like frosted glass. "Why mourn?" it intoned, voice cracking like thin ice. "All beauty fades." Layla thought of her mother's hands, calloused from work but gentle when braiding her hair. "But doesn't that make it precious?" she asked. "Like the last berry of summer." The heron tilted its head and a single tear fell, a droplet that burned cold against Layla's palm. The forgotten note. The final piece lay in the fracture itself. Up close, the corrupted tree pulsed like a sickened heart. Roots writhed, spewing acidic mist. Ember's flames forged a path, but the true battle was internal. The tree's anguish flooded Layla's mind. Visions of the valley crumbling, her grandmother's house swallowed by vines, Ember vanishing into smoke. "It's not real," she chanted, clutching the music box. "Stories don't end if you keep telling them." Focusing on the valley's joys, the badger's moonfrost, the heron's tear crystallizing in her pocket, she reached into the fracture's core. Her fingers closed around a shard of obsidian, humming with dissonance. Harmony restored. Back at the archway, Layla placed the petal, tear, and shard into the music box. The rose bloomed, its thorns drawing a bead of her blood. As she wound the key, the valley's voices swelled into a symphony, rustling leaves, babbling streams, the creak of ancient trees. Light erupted, knitting the fractures wrought into healthy bark. Seasons slid back into their proper lanes, shadows retreated to their dens. Ember nuzzled her hand. "You'll visit. The valley needs guardians who remember both worlds." Layla smiled. "Always. Return." The archway sealed behind her, leaving only her attic, but the music box now gleamed with inner light. That night, as she drifted to sleep, the distant bark of a fox harmonized with the wind chimes outside. And though the village never noticed, winter arrived precisely on time that year, with snowflakes that tasted faintly of stardust. Years later, when Layla had children of her own, she'd tell them of the fox who loved lavender tea and the valley that thrived on kindness. "Stories are living things," she'd say, tucking them under quilts stitched with silver thread. "They grow when you share them, and sometimes, if you listen very closely, they sing back." And in the attic, the music box hummed contentedly, its rose turning slowly toward the moon. Story 21. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose gnarled branches cradled the moon, there thrived a woodland where maple seeds spun like tiny ballerinas and foxfire mushrooms hummed lullabies to the roots. Here, where frost painted fractal patterns on spiderwebs and summer rains carried the scent of forgotten stories, lived a community of creatures who tended the fragile threads between seasons. Their tale begins on an autumn evening, when the northern winds brought whispers of a discord deeper than migrating geese's sorrowful cries. Young Thistle the hedgehog first noticed the imbalance as she gathered hickory nuts near Silverthread Creek. The water, usually singing a bubbly tune over quartz stones, moved sluggishly, its surface filmed with an iridescent sheen like oil on raven feathers. "Bramble," she called to her rabbit friend nibbling clover nearby, "does the creek seem weary to you?" Bramble's velvet ears twitched as he hopped closer, nose wrinkling at a sour tang lingering beneath the creek's familiar mossy perfume. High above, Sorrel the fox paused her twilight patrol along the fern-choked ridges. Where fireflies should have begun their golden waltz, only cold blue wisps flickered, spirit lights that danced out of reach, casting long shadows that slithered like eels. A shiver traced her spine as she recalled Elder Mossberry's warning, when the veil between growth and decay grows thin, even shadows forget their place. The three friends converged at the hollow oak, a colossal tree whose hollow trunk glowed with trapped starlight. There they found Ember the owl preening her rust-speckled feathers with unusual agitation. "The frost came too early," she hooted, gesturing with a wing toward wilted blackberry vines still heavy with unripe fruit. "Winter's breath is stealing autumn's song. If the seasons unravel, the heartstone may dim entirely." Thistle's quills trembled. Every creature knew the legends. Deep within the crystal caverns lay the heartstone, a pulsating gem woven from the first sunrise, the quietest snowfall, and the sigh of a dandelion releasing its seeds. It balanced the dance of seasons, tended by generations of guardians. "But only the Starchaser can reach the caverns now," Bramble fretted, pawing at the brittle leaves carpeting the ground. The Starchaser, a mythical caribou whose antlers held fragments of the Milky Way, hadn't been seen since the Great Blight decades past. Their answer came not through words, but through the forest itself. As moonlight pooled around the hollow oak, lichen patterns on its bark began to shift, forming an intricate map of glowing green lines. Sorrel's keen eyes detected a route, past the whispering willows where trees gossiped in creaky voices, through the frostfire meadow where ice and bioluminescent flowers coexisted, then upward along the stone stag's back, a ridge of quartz-veined cliffs. "The forest guides us," Ember declared. "We must become the new Starchasers." Their journey began at dawn, each companion carrying tokens of their realm. Thistle bore a pouch of pollen from the last autumn blooms, Bramble carried a vial of Silverthread's waters, Sorrel's crimson fur held spores of luminescent moss, Ember clutched a feather infused with starlight. The whispering willows tested them first, their tangled branches knitting together, murmuring, "Prove you listen deeper than your heartbeat." Bramble crouched, pressing one ear to the earth. "The roots are humming a lullaby in reverse," he realized. Thistle joined in, her soft voice harmonizing with the underground melody until the willows sighed and parted. In Frostfire Meadow, eternal twilight reigned. Ice crystals bloomed across petals of neon blue fireweed, their contradictory elements balanced in perfect tension. But now jagged frost encroached wildly, threatening to extinguish the delicate flames. "The balance here mirrors the heartstones," Ember observed. Sorrel carefully blew her glowing spores onto the ice, while Thistle sprinkled pollen like golden rain. Slowly the frost retreated into feathery fractals, the fireweed burning steady and low once more. Dusk found them scaling the stone stag's back, where mica sparkled like trapped constellations. A wrong step sent Bramble sliding toward a precipice, but Thistle curled into a spiny ball, anchoring herself between rocks, and Sorrel's tail lashed out just in time to pull him to safety. As night deepened, they discovered the cavern entrance hidden behind a waterfall that flowed upward, droplets defying gravity to join misty clouds forming above. "Trust the path," Ember urged, and they leapt through the inverted cascade. The crystal caverns took their breath away. Geodes bigger than bear dens lined the walls, their crystalline innards refracting light into rainbows that danced across underground pools. But at the chamber's heart, the heartstone flickered weakly, its usual kaleidoscope of colors reduced to murky amber. Circling it were shadowy forms, neither creature nor vapor, drawn to the waning magic. Remembering Mossberry's tales, Thistle stepped forward. "The stone needs memories of harmony," she cried. One by one, the companions offered their tokens. Bramble's vial restored the creek's song to the waters within the stone. Sorrel's spores wove glowing tendrils through its facets. Ember's feather reignited celestial patterns. Thistle opened her pollen pouch, releasing not just golden dust but the essence of bees' diligence, petals unfurling at dawn, and the earthy promise of seeds sleeping underground. The shadows recoiled as the heartstone blazed anew, sapphire for summer's vitality, amber for autumn's harvest, pearl for winter's rest, emerald for spring's renewal. Light pulsed through the caverns, up through the waterfall, across ridges and meadows, until the entire forest shuddered with realignment. Somewhere in a snow-dusted glen, antlers glowing with reborn stardust, the Starchaser breathed relief into the chilly air. By the time the friends returned home, balance had settled like dew. Silverthread Creek chuckled over stones cleansed of sourness. Frost now only nipped at fully ripened berries. Fireflies and spirit lights waltzed together in respectful orbits. At the hollow oak, Elder Mossberry awaited, her turtle shell etched with new markings, the story of their journey already woven into the forest's memory. "You've learned," she rasped warmly, "that harmony isn't stillness, but the courage to mend what unravels." As the first true snow began to fall, thick, fluffy flakes scented of pine and possibility, the companions nestled into the oak's glowing hollow. Sorrel's tail curled around Bramble, Thistle snuggled into Ember's downy feathers, and somewhere in the crystalline depths below, the heartstone pulsed in time with their contented breaths. Outside, the seasons turned as they should, not separate but overlapping threads in nature's endless tapestry, each essential, each beloved. And so the forest slept, cradled by ancient rhythms, knowing that while challenges might come like storms or droughts, there would always be those who listened, to the whisper of unbalanced waters, to the silence where fireflies ought to sing, and who'd carry pollen, spores, and starlight into the dark places. For in tending the fragile, they nurtured the eternal. Story 22. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual snow, there lay a village where chimney smoke curled like question marks against the twilight sky. Here, where the brook sang lullabies to the willow trees, lived a girl named Leela, whose hands were always speckled with soil from tending her grandmother's moonflower garden. Her world smelled of parchment books from the village library and lavender sachets tucked in drawers, until the evening she discovered the music box hidden in the attic rafters. Cobwebs clung to its edges like silver lace, the rosewood surface etched with constellations that shimmered when touched. When Leela lifted the lid, a melody unfurled, notes like liquid starlight that made the air hum. The room filled with the scent of pine needles and distant rain as the carvings on the box's sides began to glow. Before her eyes, the constellations shifted, forming a map that led beyond her window into the heart of the whispering woods. That night, guided by the music still thrumming in her bones, Leela followed a path where ferns dipped in greeting and fireflies arranged themselves into arrows. Deep in the forest, she found a stone archway veiled by ivy, its keystone carved with the same stars from the music box. As she hummed the melody, the archway shimmered, revealing a bridge made of intertwined roots that led to a world where trees wore bark like mother of pearl and rivers flowed upward into the sky. A fox with fur the color of autumn twilight awaited her, eyes bright as citrine. "You've come to mend the broken song," it said, its voice rustling like pages turning. The fox, called Ember, explained that the music box was a keystone between worlds. Long ago, a shadow had crept into the silver grove, silencing the great tree of echoes whose roots held the memories of both realms. Without its song, the hidden world was fading, its colors leaching away like watercolor in rain. Thus began their quest, to gather 3 lost fragments of the tree's song from places where fear had taken root. The first shard lay in the Cave of Whispers, where voices of past sorrows clung to the walls like lichen. Listen not with ears but with compassion, Ember advised as the cave's echoes wailed, a chorus of loneliness, of friendships fractured by misunderstanding. Leela knelt, pressing her palm to the cold stone. Your pain is heard, she murmured. The walls stilled. From the darkness drifted a glowing note, soft as a dandelion seed, embedding itself in the music box. The second shard resided in the lake of reflections, its surface frozen despite the absence of cold. Beneath the ice swam faces of those who doubted themselves, a boy who thought his laughter too loud, a woman who hid her paintings in closets. They see only cracks, not the gold that mends them, sighed Ember. Leela took her grandmother's trowel from her pocket, for she always carried it, and etched into the ice, "You are enough." Cracks spread, not shattering but blooming into fractal patterns. The ice melted into a hymn, the second note warm against her skin. But the third shard was guarded by the shadow itself, a creature of frayed edges and ash-gray fur, coiled around the peak of Mount Gale. It hissed of failures, of gardens drowned by floods and promises unkept. "You'll fade too, little dreamer," it sneered, tail lashing. Layla's courage wavered, the music box grew heavy in her hands. Yet Ember nuzzled her wrist, whispering, "Even shadows hunger for light." Slowly Leela unclasped her cloak, the one patched with moonflowers, and draped it over the shivering beast. "You don't have to be afraid alone," she said. The shadow stilled. Its form softened, revealing eyes like burnt amber, lonely and ancient. From its chest emerged the final note, bright as a newborn star. In the silver grove, the tree of echoes absorbed the reunited song. Its branches exploded into blossoms that sang in harmonies no mortal throat could replicate. Colors surged through the land, rivers turquoise, grass emerald, sky a tender periwinkle. The shadow, now a sleek wolf with twilight-tipped fur, bowed to Leela. "You've reminded me what I was before fear shaped me," it said, vanishing into the forest as a guardian renewed. Returning home, Leela found the music box now empty of magic, its purpose fulfilled. Yet every full moon her moonflowers glowed with captured starlight, and in her dreams she wandered the silver grove with Ember, learning the language of wind and roots. The village never noticed the subtle changes, how storms gentled before reaching their roofs, how children's nightmares dissolved like sugar in tea. But Layla knew. Years later, as she taught her own daughter to tend the moonflowers, she'd smile at the way the petals turned toward the whispering woods. "There are worlds beyond sight," she'd say, tucking a blossom behind the child's ear, "and the greatest magic is the courage to listen." Story 23. The stars above the moon of Serenoth burned cold and bright, like diamond shards scattered across black velvet. Beneath them, in the shadow of a derelict star-cruiser half buried in cobalt sands, 2 creatures huddled where their paths were never meant to cross. The first was small and furred, her russet coat matted with stardust. Twyla of the Bramblefolk clutched her makeshift satchel woven from meteoroid fibers, triangular ears twitching at every creak of the dying ship's hull. Her people measured time in blossom cycles and friendship in shared root tea, concepts that felt desperately fragile as she pressed against the cold metal wall. Across the corridor, glowing faintly like a captured aurora, the crystalline being she'd come to call Lumen shifted uneasily. His geometric form refracted light into prismatic patterns across the walls, though the usual warm golds of his silica clan had dimmed to worried ambers. They'd been trapped here 3 lunar cycles, Twyla counted by etching marks with her claw, Lumen by the gradual shift of magnetic fields only his kind could sense. The crash had been violent but curiously kind, depositing them both in this hollow belly of ancient machinery without physical harm. Their first meeting had been all sparks and sharp edges, Twyla scattering dried starburst fruit in alarm while Lumen's light flared defensive crimsons, their languages clashing like discordant wind chimes. Warm thief. Twyla had accused when she found him near the ship's thermal regulators, her whiskers bristling. To a Bramble folk, stealing another's heat was akin to stealing breath. Chaosbringer Lumen's harmonics had vibrated back, mistaking her frantic seed planting in the ship's soil tanks as sabotage. To the Silica, ordered light patterns were the foundation of civilization. The misunderstanding might have calcified into permanent hostility were it not for the whispering walls. On the 8th day, as Twyla traced curious claw over strange carvings in the ship's interior, the metal itself began to hum. Lumen, drawn by the resonance, found his crystalline frequencies syncing with the vibration, until words bloomed between them like sudden orchards. Regret sighed the wall beneath Twyla's paw. Lonely hummed the panel where Lumen pressed a faceted edge. Together, their combined touch awakened the ship's ancient translation matrix, its last gift before power reserves failed completely. Now the walls sang in half-remembered lullabies of the vessel's original crew, long gone to dust, but leaving behind echoes of connection. Not thief, Lumen had offered first, his light softening to contrite lavender. Sought equilibrium, my people, we share energy in crisis. The explanation came haltingly through the wall's fading song, accompanied by prismatic projections of crystalline cities where beings linked facets to weather solar storms. Twyla's tail had curled in shame. Not chaos, Bramble folk, we plant hope where we fear. Her projected memories showed seed vaults maintained through generations, entire forests grown from one trembling paw's planting. When the next crisis came a shuddering groan as the ship's ancient gravity generator failed, they faced it together. Twyla's nimble claws scaled shuddering machinery to access manual controls, while Lumen redirected his innate electromagnetic pulses to stabilize the systems. They met afterward in the makeshift garden Twyla had unknowingly planted, where luminous sprouts now curled around Lumen's base and shared warmth without words. It became their rhythm, mornings spent deciphering the ship's ghostly manuals, Twyla tracing text with light paws, Lumen decoding through chromatic shifts, afternoons battling entropy's relentless crawl. They discovered Lumen could photosynthesize starlight into nourishing radiation for Twyla's crops, while her knowledge of symbiotic ecosystems helped repair his fractured energy matrix. When the oxygen recyclers stuttered, it was Twyla who realized Lumen's natural process emitted pure air as a byproduct. When cosmic static threatened to overwhelm Lumen's frequencies, Twyla wove Faraday nests from her shed fur and conductive vines. Yet the moon tested them. On the 32nd rotation, acid winds howled through the ship's fractures, forcing them to shelter in the core gardens. Twyla trembled as corrosive rains hissed against the hull, until Lumen did something forbidden in silica culture. He reshaped his entire form, unfolding crystalline planes into a sheltering dome over his friend. You unmade yourself, Twyla whispered later, watching with concern as Lumen's light pulsed wearily. Silica were meant to grow gradually in set patterns, never altering their sacred angles. Some shapes, Lumen hummed softly, are meant to be temporary, to protect what matters. His light reached for a bioluminescent bud Twyla had nurtured for him, the first flower that could thrive on light alone. The storm's aftermath revealed their greatest challenge, the ship's distress beacon, buried under collapsed decks. Without it, rescue was impossible. Without power, it was useless. We combine, Lumen proposed, his facets shimmering with uncharacteristic uncertainty. My core as capacitor, your organic conductor. It was dangerous. Silica energy could scorch flesh, Bramble folk bioelectricity might fracture crystals. Twyla didn't hesitate. "Roots and rays," she said, invoking her people's phrase for unlikely partnerships. As their ship garden had taught them, where mycelium networks nourished what sunlight could not reach. The procedure was agony and ecstasy. Twyla's fur stood crackling as she channeled stored lightning from the atmosphere batteries, paws blistering as she pressed them to Lumen's core. Lumen's normally precise light fractured into chaotic rainbows, his structure vibrating as organic electricity surged through quartz never meant to hold such currents. Yet when the beacon flared to life, its pulse singing across the cosmos, their pained cries became laughter. They'd done it. Together. Rescue arrived on wings of fire, a silica scout ship drawn by the beacon's unique energy signature, a Bramblefolk trader vessel tracking Twyla's distinctive flora. The reunion with their peoples was bittersweet. Silica medics fretted over Lumen's reckless reconfigurations, while Bramble elders clucked over Twyla's undignified energy sharing. Yet both ships' crews fell silent when shown the thriving garden where crystal and creeper intertwined, where the walls hummed with a new song woven from two voices. At parting, Twyla pressed the seed pod into Lumen's faintly glowing fissures. "For your home skies," she sniffled, trying to hide her quivering whiskers. Lumen detached his smallest facet, a deep amber shard, and levitated it into Twyla's satchel. "For your dark nights," his harmonics wavered. Years later, the Silica homeworld would marvel at the crystalline trees growing in their plazas, whose leaves sang Bramblefolk lullabies when the solar winds blew. And on a tiny forest moon, a certain Bramblefolk elder could be found telling stories under a permanent aurora, her grandchildren's favorite being the tale of the friend who glowed. But in that moment, as ships ascended through Serenoth's atmosphere, two unlikely companions pressed paws and facets to their viewports. The galaxy stretched vast before them, no longer cold but crackling with possibility. For they carried the warmest truth, that light needs soil to grow, soil needs light to bloom, and no world truly thrives alone. Story 24. The Amber Teapot. Beneath the eaves of a crooked little house at the edge of Willowbrook Village, where wild honeysuckle clung to the stone walls and fireflies danced in the twilight, lived a shy girl named Leela. Her hands were always stained with ink from sketching the meadow creatures, her laughter as soft as the chime of wind bells. But tonight, as autumn winds whispered through the cracks in her attic bedroom, Leela's heart felt heavier than the old iron kettle simmering on the hearth below. Tomorrow she would have to leave this house, her last connection to Gran, and move to the bustling city where the stars were drowned by lamplight and no one stopped to listen to crickets. She was packing a box of Gran's old books when her fingers brushed against something warm. Buried beneath a quilt stitched with constellations was a teapot the color of caramelized honey, its surface etched with vines that seemed to shift in the candlelight. When Leela lifted it, a scent of chamomile and distant thunderstorms filled the air, and the porcelain hummed faintly, like a cat's purr. "Well now," murmured a voice like creaking willow branches. Leela nearly dropped the teapot. Sitting atop a dusty astronomy journal was a hedgehog in a waistcoat, the exact mossy green of the forest floor. His spectacles gleamed as he tilted his head. "You found Gran's ambrosial amphora. Knew you would, eventually." "You talk," Leela managed, her pulse fluttering. "And you," said the hedgehog, smoothing his whiskers, "are dawdling when there's sipping to be done. Steep some lavender in it, no elderflower, and mind you don't spill." Bewildered, Leela obeyed. As the steaming liquid filled the cup, the attic walls dissolved like sugar in rain. She stood in a glade where trees wore bark like beaten copper, their leaves chiming in a breeze that carried the tang of wild blueberries. A river of liquid twilight coiled through the grass, and fireflies here weren't mere insects but tiny lanterns with stained glass wings. This was Glimmerhaven, the hedgehog, Bramble he'd introduced himself, explained, a realm between heartbeats, visible only to those who knew how to brew the right questions. Gran came here. Leela breathed, brushing her fingertips over a flower that turned its petals to face her, glowing faintly. Every full moon, Bramble said, scurrying up to perch on her shoulder. Kept the balance between our world and yours, but since she's been gone, the emberflame blooms are dying. He pointed afar at the riverbank, where clusters of flowers that once burned like tiny suns now hung dull and brittle. No blooms, no starlight, your world's nights will grow colder. Ours will, well, best not dwell on it. Leela's chest tightened. She'd watched Gran slip away last winter, her hands still clutching a sketch of this very glade. What do I do? Bramble's nose twitched. Find the kindler, only they can reignite the blooms, but the path's grown thorny since the sorrow mist settled in the valleys. Their first companion joined them at the Bridge of Whispers, a cobblestone arch where every step made the stones murmur secrets. The moon's third tier, the bridge crooned as Leela hesitated, lies beneath the roots of the weeping spruce. A splash interrupted the riddles. There, tangled in water lilies, was a boy made of cloud and shadow, his hair a swirl of cirrus, his eyes flickering with inner lightning. He stared at them, defensive as a cornered fox. Nimbus, Bramble sighed. Still hiding in ponds. I'm not hiding, the boy crackled, mist curling off his shoulders. Ponds are restful. Leela knelt, ignoring the static pricking her skin. We're going to save the ember flames. Come with us. Nimbus' stormy gaze narrowed. Why? Because, she said, recalling Gran's favorite words, a flame shared doesn't dim, it doubles. Slowly, he took her hand. The deeper they wandered into Glimmerhaven, the more Leila's senses sharpened. She tasted colors, the velvety purple of twilight, the crisp gold of curiosity wafting off Bramble as he lectured about echo bats and memory orchids. She learned Nimbus wasn't a storm, but a boy who'd forgotten his human form, his heartache over a lost friend keeping him adrift. They faced trials woven from the land's fraying magic, a forest where trees mirrored their fears. Leela's showed the city swallowing Willowbrook whole, a valley where laughter crystallized into bridges, a labyrinth where the walls were made of old songs. Each challenge required not strength but the quiet courage to listen, to the earth's slow heartbeat, to Nimbus' halting stories, even to Bramble's grumbling. The kindler isn't a person, Leela realized one evening as they camped beside a spring. She stirred the ambrosial amphora, now filled with starlight-infused water. It's the act of kindling itself, of tending connections. Bramble's spectacles slipped down his nose. Gran's chosen well, he muttered, but Leela saw his smile. The final test came at the sorrow mist's heart, a hollow where the last ember flame flickered, its stem choked by creeping gloom. The mist thickened into shapes, Gran's face, stern city teachers, Nimbus' lost friend walking away. Leela's hands shook, but she stepped forward, pouring tea from the amphora onto the parched soil. I'm afraid, she whispered. Afraid I'll forget the cricket songs, that the city will make me small. But she touched the locket at her throat, holding Gran's sketch. I carry this place in me. That's a kind of magic no darkness can take. The mist recoiled. Nimbus reached into his chest, pulling out a spark that danced between his fingers, not lightning, but a memory of campfire stories with his friend. Bramble added a leaf from the first tree Gran had planted. Together they cradled the dying bloom until it blazed anew, igniting the field in a chain reaction of light. Dawn found Leela back in her attic, the amphora cool in her hands. Through the window she saw Willowbrook's meadow glittering with frost and something else. Tiny emberflame sprouts, visible only if you squinted, curling around the fence posts. Nimbus appeared at her side, solid now, his stormy edges softened into Dawn's palette. Turns out, he said, grinning like a sunbeam, Glimmerhaven's not so far from your city. I'll visit, bring marshmallows. Bramble sniffed. Just don't track in rain clouds. As the moving cart rolled away days later, Leela pressed her palm to the amphora, now cradled in her lap. The city would be loud, yes, but she'd plant window boxes of moonflowers. She'd sketch stories for children who'd never seen fireflies. And on nights when loneliness crept in, she'd brew a pot of chamomile, watching steam twist into shapes of copper trees and cloud-haired boys. For she'd learned that wonder isn't a place but a choice, to tend the sparks you're given, to listen even when the world seems silent, and to carry hearth light wherever you roam. Somewhere in the space between a teapot's sigh and a friend's laughter, Glimmerhaven bloomed on. Story 25. On the crystalline plains of planet Luminara 7, where the sky shimmered like liquid mercury and the ground sparkled with frost that never melted, a human engineer named Kale knelt beside his fractured starship. The scent of ozone clung to his patched spacesuit as he stared at the cracked fuel cell, its glowing blue essence dripping onto iridescent snow. 3 solar cycles since the crash, and the memory of his crew's evacuation still burned fresh. The alarm bells, the captain's insistence he stay behind to stabilize the core, the way the stars had blinked out as he plunged through the atmosphere alone. He didn't notice the Watcher until it stepped into the light. The creature stood no taller than his waist, its body resembling overlapping geodes, amethyst and citrine crystals growing in harmonious chaos. 6 slender limbs, jointed like a spider's but ending in delicate, glowing fingertips, twitched nervously. Its face was a mosaic of shifting quartz, emotions flickering across its surface like light through a prism. When it spoke, the sound wasn't words, but vibrations that hummed in Kale's molars. Stay back. Kale brandished a hydro-spanner, heart pounding. The tool slipped from his trembling hand, sinking into the snow. The creature tilted its head, a soft chime resonating from its chest. It reached out, and where its fingers brushed the snow, tiny flowers bloomed, petals like stained glass, emitting a sound like wind chimes. They called themselves the Xyli. This one Kale learned through halting gestures and sketched symbols in the frost, was named Zix. Its people communicated through harmonic resonance and touch, their language as much music as speech. Zix had been observing Kale since his crash, curious about the being who wept silver tears, a phenomenon Zix demonstrated by mimicking crying motions, then producing a shower of tinkling crystal shards from its eyes. The first lesson came during a shared meal. Kale offered a nutrient bar, grimacing as Zix held it to the light, perplexed. With a patient series of hums, Zix led him to a grove of singing ferns, where they plucked bulbous fruits that burst into melodic notes when bitten. Kale's laugh, a sound that startled them both, sent Zix's crystals rippling with indigo delight. "You're not a salvage thief," Kale murmured later, as Zix helped realign his ship's damaged thruster array. The Xyli's touch left faint glowing patterns on the metal, repairs conducted through some form of vibrational alchemy. "Just lonely." Zix responded by pressing a crystal palm to Kale's chest. His breath caught as warmth spread through him, accompanied by a fleeting image, an endless field of stars, seen from below Luminara 7's shimmering atmosphere, and the hollow ache of watching ships pass without ever descending. The crisis arrived with the storm of echoes. Xyli elders had warned of it, a tempest that cycled through the planet's energy field every decade, dissolving unanchored matter. Kale's translator patch struggled with the explanation, but Zix's urgency was clear. Together they reinforced the ship with crystalline resin, Zix's limbs moving in a blur as they harvested adhesive sap from towering spire trees. Shelter, deeper caves. Zix's voice box wheezed, a makeshift device Kale had cobbled from comms equipment, allowing crude verbal communication. The fuel cells still unstable. Kale argued, gripping a fraying cable. If the storm hits before I recalibrate. A low whine cut through the air. The horizon darkened, not with clouds, but with a rippling void, trees disintegrating at its edge. Zix trilled in alarm, yanking Kale backward as the first wave hit. The world dissolved into kaleidoscopic chaos. Kale's visor cracked, his suit screaming pressure alerts. Through the maelstrom he saw Zix falter, their crystalline form beginning to fracture under the storm's dissonant frequencies. Without thinking, Kale lunged, wrapping his arms around Zix. His suit's dampening field flickered to life, projecting a fragile bubble of stillness. Zix trembled, their harmonics screeching in pain, until Kale began to sing, a lullaby his sister had taught him, years and light years ago. The vibrations aligned with Zix's resonances, their bodies slowly knitting back together. Afterward, beneath the shelter of a half-melted quartz overhang, they shared truths. My people avoid outsiders, Zix confessed via voice box, their natural tones muted but recovering. Long ago, scavengers came, took our crystal singers, broke the harmony. Kale winced, recalling his initial suspicion. He opened his palm, revealing the comms badge from his uniform, a winged star over crossed gears. My fleet thought this sector uninhabited. We'd have strip-mined your world for fuel cells if I hadn't crashed here. Zix studied the badge, then touched their forehead to Kale's, a xylee gesture of shared memory. The cave filled with light, not the harsh glare of Kale's work lamp, but the gentle radiance of mutual understanding. Repairs took 7 more cycles. Zix taught Kale to hear the planet's music, how to match his steps to the ground's resonant frequency so he could climb sheer cliffs, how to soothe agitated spire bears with rhythmic clapping. Kale, in turn, showed Zix the constellations of his childhood, tracing stories in the frost. On the morning of departure, the ship stood whole, its hull iridescent with xylee blessings. Kale hesitated at the ramp, throat tight. You could. He swallowed. Come with, see those stars up close. Zix's crystals dimmed. They placed a hand over their chest, where a new formation had grown, a starburst pattern mirroring Kale's badge. My song bound to Luminara, but they pressed a fragment of crystal into Kale's hand. It pulsed softly, emitting the same warm hum as Zix's laughter. The ship ascended in a spiral of glowing particles, Kale's windshield filled with Zix's farewell, a dance that sent concentric rings of light rippling across the plains. He set course for the nearest star base, the crystal fragment glowing brighter as he whispered, I'll tell them, no miners, no scavengers, just friends. And light years away, a xylee elder paused mid-chant, feeling the shift in their world's song. Where once there had been a sour note of fear, now bloomed a chord so profound it made the northern lights shimmer in chromatic harmony, a melody of trust carried on the solar winds. Story 26. The old clock tower in the village of Bramblebrook had always ticked in perfect time with the rhythm of the world, or so the townsfolk claimed. Its brass hands moved like dancers gliding across a stage, casting long shadows over cobblestone streets that smelled of rain-soaked moss and freshly baked rye bread. Yet no one noticed the peculiar way its fourth face, the one pointing westward, nearly swallowed by ivy, remained perpetually frozen at 3 minutes past midnight. No one, that is, except a soft-spoken bookbinder's apprentice named Layla, whose ears could hear the faintest whisper of pages turning in the wind. It began on an evening when the sky hung low like a quilt of bruised plums, the air thick with the promise of autumn's first storm. Leela was returning from delivering a repaired atlas to the schoolmaster when she spotted something glimmering beneath the clock tower's mossy base, not a coin or lost trinket, but a teacup. Not just any teacup, but one that seemed spun from starlight, its porcelain so thin it revealed the faint pulse of something glowing within. When she lifted it, the ivy shuddered, and the frozen clock face emitted a sound like a key turning in a long-forgotten lock. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "isn't for sipping tea." Leela turned to find a hedgehog perched atop a stack of weathered books, his quills dusted with cinnamon-scented pollen. He adjusted tiny spectacles made of beetle wings and continued, "It's a compass cup, child. When filled with moonlight, it reveals roads unseen." His name was Thistle, he explained, a chronicler of hidden pathways and keeper of stories too delicate for ordinary paper. The cup, he murmured, had been waiting for someone who listened more than they spoke. That night, by the silvery light of her attic window, Leela poured stolen moonbeams, collected in her grandmother's thimble, into the compass cup. The liquid light swirled and coalesced into a map etched across the porcelain's surface, not of places, but of moments. A bridge made of whispered secrets arched over a river of half-remembered dreams. A forest of tangled what-ifs bordered a valley where lost laughter echoed like wind chimes. At the map's edge pulsed a glowing mark, the clock tower's frozen face. Their journey began with a single step through the tower's shadow, which unfolded like a paper fan into a corridor scented with ink and elderflower. Thistle rode in Leela's apron pocket, dictating warnings about quicksand made of unanswered letters and the weight of unsung lullabies. They soon gained another companion, Ember, a will-o'-the-wisp with a habit of humming sea shanties, whose light shifted colors with her moods. Where Thistle was cautious and precise, Ember crackled with impulsive curiosity, painting their path in swirls of coral and saffron. The trio's challenge arose in the chamber of gathering dust, a vast library where books floated like drowsy moths. There, beneath a dome of stained glass depicting forgotten constellations, stood the Keeper of Hours, not a monster, but a sorrowful creature of living parchment, her body etched with schedules and deadlines that had crushed countless dreams. "The clock's heart is wounded," she rasped, ink tears smudging her margins. "To mend it you must answer this: what is time's truest measure?" Leela's fingers brushed the compass cup, now warm against her palm. She thought of her father's pocket watch, forever 5 minutes fast to ensure he'd never miss sunrise, of her mother singing ballads while kneading dough, letting the bread rise until the song feels complete. She remembered Thistle's stories about roads that existed only when travelers paused to admire wildflowers, and Ember's light dancing extra minutes into existence during midsummer nights. "Time," she said softly, "is measured by what we hold close. Not minutes, but moments." The keeper's pages fluttered in a sudden breeze, sending loose leaves twirling into a mosaic of memories. A child's first step preserved in pressed dandelions, an old sailor's farewell etched in seashell grooves, the clock tower itself being built to the rhythm of shared work songs. As the chamber filled with the scent of rain-washed earth and candle wax, the compass cup overflowed with liquid light that seeped into the keeper's parchment skin, mending her torn edges. When they returned to Bramble Brook, the western clock face began moving again, not forward, but sideways, its new path tracing the orbits of fireflies and the sway of porch swings. Townsfolk found themselves setting aside their hurry, lingering to hear the end of a joke or watch spiders weave dewy tapestries at dawn. Leela's teacup now rests on the bookshop's counter, sometimes holding starlight, sometimes lemonade, always ready to guide others to moments waiting to be found. And if you wander past Bramblebrook on a misty evening, you might glimpse 3 shadows near the clock tower: a girl with ink-smudged fingers, a hedgehog annotating the air, and a wisp painting the dusk in hues no color has ever been named. They'll offer you no grand advice, only a warm cup and the quiet understanding that some journeys aren't about distance, but depth. That time's sweetest magic lives in the spaces between ticks and talks, where friendship and wonder bloom like midnight roses. Story 27. Beneath a sky stitched with constellations shaped like teapots and turtle doves, there lay a village where chimney smoke curled into riddles, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep. Here lived a girl with a patchwork satchel, and a habit of collecting questions the way others collect seashells. Her name was Mira, and her greatest mystery arrived one evening when she noticed the old oak at the edge of the meadow had grown a new door, a tiny arched thing with a handle made of braided moonbeams. The door opened without a sound, revealing a path paved in iridescent pebbles that hummed when stepped upon. Mira's boots sank into moss as soft as whipped cream, and the air smelled of cinnamon and starlight. She followed the trail into the Glimmerwood, where trees wore bark like mosaic tiles, shifting colors when touched. Fireflies here carried lanterns made of crystallized dew, casting prismatic shadows that danced to a silent waltz. Her first encounter came at a bridge woven from willow reeds, guarded by a creature no taller than her knee. It had the velvety ears of a hare, scales that shimmered like mother of pearl, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "I am Tyndall," it said, voice like wind through a keyhole, "and you may cross if you can name the song the river's singing." Mira knelt, listening as the water below trilled not with words but with feelings, a melody of loneliness, soft and blue. It's homesick, she realized. The river misses the cloud it once was. Tyndall's flame tail brightened. "Correct, but now you must carry its sorrow a while." The creature blew a soap bubble that settled on Mira's palm, filled with the river's wistful tune. "Keep it safe until it learns to love the earth," Tyndall said, vanishing in a puff of dandelion fluff. Deeper into the wood, Mira found a meadow where flowers bloomed in shades of twilight. Their petals chimed when brushed, harmonizing with the distant hoot of a clockwork owl. Here she met a trio of moss-covered tortoises, stacking stones into precarious towers. "Balance requires more than patience," croaked the eldest, its shell etched with ancient maps. "It requires knowing which stones dream of being tall, and which dream of rest." Mira helped them rearrange the pile, discovering that the smoothest stones sighed gratefully when placed at the base. The tortoises gifted her a compass with a needle that pointed not north, but toward what needs mending. As twilight deepened, the trees parted to reveal a valley where the ground glowed like a swarm of captive fireflies. Mushroom houses spiraled upward, their windows aglow, and the inhabitants soon emerged, a clan of hedgehogs in waistcoats, riding atop ladybugs polished to a ruby sheen. They were frantic, circling a crater where their moon ought to be, a floating orb that, by the smell of burnt caramel, had clearly been nibbled by something. "The night spinners did it," squeaked the hedgehog mayor, wringing his tiny paws. "They spin dreams from stardust, but always crave sweets." Sure enough, Mira spotted silken threads leading to a nearby thicket. There, 8-legged weavers with bodies like smoked glass were cocooning the stolen moon melon, their looms weaving its nectar into a tapestry of forbidden desserts. Remembering the river's bubble, Mira released the homesick song. The melody wrapped around the spinners, who clutched their heads, overwhelmed by the sudden rush of the river's longing. "This taste it's too bitter," hissed one, abandoning the moon. The hedgehogs quickly rolled their treasure home, and in thanks pressed a silver thimble into Mira's hand. "Filled with stardust," they explained. "Sprinkle it when your path feels too dark to bear." The final test came at the Glimmerwood's heart, a grove where trees grew upside down, roots cradling nests of singing eggs. A figure awaited her, the forest warden, a being woven from storm clouds and wheat fields, eyes like twin harvest moons. "You've carried sorrow, mended what was unstable, and turned hunger into understanding," they rumbled. "But can you quieten the thornwind?" They gestured to a whirlwind of brambles tearing through the grove, scattering the egg's song into dissonance. The compass in Mira's satchel tugged her toward the chaos. Instead of fleeing, she knelt, sprinkling the stardust thimble. The dust became a bridge of constellations, leading into the Thornwind's core. Inside she found not fury, but a shivering sprite made of shattered mirrors, each shard reflecting a different fear, of being forgotten, of growing too large, of losing one's voice. "You're just lonely," Mira said, offering the last gift she carried, a chime flower petal from the meadow. The thornwind stilled, its shards softening into opals. "Stay," it whispered, but Mira shook her head gently. "Some must wander so others can bloom, but you'll always have a friend here." As dawn painted the sky marmalade orange, the forest warden led her back to the oak door. "Remember," they said, "courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the choice to carry kindness into the unknown." The door closed, leaving Mira in her familiar meadow, now forever changed. For in her satchel she carried a soap bubble still humming its transformed song, now sweet as summer rain, and a single opal that glowed when she hummed. That night villagers swore they saw the constellations rearrange, a tortoise balancing stars, a hedgehog riding a comet, and a girl made of starlight dancing with a wind of thorns turned gentle. And Mira, curled under her quilt, knew the Glimmerwood's true magic wasn't in its wonders, but in the quiet truth it had etched into her bones, that every unknown path becomes a home if walked with an open hand. Story 28. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where moonbeams tangled with ivy and rivers hummed lullabies against smooth stones, there lived a hedgehog named Thistle. Her spines held dewdrops like liquid diamonds each dawn, and her paws left tiny heart-shaped prints in the moss. On this particular autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted through crisp air, Thistle noticed the forest's breath had grown uneven. The usually steady pulse of rustling ferns now hiccuped, and the silver birches trembled when no wind stirred. Behind a curtain of weeping willow branches, where fireflies embroidered the dusk with gold thread, Thistle found her oldest friend, a snow-furred rabbit called Lumen. His ears twitched like compass needles toward the northern thicket. "The guardian tree's roots are cold," he whispered, nose quivering. "The seasoned stones have fallen out of rhythm." They journeyed upward, past foxglove towers buzzing with sleepy bees, through meadows where ghost flowers glowed like submerged stars. The forest grew quieter the higher they climbed, until even their footfalls seemed swallowed by the heavy air. At last they reached the clearing where the guardian tree stood, an ancient oak wider than 10 badgers nose to tail, its bark etched with spirals that shimmered when touched by starlight. But tonight the carvings lay dull, and the tree's massive roots curled inward like clenched fists. An owl descended on silent wings, her feathers the exact gray of twilight's first sigh. "Sage." Thistle exhaled in relief as the wise bird landed. "The autumn stone has cracked," Sage hooted mournfully, gesturing with a talon to the hollow beneath the roots. There, nestled in a cradle of velvet moss, lay 4 crystalline orbs, 3 pulsing gently spring's emerald bud, summer's sunlit honey, winter's frost-blue heart, while autumn's amber sphere sat fractured, its glow flickering like a guttering candle. Lumen's nose brushed the damaged stone. "The maple sentinels haven't sung their color-changing song. The squirrels are gathering acorns 2 moons early." His voice trembled as a single oak leaf, still summer green, drifted down to land on the cracked crystal. Thistle watched a ladybug struggle to climb a blade of withered grass nearby, its wings too heavy with unseasonal dew. The imbalance was spreading. Sage ruffled her feathers, a sound like pages turning in an old book. "We must journey to the 4 corners before the moon wanes. The stones can only be mended where their essences were born." Their company grew as they traveled. A brook trout named Ripple joined them in the shallows, her scales catching stories from upstream. A stag called Rowan, whose antlers held fragments of forgotten constellations, cleared paths through thickets with a nod of his crown. They moved through landscapes that seemed to hold their breath, a frozen waterfall where liquid ice tinkled like wind chimes, a meadow of lavender frozen midsway, its purple haze suspended like mist. In the eastern thicket, where dawn first kissed the treetops, they found spring's essence, a pool where cherry blossom petals swirled beneath the surface like living watercolor. Thistle dipped her paw, feeling sap-warm liquid curl around her claws. "It's too quiet," Lumen murmured. Indeed, the usual chorus of peeping frog song had been replaced by an eerie hush. Ripple leapt from the water with a splash, revealing a tangle of algae choking the pool's inlet. "The reeds have overgrown," she bubbled. "The flow's been blocked." Rowan knelt, antlers glowing faintly as moss crept down to cushion his knees. Working together, Thistle's claws snipping tough fibers, Lumen's strong teeth pulling strands free, Ripple guiding the water's flow, they cleared the passage. With a joyful gurgle, fresh water rushed in, carrying pollen that exploded into tiny fireworks of light. The spring stone in Thistle's satchel flared brightly, its crack beginning to mend. Summer's trial came in the salt-spangled dunes, where ocean winds carried the laughter of distant tides. Heat rippled the air like invisible silk, and the travelers' shadows pooled beneath them like spilled ink. Here the problem revealed itself in absence. The usual shimmer of heat mirages had vanished, leaving the landscape barren and too sharply real. "The desert's breath has stilled," Sage observed, talons sinking into sand cooler than it should be. A tortoise emerged from the baked earth, her shell patterned with ancient migratory maps. "The wind chimes broke," she rumbled, gesturing with a weathered claw toward a skeletal acacia tree. High in its branches hung shards of seashell and sun-bleached coral, their song silenced. Rowan lifted Thistle in his antlers while Lumen scrambled up the trunk, securing new shells donated by Ripple from her tributary travels. When the last fragment was tied with spider silk cord, the desert exhaled, a warm gust carrying the scent of apricot blossoms and distant rain. The summer stone glowed brighter. Winter's challenge awaited in the crystal peaks, where air tasted of mint and pine resin. Aurora Borealis flickered above like a celestial quilt, but its colors bled weakly tonight. "The ice mirrors are clouded," whispered a silver fox emerging from a drift, her fur dusted with snowflakes that never melted. She led them to a glacial lake, where the water's surface had frozen dull and opaque. "The northern lights draw their strength from reflections," the fox explained. Lumen's breath plumed as he studied the ice. "We need something abrasive but gentle." Thistle remembered the garnet sand from summer's dunes, still clinging to her paws. Working carefully, they sprinkled the red grains across the frozen surface, then used broad fern fronds to polish the ice until it shone like a diamond lens. When the aurora's light hit the restored mirrors, the entire mountainside blazed with rippling color, and the winter stone's fracture sealed completely. The final journey took them inward, deeper than compass points, to the heartwood of the guardian tree itself. Roots arched overhead like cathedral ribs, bioluminescent fungi casting a soft blue glow. Here generations of forest memories lived, the first sprout of every acorn, the migratory songs of birds long gone, the gentle sigh of leaves returning to soil. Thistle placed the 4 stones in their mossy cradle. But the autumn orb still wavered, its light uneven. "What's missing?" Ripple wondered aloud, her gills flaring. Sage's golden eyes softened. "The stones are vessels, but the true power flows from connection." One by one, the creatures placed their paws, wings, and fins against the guardian tree. Memories flooded through them, Thistle recalling the crunch of frost-kissed berries on her first winter, Lumen the thrill of his first dash through spring clover, Rowan the weight of saplings sprouting where his antlers shed. The stones began to pulse in rhythm with their heartbeats, then brighter until... Crack. Not the sound of breaking, but of opening. The autumn stone split like a walnut shell, releasing a swirl of maple red, pumpkin orange, and wheat gold light. It danced around the chamber before settling into the stone's now smooth surface, its glow steady and warm. When they emerged, dawn was breaking, proper dawn, peach gold and tender. The forest breathed in perfect cadence once more, maples blushing crimson on schedule, squirrels burying nuts with practiced precision, the last autumn apples dropping plump and ready. At the meadow's edge, Thistle spotted the ladybug now soaring effortlessly, wings glinting in the new light. That evening, as the first true frost painted lace patterns on pumpkin leaves, the creatures gathered beneath the guardian tree. Its carvings shimmered again, telling their story in whorls of starlight. The tortoise munched moonflowers contentedly, the silver fox's tail curled around Ripple's pond, and Sage recited the tale for a parliament of wide-eyed owlets. Seasons are not chains, the old owl intoned as fireflies winked in agreement. They are a dance, sometimes leading, sometimes following, but always listening to the music of the earth. Lumen nuzzled Thistle's ear as the first snowflakes began to fall, gentle and right on time. You know, he mused, watching a perfect spiral of frost form on a thistle leaf. The cracks let the light out, but they also let it in. And as the forest settled into its winter slumber, the guardian tree's roots hummed softly, cradling 4 stones that now held not just magic, but the memory of friendship's warm glow, a light no season could ever extinguish. Story 29. The Lantern of Whispering Woods. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars and windows glowed like earthbound constellations, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart tuned to the secret rhythms of the world. Her home perched at the edge of Whispering Woods, a forest older than memory, where trees hummed lullabies in the wind and streams carried stories from deep within the earth. But few ventured beyond the first line of pines, for the woods were said to be alive with tricks and twilight magic, a place where paths rearranged themselves and shadows held conversations. Leela's grandmother had been the last to wander its depths. Before she passed, she gifted Leela an ordinary-looking brass lantern, its surface tarnished with age. "Light this when the world feels too quiet," she'd whispered, her knotted hands closing Leela's around the handle. "The flame knows the way." One brittle autumn afternoon, as amber leaves pirouetted from the trees, Leela noticed something peculiar. The woods had fallen silent. No owl hoots, no rustling of foxes through ferns, just a thick velvet hush that made her ears ache. That night she lit the lantern for comfort. To her astonishment, its flame burned not orange, but a soft, silvery blue, casting patterns on the walls that looked like beckoning hands. Compelled by a pull she couldn't name, Leela wrapped herself in her grandmother's patchwork shawl and stepped into the cold. The lantern's light pooled around her feet, and as she approached the tree line, something miraculous happened. The undergrowth shivered and parted, revealing a path paved with luminous moss. The air smelled of cinnamon and damp stone, and faint music, like wind through chimes, tugged her forward. She walked until dawn pinked the sky, guided by the lantern's pulse, until she reached a clearing where morning light filtered through the canopy in gauzy ribbons. There, curled atop a stone etched with runes, lay a creature Leela had only heard in folk tales, a fox with fur like molten copper and eyes like twin moons. But its side bore a jagged wound, dark as ink, and its breathing came in shallow hitches. "You're hurt," Leela breathed, kneeling. The fox's ear twitched. "Not hurt," it murmured, voice like dry leaves, unwoven. Its gaze fell on the lantern. "Ah, you carry the kindler's light, then it's no accident you're here." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, explained in fits and starts. He was a guardian of the gloaming, the hidden heart of Whispering Woods, where time rippled like pond water and every living thing thrived in balance. But something had poisoned the forest's core, unraveling the magic that stitched the world together. The guardians, creatures of starlight and soil, were weakening. Ember, wounded by a shard of corrupted crystal, could no longer complete his vigil. "The Lantern of Echoes," he said, nodding at Leela's trembling hand, "is the only thing that can cleanse the blight, but its flame must be reignited at the gloaming source, the wellspring, and the way," he hesitated. "The way has become treacherous, the forest is confused." Leela touched the lantern's warm metal. "I'll go." Ember studied her. "Why?" She thought of her grandmother's stories, of how she described the woods as a living, breathing friend. "Because it's whispering," she said simply, "and I want to listen." Their journey unfolded like a tapestry of dreams and dangers. The lantern's light revealed stairs carved into oak trunks, bridges spun from spider silk, and caves glittering with bioluminescent fungi. But the corruption showed itself in vicious ways, rivers that flowed backward, thorns that lunged like serpents, and a suffocating mist that whispered doubts. "You're just a child and the dark will swallow you." Yet with each trial, Layla and Ember discovered harmonies. When the mist descended, Leela hummed her grandmother's lullaby, and the notes took shape as flickering birds that dispersed the gloom. When a river of liquid shadow blocked their path, Ember taught her to weave moonlight into a raft using willow reeds and spider silk. Slowly, tentatively, their partnership became friendship. Ember shared secrets of the forest, how to read the language of lichen, how to ask the earth for permission before taking a berry, and Leela offered stories of the village, of bread baking and firefly summers. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow tree, Leela asked, "What's the gloaming like?" Ember's wound had begun to fester, his voice fraying. "It's the first memory of green, the moment before a seed splits open. It's where the forest dreams." He coughed, a sound like cracking ice. "But the blight is turning those dreams into nightmares." Leela peeled back the bandage she'd made from her shawl. The Inkai tendrils had spread toward his heart. "We need to hurry." The wellspring revealed itself on the seventh night, a pool of liquid light nestled between two mountains shaped like clasped hands. But guarding it was a creature of roiling shadow, its form shifting between wolf, storm cloud, and twisted root. The air reeked of burnt sugar, and the ground trembled. "The corruption has taken shape," Ember rasped. "It will try to drown the lantern." Leela's pulse thundered, but she stepped forward, lantern raised. The shadow lunged, and the world exploded into chaos. What followed was not a battle, but a symphony. The shadow lashed out, but Leela danced aside, guided by Ember's growled instructions. She swung the lantern, and its light unspooled into ribbons that wrapped around the creature, hissing where they touched. Yet for every tendril she severed, two more sprouted. The wellspring's light dimmed. "It's not working," she cried. Ember, slumped against a rock, met her gaze. "The lantern isn't a weapon, Leela, it's a question." Understanding struck like a bell. Closing her eyes, Leela stopped fighting. She poured every ounce of hope, every memory of her grandmother, every whispered secret of the forest into the lantern's glow. The light swelled, tender and relentless, and she spoke to the shadow not with defiance but sorrow. "You're hurting, let me help." The creature froze. For a heartbeat, Leela glimpsed something within the maelstrom, a flicker of silver, a shard of crystal pulsing with sickness. Without hesitation, she reached into the darkness and grasped it. Agony seared her palm, but she held on, clutching the shard to the lantern's flame. The corruption shrieked, dissolving like smoke, and the wellspring erupted in a geyser of light that painted the stars themselves emerald and gold. When Leela awoke, she lay on a bed of clover, the lantern beside her, its flame now a steady, buttery yellow. Ember sat upright, his wound gone, fur gleaming. Around them the forest thrummed with renewed life. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, trees stretched their branches like waking sleepers, and the air buzzed with the laughter of unseen creatures. "You did it," Ember said, wonder softening his voice. Leela examined her hand, the one that had gripped the shard. Instead of a scar, a delicate pattern swirled across her skin, like the grain of ancient wood. "It's beautiful." "A mark," said Ember. "The forest remembers." As they journeyed home, the woods guided them, offering ripe blackberries and clear springs. At the edge of the clearing where they'd met, Ember nuzzled her hand. The gloaming will always welcome you, Layla of the Kindler's flame. Back in the village, no one noticed the week that had passed. Time moved differently in the gloaming. But Layla knew. She carried it in her marked hand, in the way fireflies now trailed her like eager conspirators, and in the lantern that still glowed, soft and sure, on her windowsill. Years later, when children asked about the girl who walked with foxes, Layla would smile and say, "The best stories aren't those we tell, but those we live." And sometimes, she'd add, lighting the lantern as dusk fell, "They never really end." And if on certain evenings a copper-furred figure could be seen slipping through the twilight, well, that was just the wind weaving through the pines, wasn't it? The lantern still burns in Layla's cottage, a beacon for any lost enough to find their way. And deep in Whispering Woods, where the gloaming hums its eternal song, there's a stone etched with two names, one old, one new, and a promise that light returns always to those who carry it kindly. Story 30. In the velvet-hued valley of Wickerlight Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into constellations and the rivers sang lullabies against smooth stones, there lived a girl with autumn leaf hair named Sylvie. Each evening she'd sit by her round attic window, charting the dance of stardust rabbit celestial creatures, whose glowing trails painted silver ribbons across the night sky. Until one crisp October twilight, the rabbits stopped coming. The first clue arrived with the tea leaves. Sylvie was stirring her nightly cup of moonmint brew when the leaves formed a perfect arrow pointing northwest. "Odd," murmured Mrs. Bramble, the hedgehog-shaped teapot who'd been Sylvie's guardian since her parents' last botanical expedition. "The leaves never lie, dear heart. Best check the weather vane woods come morn." As dawn stretched honeyed fingers through the mist, Sylvie found the forest floor glittering with fallen stardust. Her boots crunched through frost and luminescent powder until a soft plink-plonk led her to Moss Glimmer Pond. There floated hundreds of tiny ice crystals, each capturing a frozen flicker of starlight. Kneeling, she noticed the water reflected not the pale morning sky, but the previous night's starless darkness. Third unusual phenomenon today, came a voice like rustling parchment. An enormous tawny owl perched on a birch branch, spectacles balanced on his beak. Fallen stardust at the eastern meadow, inverted reflections here, and... He gestured with a wingtip toward Sylvie's satchel, where her half-eaten maple cookie had transformed into a perfect carving of the missing constellation. "Your professor whistling." Sylvie gasped, recognizing the librarian owl from her parents' letters. "What's stealing our stars?" "Not stealing," the owl corrected, tapping his spectacles. "Preserving, observe." He blew gently on the frozen stardust crystals, which rose to form a shimmering map showing concentric rings of disturbances radiating from the glassroot caverns. Their journey wove through whispering pines that hummed in harmony with Sylvie's curious heartbeat. They discovered ferns curled into celestial maps, rocks stacked in precise astronomical equations, and finally deep in the caverns, a trembling cluster of stardust rabbits surrounding something that glowed like a captured sunrise. A baby rabbit, its fur dull and patchy, lay cradled in a nest of thistledown. The elder rabbits turned mournful eyes to the visitors. "They've been gathering extra stardust to heal their little one," Professor Whistling realized. "But taking too much from the sky." Sylvie's mittened hands remembered the salves she'd helped Mrs. Bramble make for wounded creatures. "What if we ground some moonstones from the cavern walls? Papa's notes say they hold similar properties to stardust." Working together, owl claws and human hands prepared a poultice, while the rabbits contributed wisps of their own fading glow. As the moonstone mixture touched the ailing kit, the cavern erupted in gentle light. The rabbit's fur blazed anew as they joyfully returned the borrowed stardust to the sky. That night, Sylvie watched from her attic as the celestial dance resumed now, with a tiny new rabbit weaving shy loops between the ancient constellations. Mrs. Bramble clinked approvingly as Sylvie traced the repaired sky in her stardust journal. Sometimes, the teapot mused, steam curling into the shape of a contented rabbit, what looks like taking is really just loving too fiercely. Beyond the windowpane, an owl's feather drifted down, its edge gilded with moonlight and the faintest smile of a job well done. Story 31. The soft hum of the emergency pod systems faded as the hatch hissed open, releasing a puff of steam into the violet-tinged atmosphere. Leela pressed her gloved hand against the console, her breath fogging the visor of her helmet. The crash landing had left her ship scattered across 3 kilometers of crystalline plains, and the only thing intact was this coffin-sized survival pod and the stubborn flicker of hope in her chest. Beyond the jagged shards of her shattered viewscreen, the landscape pulsed with unfamiliar life. Towering spires of amber-colored coral spiraled toward a sky streaked with emerald auroras, while underfoot the ground shimmered like crushed opals. She'd studied xenobiology for 6 years at the Astral Academy, but nothing in her training prepared her for the way the very air here seemed to sing a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in her molars. The first misunderstanding came at dusk, when the twin moons painted overlapping shadows across the plains. Leela was elbow-deep in the pod's wiring, trying to boost the distress signal, when a rustle of iridescent ferns betrayed the presence of something watching her. She turned slowly, her pulse quickening, to find 8 luminous eyes peering at her from beneath a canopy of bioluminescent leaves. "Easy now," she murmured, more to steady herself than the creature. Her translation matrix was fried, leaving her with nothing but universal gestures. She raised empty hands, palms outward. The being tilted its segmented body part insectoid, part something softer, and made a sound like wind through chimes. It wasn't until 3 days later, when the creature saved her from drinking poisoned dew, that Leela realized those initial sounds had been a warning. The alien whom she'd privately named Keth communicated through shifting patterns in its carapace and vibrations in the air, their meaning as intricate as any spoken language. By the 5th sunrise, they developed a rudimentary system. Leela would sketch chemical formulas in the glittering soil. Keth would respond with prismatic light shows across their dorsal plates. The challenge that bonded them arrived on wings of storm. It began as a distant rumble in the west, where the coral forests bent suddenly flat, as if pressed by an invisible hand. Keth's normally cerulean markings flared crimson, their delicate antennae quivering. They scuttled to the pod's wreckage, tapping urgently on a half-melted thruster casing. Atmospheric collapse. Leela squinted at the swirling horizon. Her remaining sensors showed pressure dropping exponentially. The planet's magnetic field is destabilizing. Keth's response was a series of rapid clicks. They gestured northeast with 2 forelimbs, then mimed something breaking apart. When Leela didn't understand, Keth pressed a claw-tipped appendage to her wrist. Images flooded her mind, towering machines buried deep in the planet's crust, ancient guardians maintaining the delicate balance between core and sky. Machines that hadn't been maintained since Keth's species retreated underground generations ago. "You need help reactivating them," Leela breathed. The mental connection lingered like the aftertaste of mint, cool and clarifying. Keth's people had become too frail to withstand the surface storms, their exoskeletons grown delicate from centuries in caverns. But Leela's environmental suit might protect her long enough to reach the nearest generator. The journey through the storm tested every fragile thread of their partnership. Howling winds scoured the landscape, hurling diamond-hard ice particles that screeched against Leela's visor. Keth navigated by tapping the ground with specialized legs, reading vibrations Leela couldn't perceive. When her oxygen recycler clogged, it was Keth who found the enzyme-rich lichen to cleanse it. When acidic rain began melting through Keth's carapace, Lila jury-rigged a shield from her thermal blanket. Deep in the generator cavern a cathedral of glowing geodes and humming crystal columns, they faced their greatest trial. The control console was designed for Keth's ancestors, its interface nodes spaced for limbs twice as long as theirs. "I can't reach the upper panel," Lila grunted, stretching on tiptoes. Keth trilled softly, then climbed her back with surprising gentleness, their weight distributed across her shoulders. "Teamwork, huh?" She smiled despite the burning in her calves. Together, their combined reach activated the ancient system. The cavern thrummed to life, crystals pulsing in rhythmic waves as subterranean engines groaned back into motion. Outside, the shrieking winds softened to a sigh. In the calm that followed, as dual moons cast their light through the now clear atmosphere, Keth taught Lila their true name. It wasn't a sound, but a combination of scent, like petrichor and burnt honey, and light patterns across their thorax. In return, she gave them a vial of stardust she'd carried from Earth, not because it had any practical use, but because watching Keth marvel at its shimmer felt important. When rescue finally came, the Galactic survey ship's captain stared incredulously at the pair, human and insectoid, sitting cross-legged in a field of singing flowers, sharing stories through bioluminescent sketches. "We detected a life form," the captain said, eyeing Keth's chitinous form. "Didn't realize there were two." Layla placed a hand on Keth's shoulder, feeling the warm hum beneath their carapace. "Turns out," she said softly, "the most important discoveries aren't single life forms, they're the spaces between." As her ship ascended through layers of amethyst clouds, Layla pressed a palm to the viewport. Far below, a familiar blue light pulsed 3 times not goodbye, but a promise written in friendship's oldest language. Story 32. The Whispering Pendant. Beneath the velvet cloak of an autumn sky, where maple leaves pirouetted in the crisp air and chimney smoke curled like ghostly ribbons, there stood a village cradled by ancient woods. In this place of cobblestone lanes and candle-lit windows lived a girl named Sylvie, whose curiosity burned brighter than the harvest moon. She spent her days collecting acorn caps and sketching strange symbols she found etched into birch bark, unaware that the forest she loved held a secret older than time itself. One twilight, as Sylvie knelt by Silver Thread Creek to fill her water jug, she noticed an unusual glimmer beneath the water's skin. Reaching in, her fingers brushed something cold and smooth, a pendant the color of storm clouds, its chain woven from what seemed to be living ivy. At its center hung a milky stone that pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat seen through frosted glass. As she fastened it around her neck, the world shifted. The creek's babble became words, hurry, child, and the ferns along the bank parted to reveal a path paved with luminescent mushrooms. The hidden glen. The mushroom path led Sylvie deep into the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knit a cathedral ceiling. Here the air smelled of damp earth and elderflower, and fireflies blinked in harmonious rhythms. Suddenly a voice like wind through reeds spoke, "You've come at last, keeper." Before her stood a creature no taller than her knee, with moth-wing ears and eyes like liquid amber. "I'm Fig," they said, bowing so their cloak of cobwebs shimmered. "We've waited generations for one who can wear the whispering pendant." Fig explained that the stone allowed Sylvie to see the glimmer folk, guardians of the forest's soul, and hear the thoughts of all living things. But the pendant's magic was fading, and with it, the glen's vitality. Flowers wilted mid-bloom, rivers flowed backward, shadows moved without light to cast them. "The heartroot tree is dying," Fig murmured, pointing to a colossal oak veiled in mist. "Its roots bind our world to yours. If it falls, both realms will unravel." A fellowship of unexpected friends. To heal the heartroot, Sylvie needed 3 things: nectar from the midnight orchid, which bloomed only in caves no sunlight ever touched, a scale from the icefin salmon, a fish that swam in frozen dreams, and a song from the silent sparrow whose voice had been stolen long ago. Impossible tasks for any human, but Fig insisted the pendant would guide her to allies. Her first companion arrived as she forded a stream choked with blackened lilies. A rustle in the bulrushes revealed a fox with fur like embers, one paw caught in a hunter's trap. Though Sylvie's hands shook, she used her hairpin to spring the metal jaws. "I'm Rowan," the fox said, shaking his ruff. "I don't aid humans, but you smell of starlight and soil. That's interesting enough to follow." Next, in a valley where trees grew upside down, they found a bear cub trapped in a thicket of thorns that writhed like serpents. Rowan snarled at the brambles, but Sylvie knelt and hummed a lullaby her grandmother had taught her. The thorns stilled, enchanted by the melody, and the cub tumbled free. "I'm Thistle," she yawned, clinging to Sylvie's skirt. "The brambles were mean. I'll bite them if they bother you." The trials of trust. The midnight orchid's cave exhaled a breath of decay. Sylvie's pendant dimmed as they entered, its light devoured by the gloom. "I'll fetch the nectar," Rowan offered, but Fig gripped his tail. "Only the keeper can pluck it. The cave mirrors your fears. Run from them and you'll be lost." Sylvie stepped forward and the walls dissolved into a storm of memories. Her father's illness, the night her home nearly burned, the loneliness of being called odd by village children. She trembled, wanting to flee, but Thistle nuzzled her hand. "We're here," the cub mumbled. Sylvie pressed on, tears cooling on her cheeks, until a flower materialized, black petals edged in silver, its stem threaded with bioluminescent veins. As she harvested the nectar, the visions melted away. The journey to Glacier's cradle nearly ended at a chasm spanned by a bridge of ice. "It's thin here," Fig warned, testing the surface. But halfway across, Thistle bounded ahead in excitement. Crack. The cub plunged toward the abyss, saved only by Rowan's teeth in her scruff. Sylvie lunged, grip firm on Thistle's paw. "I'm sorry," the cub wailed. "I didn't mean to." "Hush," Sylvie said, hauling her up. "Even the bravest stumble." Beneath them, the bridge repaired itself, stronger where fractures had been. The weight of silence. They found the silent sparrow in a grove of petrified trees, its feathers dull as ash. It cocked its head at Sylvie, eyes hollow. The pendant warmed against her chest, and suddenly she felt the bird's story. It had once sung the dawn awake, until a jealous sorcerer severed its voice to power a cursed mirror. The sparrow's silence wasn't emptiness, it was a scream trapped in glass. "Give it your voice," Fig urged. Temporarily, Rowan added, ears flat. "Or we'll never hear your annoying ballads again." Sylvie cupped the sparrow, pressing her forehead to its tiny breast. When she opened her mouth, no sound came out, but the bird trilled a note so pure, icicles rained diamonds in the sunlight. The mirror's curse shattered somewhere far away, and Sylvie's voice returned, laced with the sparrow's music. The last sacrifice. At the heartroot, Sylvie poured the nectar onto its rotting roots, rubbed the salmon scale against bleeding bark, and sang the sparrow's song. The tree glowed, then dimmed. "It's not enough," Fig wept. "The bond needs a living anchor." Sylvie understood. She placed the pendant in a knot-hole, ivy chain rooting into the wood. Color flooded the glen, flowers bursting through snow, rivers laughing in their banks, but the pendant stone went dark. "Wait," Fig cried. "Without it, you'll never see us again." She smiled, though her heart ached. Some magic doesn't need eyes to believe. The return. Winter draped the village in hush when Sylvie returned. She resumed her chores, though she often paused, sure she heard Fig's laughter in the wind or glimpsed Rowan's tail in the firelight. One spring dawn she found a sapling by Silver Thread Creek, its leaves shaped like pendant stones. Planting it near her window, she whispered secrets to its branches. Years later, when her own children asked about the tree, she'd say, "It remembers things we've forgotten. That courage is kindness in boots, that friends come in unexpected packages, and that every ending is a seed." And if sometimes, under the right slant of light, they saw faces in the bark or heard songs in the roots, well, that was a story for another night. Story 33. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where star mist curled around planets like a mother's embrace, there existed a world blanketed in perpetual twilight. Glimmering moss carpeted the forests of Velmara, each frond tipped with bioluminescent droplets that chimed like distant wind chimes when the breeze stirred. It was here, beneath the amber-tinged sky, that a small, quill-covered creature named Tova spent her days tending to the whispering orchards, plants that bloomed only when sung to in perfect harmony. One evening, as Tova hummed a lullaby to a stubborn sapling, a streak of silver fire tore through the atmosphere. It crashed beyond the crystalline river, sending up plumes of iridescent pollen that glittered like misplaced constellations. Her quills vibrated with unease but curiosity, and the gentle nudge of her 6 translucent wings carried her toward the impact site. There, half buried in feather ferns, lay a hulking mass of dented metal. Panels hissed open, revealing a being of jointed cobalt plates and flickering holographic eyes, a mechanoid from the tech-drenched world of Signari. It raised a 3-fingered hand, emitting a warble that sounded like a broken music box. "Why, you're alive." Tova gasped, recoiling when the mechanoid's torso sparked violently. Its eyes dimmed. Guilt prickled hotter than the smoldering wreckage. With effort, Tova hauled the creature to her grove, using vines strengthened by her songs. She soon learned 2 things. The mechanoid, who introduced itself via shaky light projections as K-17, couldn't understand her language, and it was terrified of the orchard's singing. Their first days were a dance of misinterpretations. K-17 recoiled from Tova's melodic remedies, its sensors misreading sound waves as threats. Tova, in turn, flinched at its clanking movements, which startled the fragile fire blooms into hiding. But necessity breeds patience. When acid rains melted K-17's makeshift shelter, Tova wove a canopy of sun-hardened leaves. When Tova fell ill from a venomous thorn scratch, K-17 synthesized an antidote using minerals ground in its palm. The breakthrough came during the Starfall migration, when celestial creatures streaked through the skies, shedding prismatic dust. K-17 projected a hologram of its homeworld, towers of humming wire, skies buzzing with drones. Tova responded by pressing her paw to the mechanoid's chest plate, transmitting memories through touch. Velvety dawns, the orchid's secret ballads, the ache of loneliness in a world too soft for others to comprehend. "You miss," K-17 buzzed one morning, its voice box now threaded with recordings of Tova's laughter. "I miss quiet, you miss noise." Tova tilted her head. "Maybe we both miss being understood." When the comet came, a rogue fragment from the asteroid belt, hurtling toward Velmara, their bond faced its trial. K-17's scanners detected it first. Tova felt it in the orchard's discordant shivering. The mechanoid insisted on explosive solutions, while Tova argued for harmonious deflection. Their debate crescendoed until K-17 slammed a fist into the soil, accidentally crushing a bloom. Silence fell. The broken petals glimmered between them. "I am sorry," K-17 said, gently replanting the flower. "Fear makes my gears rush." Tova placed a paw on its shuddering arm. "And sorrow makes my songs sharp." Together, they devised a plan. K-17 calculated the comet's trajectory, while Tova taught the orchards a new song, one that bent starlight. As the comet neared, every creature on Velmara added their voice to the melody, thrumming insects, howling wind tunnels, even K-17's metallic hum. The orchards glowed blinding gold, their roots channeling the planet's pulse upward. At the critical moment, K-17 launched itself skyward, adjusting the beam's angle with precise thruster bursts. The comet grazed the atmosphere, scattering harmless embers that dissolved into a shower of opal rain. Exhausted but triumphant, they sat in the rain-soaked grove. K-17's plating was scorched, Tova's wings drooping. Yet both felt a warmth deeper than Velmara's sunless glow. "You'll leave now," Tova said quietly, watching K-17 repair its ship with forest materials. The mechanoid paused. Its holographic eyes flickered into soft periwinkle, the shade of Velmara's dusk. "Signari has many engineers. Velmara has one guardian who shouldn't sing alone." As the twin moons rose, their light filtered through K-17's new canopy, a fusion of singing leaves and solar panels. The mechanoid's hum harmonized with Tova's lullabies, teaching the orchard's duets in 2 languages. Visitors from both their worlds would later marvel at the alliance, but the truest miracle was simpler: the peace of being known, the safety of a hand, or claw, to hold beneath a shared sky. And if sometimes K-17's circuits buzzed during ballads, or Tova's wings got tangled in cables, well, that's what friends are for. Story 34. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a girl named Mira with eyes like storm clouds, and a heart that collected questions like others collect seashells. Each afternoon after finishing her chores, she would wander the cobblestone lanes to Mr. Thimble's curiosity shop, a cluttered cave of ticking clocks, mismatched china, and dust motes that danced in sunbeams as if they'd forgotten they were supposed to settle. One drizzly Thursday, while tracing the carvings on an ancient music box, Mira's fingers brushed against something cold beneath a stack of moth-eaten maps. It was a compass, its brass surface green with age, but unlike any she'd seen before. Where normal compasses bore the 4 cardinal directions, this one showed symbols: a blooming rose, a crescent moon, a tear, and a flame. As she held it, the needle shaped like an arrowhead began to spin wildly before settling on the rose. "That old thing." Mr. Thimble chuckled when she asked, polishing a pair of spectacles that multiplied his wrinkles. "Came from a traveler who swore at points not to places, but to what the heart needs most. Never worked for me, but you're welcome to it." He refused payment, pressing it into her hands with a wink that made his whiskers twitch like startled caterpillars. That night Mira lay awake, watching the compass glow faintly beneath her pillow. When the village clock tower chimed midnight, the rose symbol began to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Dressing quickly, she slipped into the silvered world of moonlight, following the compass's insistence down a path fringed with foxgloves heavy with dew. The air smelled of wet earth and secrets about to unfold. 3 miles from the village, where the oaks grew as thick as castle walls, the compass led her to a badger in a waistcoat trapped under a fallen branch. "Ah," he said calmly, as if discussing the weather rather than his predicament, "the compass-bearer arrives. Might I trouble you for assistance, child?" His voice rumbled like distant thunder, comforting and immense. Together they shifted the branch, the badger introducing himself as Bramble while brushing pine needles from his velvety fur. "You'll be wanting the Grove of Whispers next," he advised, producing a tiny lantern from his pocket that burned with cold blue flame. "The roses there have petals sharp enough to cut through confusion, but mind the thorns, they answer only to truth." The deeper they journeyed into the forest, the more the world seemed to breathe with hidden life. Mushrooms glowed faintly along their path like fallen stars. A brook sang lullabies in a language of ripples and stone. Dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender when they reached a thicket where brambles wove themselves into archways faster than eyes could follow. "This is where I leave you," Bramble said, handing Mira the lantern. "But listen, for the thrush her song parts the living thorns." True enough, a melody soon wove through the branches, pure and clear as spring water. Following it, Mira found the singer, a brown-feathered thrush with one wing bent awkwardly, hopping beside a puddle that reflected the compass's glowing symbols. "Tessa, if you please," the thrush chirped, dipping her head. "And before you ask, yes, the thorns tore my wing when I tried to force my way through last autumn. The grove dislikes rushing." Her black eyes sparkled with mischief. "But where Bramble is wisdom, I am wonder, shall we?" Guided by Tessa's song, the brambles unraveled before them like a knitting project gone delightfully wrong. The grove beyond took Mira's breath away, roses in colors that hadn't been named yet, their centers flickering with captive fireflies. At the clearing's heart stood a tree with bark like etched silver, its branches heavy with glass leaves that chimed in the breeze. "Welcome, little seeker." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, as if the grove itself spoke. Between the roses materialized a woman formed of woven vines, her hair a cascade of ivy, eyes like acorn caps polished smooth by time. "3 trials I set before those who find my sanctuary. Answer wisely, and the grove's gift shall be yours." The first trial came as the vine woman blew upon a dandelion clock, its seeds swirling into a vision. Mira's village consumed by storm clouds, neighbors arguing over spilled milk and missing chickens. "What silenced the tempest?" the guardian asked. Mira thought of Bramble's steady courage, Tessa's irrepressible joy. "A shared song," she answered. The vision shifted, villagers passing a single candle from window to window, its light fracturing the dark. For the second trial, the guardian produced an hourglass where sand flowed upward. "What mends what time has broken?" Remembering Tessa's crooked wing, Mira touched the compass at her throat. "Patience," she said softly. The hourglass dissolved into a shower of amber light that settled on the thrush's wing, straightening it with a soft snick of realigning bone. The final trial materialized as a scale balancing a feather and a mountain. What weighs heaviest, yet costs nothing to carry? Mira closed her eyes, feeling the compass warm against her skin. She thought of Mr. Thimble's gift freely given, Bramble's trust, Tessa's hard-won hope. "A kindness," she breathed. The scale tipped, the feather sinking low as the mountain rose weightless into air. The guardian smiled, morning sunlight catching in the dewdrops clinging to her form. "Well answered, child." From her palm grew a seed the color of starlight, which she pressed into Mira's hand. "Plant this where your heart's compass lies, and tend it with these 3 truths." The journey home was a blur of laughter and shared stories, Tessa testing her healed wing in joyful loops, Bramble sharing tales of other compass-bearers who'd shaped the world in quiet ways. As the village chimneys came into view, Mira knew exactly where the seed belonged, the abandoned courtyard where neighbors hurried past without glancing, its stones choked with weeds. Weeks later, villagers paused in their errands to marvel at the tree that had overnight grown where once there was rubble. Its leaves, when touched, hummed with the memory of Tessa's song. The bark, when leaned against, imparted Bramble's calm wisdom. And the apples it bore, crisp and honey-sweet, tasted differently to each who bit them, like forgiveness to the baker who'd quarreled with his brother, like courage to the widow tending her first garden alone, like homecoming to travelers wearied by distant roads. Mira still visits Mr. Thimble's shop most afternoons, though these days she's often accompanied by a chatty thrush or a badger with pockets full of curious seeds. The compass hangs above her bed, its symbols now still and quiet. Sometimes, just before sleep claims her, she'll catch it glowing faintly, not pointing anywhere in particular, but pulsing in time with the village's newfound harmony, warm and golden as the embers in a certain grove's eternal hearth. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Taros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Taros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 42. Story 43? Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Story 44. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means? Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons, he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained. Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. Tell me more, she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. The forest is a living tapestry, Bertram began, and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect. As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. Long ago, Bertram continued, there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored. Pippa's eyes widened in awe. How did they do it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. They listened to the forest, Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us. As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. Remember, little one, he said, the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come. With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 45. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily loved playing outdoors and exploring the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, while chasing a kaleidoscope of falling leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a towering oak tree lay a tarnished metal box, half buried in the earth. Curiosity piqued, Lily knelt and began brushing away the soil, revealing an ornate pattern etched into the lid. As her small fingers traced the intricate design, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Startled yet entranced, Lily watched as the light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She instinctively knew this was no ordinary box. It held a magic unlike anything she had ever encountered. Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Out hopped a sprightly rabbit with eyes that twinkled like starlight. "Greetings, young one," the rabbit spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Sage, guardian of the luminous box. You have awakened an ancient power." Lily's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking rabbit? But how is this possible?" Sage chuckled. "In this world, anything is possible for those with open hearts and curious minds. The luminous box has chosen you as its new keeper, a role of great responsibility." As if on cue, a wise old owl swooped down from the branches above. "Fear not, little one," the owl hooted. "We shall guide you on this journey. I am Athena, keeper of knowledge." And so began Lily's extraordinary adventure. With Sage and Athena as her companions, she learned that the luminous box held the power to illuminate the truths hidden within all living things. Its magic could reveal the innermost thoughts, fears, and desires of anyone who gazed into its radiant depths. However, with such power came a great challenge, using it wisely and with compassion. For the box's light could be a beacon of understanding or a harsh glare that exposed too much. As they traversed meadows and forests, Lily and her friends encountered many who sought the box's power for selfish gain. A greedy merchant wished to use it to discover the secrets of his competitors. A bitter recluse hoped to expose the flaws of those who had wronged him. In each instance, Sage and Athena gently guided Lily towards a path of empathy and kindness. They taught her that true wisdom came not from exploiting others' vulnerabilities, but from embracing them with open hearts. One day, they came upon a village engulfed in turmoil. Neighbors had turned against one another, fueled by mistrust and suspicion. Lily knew the luminous box could reveal the truth behind their conflicts, but she also understood the risk of causing further harm. With Sage and Athena's counsel, she decided to approach the villagers not with the box's power, but with a listening ear and a compassionate spirit. One by one, she heard their stories, their fears, and their hopes. As the villagers opened up, they began to recognize the common threads that bound them together. The petty grievances that had once seemed insurmountable faded, replaced by a newfound understanding and desire for reconciliation. In that moment, Lily realized the true magic of the luminous box. It had illuminated not the secrets of others, but the depths of her own heart. She had learned that wisdom often lies not in revealing truths, but in creating an environment where truths can be shared freely and without judgment. From that day forward, Lily carried the luminous box not as a tool of revelation, but as a reminder of the power of empathy, compassion, and open-hearted listening. She continued her journey, sharing its gentle light with those in need of understanding and acceptance. And whenever the weight of her responsibility felt overwhelming, Sage and Athena were there to remind her that the greatest magic of all was the ability to touch the hearts of others with kindness and wisdom. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lily would often sit beneath the old oak tree, recounting her adventures to the fireflies that danced among the branches. And in their twinkling lights she saw the warm glow of the luminous box, a testament to the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only one has the courage to look with an open heart. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. In a valley cradled between whispering pines and mountains wearing crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Leela, whose hands could coax blossoms from stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of Winding Brook village, its stone walls draped in honeysuckle that hummed with sleepy bees each afternoon. For years, Leela's world had been measured in predictable rhythms, the unfurling of fern fronds in spring, the precise tilt of sunflower faces tracking the sun, the way frost etched fractal patterns on her window pane every first of frost moon. But this autumn, the wind carried a different song. The trouble began when the clockwork oak at the village square, an ancient tree whose leaves turned like golden gears, began shedding its timekeeping foliage too early. Petals on Layla's moon lilies, which normally glowed until dawn, dimmed at midnight. Her fingers, usually sure and steady as they tucked seeds into earth, fumbled at their work. "It's just the season turning," she told her rabbit companion, Thistle, as they gathered asters by Silver Stream. But the water's reflection showed wrinkles that didn't belong to her 23 years, and when she blinked, they vanished like ripples. One twilight, as Leela scrubbed clay from her boots by the hearth, a knock trembled through her oaken door. There stood old Hazel, the village star reader, her cloak stitched with constellations that shifted when you didn't look directly at them. "The earth whispers that you've been feeding your roses salt water," she said, not unkindly, her breath smelling of lavender and something older than the hills. Behind her, Hazel's badger familiar, Nettle, carried a basket of peculiar mushrooms in his teeth. "My garden won't listen any more," Layla confessed, the admission curling like steam from her tea. "The more I try to make things stay as they were, the faster they." She gestured to her windowsill, where a vase of everblooms had shed their petals in a heap of crimson sorrow. Hazel's eyes softened, the way stones soften over centuries of river caresses. "Come to the Glimmerroot Grove at moon-high. Bring your fears and an empty jar." The grove was not marked on any village map, for its entrance revealed itself only to those who'd forgotten the path 3 times. Leela stumbled there by following the glow of will-o'-the-wisps that danced like misplaced stars, her boots crunching through frost-kissed ferns. What she found took her breath away, trees with bark like swirling galaxies, bioluminescent mushrooms pulsing in harmony with her heartbeat, an air so thick with magic it tasted of elderberry wine. "Every gardener tends 2 plots," Hazel said, emerging from behind a tree whose branches grew crystal apples. "The one you kneel in, calloused hands in dirt, and the one here." She pressed a palm to Leela's chest. "Yours has been all thorns and no rain." Nettle nudged Leela's ankle with his damp nose. When she knelt, the badger dropped a seed into her palm, iridescent, warm, slightly sad. "What does it grow?" she asked. "Whatever you've buried too deep to bloom." That night, Leela planted the seed in a clay pot by her bedside. She dreamed of a clock whose numbers were root systems, ticking backward. When she woke, a sapling had erupted from the soil, its translucent leaves reflecting not light but memories. Her mother's laugh tangled in wind chimes, the way her father's hands shaped scarecrows that waved at passing children, the last hug from her sister before she left to map the singing deserts. Each leaf trembled, threatening to fall. "It's dying," she whispered to Thistle at dawn. The rabbit thumped his foot, once, twice, until a shower of dandelion puffs drifted in through the open window. Where they landed, tiny voices chimed, "Let go, let grow. Let go, let grow." Hazel returned in a cloak of fog, bringing a compass that pointed not north, but toward whatever the holder feared most. "Walk where the needle leads," she instructed. "But take this." From her basket came a lantern powered not by flame, but a captured sunrise moth. Its light made shadows dance like eager storytellers. The compass led Leela to the hollow's edge, a cliffside where the village's forgotten memories pooled like groundwater. There, in a cave veiled by weeping vines, she found her own reflection in a stalagmite mirror. Not the face she washed each morning, but a younger self, 8 years old, knees grass-stained, cradling a robin's egg cracked during a storm. "You tried so hard to put it back together," the reflection said, voice echoing with cave damp. "But some breaks are doors." The girl opened her palms. Instead of shell fragments, a dozen butterflies emerged, wings the blue of twilight's first breath. When Leela returned home, the sapling in her room had grown thorns. Yet between the spikes hung buds shaped like teardrops. That evening, as she sang to her wilting moon lilies, a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, smelling of rye bread and resilience, the first bud bloomed. Its petals were mirrors, and in them Leela saw not flaws, but the tender green shoots beneath a forest fire's ashes. The village festival of the Frostfire lights arrived, a night when residents floated lanterns down Silver Stream to honor what they'd released. Layla stood apart, clutching an unlit lantern shaped like a closed rose. Hazel found her staring at the laughing crowd, their faces painted warm by firelight. "My sapling's finally flowering," Leela said. "But when I look at it, I feel homesick for my sadness. Isn't that foolish?" Nettle sneezed, conjuring a miniature rainbow that arched over their boots. Hazel chuckled. "The bravest magic isn't conquering change, but learning to miss the shore as you sail." She pressed a pine cone into Leela's hand that unfolded into a tiny owl. "Now light your lantern, child. The water's patient, but dawn isn't." What Leela released wasn't a single memory, but the dusty crate of nevers she'd hoarded. "I'll never have Mother's talent for weather magic." Never stop aching for the past. Never the lantern caught fire mid-river, transforming into a swan that dove beneath the current and emerged as a constellation. At winter's first snow, Leela's sapling bore fruit, jewel-like orbs containing liquid starlight. When sipped, they granted visions of possible futures, her cottage with new vines clambering up the east wall, Thistle fathering a mischief of leverets, her sister returning with sand still clinging to her boots, laughing about cactus songs. None were certain, all were beautiful. Her moon lilies bloomed again that night, brighter than ever. Villagers would later swear they saw a girl dancing among them, barefoot in the snow, accompanied by a rabbit and badger chasing each other's shadows. The clockwork oak's gears slowed to their proper rhythm, though occasionally a leaf would still fall early, not as a mistake, but as a wink. When spring came, Leela planted a new garden at Hollow's edge. The flowers there changed daily, tulips that became snapdragons at noon, roses that melted into lavender under the stars. Children left letters to their future selves in its soil, which the earth swallowed with a contented sigh. Travelers tasting the nectar from its everblooms claimed it reminded them of something they couldn't name, something like the moment before a first kiss or the hush when a symphony lifts its bows. Hazel, sipping dandelion wine on Leela's porch as fireflies performed their twilight waltz, smiled at her apprentice. "You've mastered the 7th season, the one between winter and spring," Leela asked, brushing soil from her palms. "The one that lives in all seasons," Hazel corrected, as Thistle dozed in her lap, nose twitching at dreams of clover. "The turning where endings hold hands with beginnings, and the bravest thing a heart can do is beat in 3/4 time." And so the valley hummed on, a lullaby of crickets and rustling pages, of rivers rewriting their stones, of a gardener who learned to hold life's melody lightly, like a petal balanced on an open palm, ready to dance when the next breeze came. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 88. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Story 89. Story 90. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stardust whispered the secrets of the universe, two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would span the very fabric of time and space. The first was a gentle creature named Lyra, from the planet Ethereum, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers. Lyra's kind was known for their ethereal wings that glowed softly in the moonlight, and their ability to communicate through melodious harmonies that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The second was a mechanical being named Kor, hailing from the metallic world of Farovia, where towering spires of gleaming steel pierced the skies, and the rhythmic clanking of gears was the heartbeat of the land. Kor was built from the finest alloys, his form a masterwork of engineering, with eyes that glowed a warm amber, reminiscent of a hearth on a chilly night. Though crafted from metal, Kor possessed a soul as vibrant as any sentient being, his heart programmed with an unyielding curiosity about the universe beyond his own world. Their paths crossed on a small, unassuming moon, known to its sparse inhabitants as Solara, where the golden sands stretched endlessly under the watchful gaze of twin suns. Lyra had come in search of a rare, luminescent crystal said to possess healing properties, hoping to aid her people who had fallen ill from a mysterious ailment. Kor, on the other hand, was on a mission to collect data on the unique mineral formations found only on Solara, a task that promised to enhance the technological prowess of Farovia. Their initial meeting was one of cautious misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Kor's mechanical presence intimidating, the whirring of his servos and the clicking of his gears, a stark contrast to the serene symphony of her world. Kor, in turn, was bewildered by Lyra's ethereal form and her ability to converse through song, a language so foreign to his logical circuits that he struggled to comprehend her intentions. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences lay a shared purpose and a budding curiosity about one another. As they journeyed through the moon's golden dunes, their misunderstandings slowly gave way to a mutual respect. Lyra discovered that Kor's logical mind complemented her intuitive nature, while Kor found beauty in the artistry of Lyra's songs, their melodies unlocking emotions he had never before experienced. Their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow over the sands, a fierce sandstorm swept across the landscape, its howling winds threatening to separate them. Lyra's wings, though beautiful, were delicate, and the storm's fury battered her fragile form. Kor, realizing the danger, extended his metal frame to shield her from the storm's wrath, his sturdy construction providing a safe haven amidst the chaos. In the quiet aftermath, as the sands settled and the stars emerged to dance across the night sky, Leora and Kor found themselves huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of shared adversity. It was in that moment, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, that they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Leora, her voice soft and filled with gratitude, sang a song of healing, her melody weaving around Kor, soothing the weariness of his circuits. In response, Kor shared tales of his world, his voice steady and warm, painting vivid pictures of Ferovia's gleaming towers and the rhythmic dance of its machinery. As the days turned into weeks, their bond deepened, each learning from the other in ways they had never anticipated. Leora taught Kor the beauty of the universe's natural symphonies, while Kor revealed to Leora the wonders of technology and the endless possibilities it held. Together, they faced the challenges of Solara, from navigating treacherous terrain to deciphering the mysteries of the luminescent crystals they sought. Their adventures culminated in a discovery that transcended their individual quests. Deep within a hidden cavern, they found a pool of crystalline water, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was here that the healing crystals grew, their luminescence a beacon of hope. As they harvested the crystals, Leora and Kor realized that their journey had not only brought healing to her people, but had also forged a bond that would endure beyond the sands of Solara. As they prepared to part ways, their missions complete, Leora and Kor stood together beneath the starlit sky, their hearts heavy with the bittersweet knowledge of their impending separation. Yet, in that moment, they understood that distance could never diminish the friendship they had cultivated. They had discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, a connection woven from the threads of shared experiences and mutual understanding. With a final embrace, Leora's wings enveloping Kor in a soft glow, and Kor's mechanical arms gently holding her close, they bid each other farewell. Leora returned to Ethereum with the healing crystals that would save her people, her heart forever touched by the warmth of Kor's friendship. Kor journeyed back to Ferovia, his circuits enriched with the memories of their adventures, his understanding of the universe forever broadened by the melodies of Leora's world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, their bond a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that connects all beings, no matter how different they may seem. As they looked to the stars, they knew that their paths would cross again, for true friendship, like the stardust that binds the universe, is eternal. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder. its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever. and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook. Her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. The whispering Locket and the moonlit grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows. Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Layla hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to live." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Once upon a time, there was a curious little girl named Lily, who loved nothing more than discovering new wonders in the world around her. One night, as she gazed out her bedroom window at the twinkling stars, she noticed a strange flickering light in the distance, dancing among the trees of the enchanted forest that bordered her village. Filled with a sense of adventure, Lily slipped out of her cozy cottage and followed the enchanting light deep into the woodland realm. The forest seemed to come alive around her, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets and a carpet of mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns, illuminating her path. As she ventured deeper, Lily encountered the most peculiar sights. A family of miniature rabbits hopped by, their fur shimmering like moonlight, and a swarm of fireflies swirled around her, their lights flickering in a mesmerizing pattern. Even the air seemed to sparkle with magic, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the faint sound of tinkling bells. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before Lily's eyes, a fairy no bigger than her thumb, with delicate wings that shimmered like rainbows. The fairy introduced herself as Gwendolyn, and explained that the flickering light Lily had followed was a trail of pixie dust, leading to a secret gathering deep within the forest. Despite her initial trepidation, Lily found courage in her curiosity, and she eagerly followed Gwendolyn deeper into the enchanted realm. Along the way, they encountered whimsical obstacles that tested Lily's resourcefulness and bravery. A babbling brook required her to construct a tiny bridge from fallen twigs, while a maze of thorny vines challenged her to find the path that led through without a scratch. With each challenge, Lily grew more confident in her abilities, learning to trust her instincts and embrace the wonders around her. And at every turn, Gwendolyn and the other forest creatures offered gentle guidance and encouragement, reminding Lily that true courage often lies in embracing the unknown with an open heart. Finally, they arrived at a breathtaking clearing, where hundreds of fairies and other mystical beings had gathered for a celebration. Lily watched in awe as they danced and sang under the stars, their laughter and joy filling the air with a magical warmth. As the night drew to a close, Gwendolyn approached Lily with a parting gift, a tiny vial filled with the shimmering pixie dust that had led her on this extraordinary journey. "Keep this close to your heart," the fairy whispered, "and let it remind you that even in the darkest of times, there is always magic and wonder to be found, if you have the courage to seek it out." With a grateful smile, Lily made her way back home, her heart brimming with the memories of her enchanting adventure. And from that day on, whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would gaze at the twinkling pixie dust and remember the valuable lessons she had learned in the whimsical forest, to embrace the unknown with curiosity, to face challenges with bravery, and to always keep her sense of wonder alive. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling Misty Mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the Whispering Woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the whispering woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness." With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. "To find the quill," Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, "you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you." Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. "The quill chooses those who write with their hearts," it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived. gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystalline, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalline. The Crystalline were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalline, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantian named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystalline." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystalline to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystalline stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalline. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramble. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horus perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horus?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horus tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horus by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root. Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. What caused this rift? She asked gently. It began with the loss of the Heartstone, the first dryad explained. A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding. Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the Whispering Woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the Whispering Woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the Whispering Woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, There was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. The hum of the starship Warmth's resolve blended with the tinny melody of Leela's harmonica, creating a curious duet that echoed through the cargo bay. Outside the diamond-paned viewports, the Horsehead Nebula stretched its cosmic mane across the velvet black, tendrils of stardust catching the ship's running lights like glittering cobwebs. Leela tucked a curl of copper-colored hair behind her ear, her grease-stained fingers leaving a smudge on her cheek as she adjusted the Hydra spanner. The ship's ancient engine purred contentedly beneath her boots for now. Pressure stabilizers at 82%, she murmured to the empty bay, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air. That's when the proximity alarms began their insistent chirping. On the scanner screen, the unidentified vessel resembled a cluster of soap bubbles frozen mid-pop, its iridescent surface refracting starlight into prismatic ribbons. Layla's heart hammered against her ribs as she initiated first contact protocols. The alien craft docked with a sound like wind chimes, and when the airlock hissed open, Out tumbled a creature that looked like a cross between a porcupine and a weeping willow if both had been dipped in liquid moonlight. "Greetings, carbon-based life form," it trilled through a translator disc, hovering near its quill-like antennae. "This unit is designated Kale 7. Our nutrient recycler has catastrophically failed." 16 jointed limbs trembled, making the creature's glassy fur chime like dropped silverware. "We request assistance." The last word tilted upward, as if the concept itself were foreign. Leela crouched slowly, extending a hand palm up. Kale 7's bioluminescent markings pulsed anxious violet. "I'm Layla. Let's see what we can do." The misunderstanding began with the recycler's interface. Kale 7's species communicated through scent-marked light patterns. Layla relied on blinking LED indicators. When she adjusted what she thought was a filtration setting, the entire chamber began vibrating at a frequency that made both their teeth ache. "Stop, you're agitating the photon broth." Kale 7's quills flared, casting kaleidoscopic shadows. "I thought you said it was a nutrient processor." "Broth is nutrient. Your people don't sublimate memories into consumable light." Leela stared at the swirling colors inside the chamber. "We chew things." A beat of silence. Then Kale 7 made a sound like a tea kettle giggling. How delightfully grotesque. Over the next 3 ship days, their collaboration became a dance of trial and error. Layla learned to read Kale 7's emotional states through the cadence of their crystalline fur. Kale 7 discovered that human laughter made their anti-gravity nodes tingle pleasantly. Together, they jury-rigged a solution using spare warp coil filaments and the ship's backup cookie synthesizer. You ingest recreational nutrients. Fascinating. The real test came when passing through the chrysalis belt. Meteoroid fragments peppered the warmth's resolve, triggering a cascade failure in the port thrusters. Alarms wailed as the ship listed dangerously toward a rogue gas cloud. "Gravitational shear will tear us apart in 23 minutes, Kale 7 reported, their usual musical tones gone flat. Leela already had the deck plates up, her arms buried in circuitry. "I need to manually recalibrate the injectors. Can you handle navigation?" A quill-tipped limb hesitated over the unfamiliar controls. "Our spatial perception operates in 11 dimensions. Your interface is quaintly linear. Just keep us from becoming space dust." What followed was a symphony of mismatched competencies. Layla shouted coordinates through gritted teeth as cosmic radiation made the console screens sizzle. Kale 7 manipulated controls with 4 limbs while using 3 others to stabilize Layla's lurching form. When a conduit burst, spraying supercooled gel across the bridge, Kale 7 instinctively shielded Leela with their own body, the glassy fur hardening into a protective carapace. Your quills," Leela gasped. Half of Kale 7's luminous filaments had frozen and shattered. A replaceable component. The alien's voice buzzed with static. "Unlike your absurdly fragile water-based cells." They emerged from the gas cloud, trailing a glittering wake of broken quills and determination. With systems stabilizing, Layla insisted on repaying the debt. Using medical nanobots meant for human tissue repair, she painstakingly fused new quill growths from salvaged observation window fragments. "You're incorporating silica into our crystalline matrix," Kale 7 observed as the makeshift forge glowed. "Figured it might make them sturdier." And she held up a prism, refracting light into rainbows across the walls. "Thought you liked the colors." When the time came to part ways at Gamma Station, the station's arboreal docking bays hummed with the chatter of 100 species. Kale 7's repaired quills shimmered with captured starlight and flecks of gold from Leela's emergency foil blankets. Your methods are chaotic, Kale 7 announced, their translator disk flickering with new emotional subroutines, but this unit would appreciate continued collaboration, if agreeable. Layla smiled, holding up a newly replicated harmonica. Thought you'd never ask, how do you feel about duets? As their mismatched ships departed, one trailing rainbows, the other humming a off-key rendition of Danny Boy. Through its thrusters, the station's old quartermaster chuckled to himself. He adjusted the thermal coils on his favorite Nebula tea kettle, watching the odd pair's energy signatures fade into the starfield. Funny thing, he murmured to his pet tardigrade. The vacuum's cold, but it's the cracks between us that let the warmth in. Somewhere in the dark between stars, a human mechanic and a crystalline philosopher began composing a new kind of language, one made of wrench turns and light pulses, cookie crumbs and shared silence. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't supposed to be. But in the fragile space where their worlds overlapped, they'd built something sturdier than quills and warmer than starlight. And if sometimes, during quiet moments between crises, you'd glimpse the tiny ship with mismatched parts orbiting a nameless moon, well, you might have heard it to the soft, off-key harmony of two very different hearts learning the same song. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us. Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls, filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things. the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade, that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the enchanted glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony, With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth, The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words. Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling thank you. Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. Listen closely, she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found. And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose branches cradled the stars, there existed a glade where moonlight pooled like liquid silver. Here the moss remembered every footfall, and the wind carried whispers from the time when mountains were mere pebbles. It was in this place that a young fox kit with fur the color of autumn's last ember discovered the world was far stranger and kinder than she'd ever dreamed. One crisp morning, as frost painted lace upon spiderwebs, the kit noticed something amiss in Willowshade Hollow. The spring of whispers, a pool where water spoke in bubbles and reflected dreams, had frozen solid, though it was midsummer. Ferns drooped like weary dancers, their fronds edged in gold, and the air hung heavy with the scent of decaying petals. The oldest trees murmured in low, creaking tones, their roots shivering beneath the soil. The kit's grandmother, a vixen with eyes like polished amber, nuzzled her worried face. The balance knot has frayed, she explained, her voice a rasp of dry leaves. Long ago, the first ones wove magic into the forest's heartbeat, one thread for each season. But when creatures forget to listen, the threads tangle. She pointed a paw toward the northern hills, where storm clouds brood in jagged purple spirals. The guardians of the knot sleep in the heartroot tree. They must be awakened before the equinox, or winter will never loosen its grip. And so the kit embarked on a journey, her paws crunching through brittle ferns. She followed the Songbrook, a stream that hummed lullabies as it wound through groves of birch. By twilight she reached the meadow of lost hours, where fireflies blinked in cryptic patterns. There she met a badger cub nursing a thorn-pricked paw. The storms shook bees from their hives, he whimpered, pointing to a hollow log swarming with frantic insects. No honey, no blossoms, everything's wrong. Remembering her grandmother's lesson, kindness oils stiff hinges, the kit gathered sticky pine resin and smoothed it over the cub's wound. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with midnight blue pollen. Sprinkle this where shadows cling too tight, he said. When she did, the pollen erupted into bioluminescent moths, lighting her path through a ravine choked with gloom. Deeper in the forest, she encountered an elderly otter stranded on a rock mid-river, the current snarling like wolves. His whiskers drooped as he clutched a cracked river stone. The water's gone sour, he croaked. Can't hear the salmon runs anymore, just silence. The kit spied a half-submerged log and nudged it toward him with her nose. As the otter paddled to safety, he pressed the stone into her paws. "Rub it smooth again," he urged, "and the river will remember its music." Days blurred into nights thick with the scent of petrichor and damp earth. The kit met owls who'd forgotten their migration paths, hedgehogs trapped in bramble labyrinths, and a sorrowful mole who'd tunneled too close to a buried lightning strike. To each she offered what she could, a shared meal of tart juniper berries, a song imitating the wren's dawn chorus, a gentle nudge towards softer soil. And from each she received fragments of wisdom, a twisted root that hummed when held to the ear, a feather that glowed in moonlight, a pebble etched with runes of dew. When the heartroot tree finally loomed before her, a colossal oak with bark like dragon scales, the kit's legs trembled. Its roots formed arches leading to a chamber pulsing with verdant light. Inside hovered three spectral figures, a stag made of dappled sunlight, a heron woven from mist, and a bear sculpted from living stone. Their voices intertwined like vines. "Prove you understand the balance," they intoned. "Mend what was broken." The kit laid her collected treasures before them. The humming root quieted the stag's restless hooves. The moth light revealed hidden fractures in the heron's misty wings. The river stone, now polished to a mirror, showed the bear its own weathered strength. As the guardian stirred, the chamber filled with the scent of thawing soil and apple blossoms. "The balance is not perfection," rumbled the bear. "It is the act of tending again and again." Together they journeyed to the Spring of Whispers. The stag melted the ice with his antlers' golden warmth. The heron dipped her beak into the water, releasing a melody that woke dormant roots. The bear pressed his paws into the earth, and the ground sighed as tension unraveled. Rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle weeping of clouds relieved of burden. By the time the kit returned home, the forest breathed anew. Mushrooms unfurled velvet caps in celebration. The songbrook giggled over stones, carrying cherry petals on its back. Her grandmother greeted her with a cache of blackberries, their juice staining the snow, now retreating to shaded crevices, the color of summer wine. "You've learned," the elder vixen said, "that magic isn't a spell, but 1,000 small stitches." That night, as the kit curled in their den, she listened to the symphony of the restored forest, the shush-shush of wind through pines, the distant plink of water droplets falling from icicles, the contented rumble of badgers in their set. Somewhere an owl hooted the all clear, and the balance knot hummed softly, its threads realigned but never static. For in the end, harmony wasn't a destination, but a path walked by countless paws willing to pause, to mend, and to share the weight of living. And as the stars wheeled above the glade, the kit dreamed not of endings, but of a world where every creature, great or small, furred or rooted, held a thread in the everlasting weave. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered. Lyra's smile widened. Indeed it does. And you, Anwen, have found the Pendant of Verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things. Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. What do you mean by reveals the truth? The Pendant of Verity has the power to see beyond appearances, Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply. Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. How do I use it? By listening, Lyra replied simply. Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you. Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. This is the pool of reflection, Lyra said, her voice a soft song. It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the Pendant of Verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them. Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves, and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Welcome, dear Lyra, he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. You see, Lyra, he said, change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path. As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. This, Finn explained, is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyra, there lay a small, unassuming village, known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Aetherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Aetherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Aetherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyra, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lyra, a native of the verdant Zephyra, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Aetherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. "On Aetherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution." Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. "Together, we can find a way to heal the forest." As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Aetherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, As they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Keelan, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Aetherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe.